Ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the year, the Flipside end of the year show. You guys know how this works. It is the extravaganza. It is anybody and all are allowed to come and hang out. We're starting it off early and in a big way. It's Saturday night on Tales from the Flipside, Modern Comic Mayhem show. All right, you guys, we got the crew with us, the early crew. It is early in the day for people on the West Coast. On the East Coast, the night is just beginning. But hey, most of us are at home tonight, just chilling, hanging out.
Recovering.
It's recovering, but getting ready to get it started again, especially for tonight. We got a lot of fun things we're going to do tonight, you guys. It's going to be crazy. We have basically invited everybody on the channel that's been part of the channel this year to come on if they want. For all of you Flipside members, check your chats. I've dropped links in chats. If you haven't gotten the link, hit me up. We'll get it to you. Here's how this is going to work. We're basically we're going to start off the show telling you a little bit about tonight and what's going on, and then people are just going to come in and out throughout the show. I imagine people will be able to come hang out for multiple times. I'm going to be taking many smoke breaks tonight. A lot of people are going to be doing a lot of drinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the drinking game all queued up for tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a huge giveaway. We've got a crazy giveaway. We're going to be talking about the stuff throughout the night. So just make sure you guys enjoy the show, hang out with us. We're going to be talking end of the year stuff, the best of the year, what people think are their best pickups, what are their best favorite covers, what are their favorite stories, the best things that happened throughout the year. And Spider Girl already dropping the super chat. Happy New Year, Spider Girl, for the $10 super chat. She says, Happy New Year's, everyone. And let's get those drinking glasses up. We're going to fill them up with goodies as we go throughout the show.
I'm just warming up with White Claw.
Yeah, just warming up. Speaking of that, for those of you guys that don't know the plan for tonight, I'm going to let you in. Kyle, show them the weapon.
The weapon?
The weapon. The giveaway weapon.
This is the giveaway weapon.
All right, so Kyle's wife was smart enough to pick him up a mini blood alcohol tester. And guess what, guys? We're going to use it as a giveaway for the show. You don't get a blood alcohol tester, but if you can guess Kyle's blood alcohol level by the time we end the show tonight, you win a very special gift. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stray Dogs free comic book day. Shout out to Tony and Trish from Stray Dogs and Comic Bug for doing this amazing Jason Goes to Hell homage. And here's the poster signed by Tony. We're going to give that away to whoever guesses Kyle's blood alcohol level at the end of the show. You guys, there's a special way to win, and we'll remind you throughout the night. We're going to put up a IG post on all of the IGs out there. And you only get one guess. So only guess one time. If you guess twice, like if you guess on one and then go guess on another one for, like if Kyle puts it up on his IG and then I put it on my IG and you guess two numbers on both, like you're disqualified. You get one guess. And we'll find that guest at the end of the show if we can, or by tomorrow, and announce the winner. But how are the rules for this, Kyle? How's this going to work? You have to have like a 15-minute chill period before we take the actual.
Yep. So the key to this is, because if I were to do it right now, like I just drank a whole White Claw, my blood alcohol would be crazy. So we'll announce it. I'll quit drinking. We'll announce it. I'll stop drinking. I'll put a 15-minute timer up, and then at the end of the 15-minute timer, I'll do my blood alcohol tonight.
And then you'll write it down, and then that way you'll know.
We'll show it. We'll do it live. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna do it live.
Well, they have to guess though, right?
Yeah. So they have to guess it, and the way you guys guess it is, I'm still making the IG post. I'll have it out within the next 45 minutes. Holy shit. Ronnie Saunders drops the hammer, the $49.99 super chat, says, love the Flipside family. Hey, Ronnie, we appreciate the hell out of you, man. Much love for 2022 and the year moving forward. It is going to be absolutely bonkers, and we can't wait for it. And thank you so much for being a part of this community. This means more than you know. Appreciate the support. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Wonder World Comics, Heroes Reborn Comics, Mojo, Quid, Empire
Don't worry,
Comics.
I'm just it's early. So I'm starting with White Claw, but I have bottle of Bullet.
Yeah. I was gonna say he's starting off with White Claw, but I heard he was gonna switch to some whiskey or whatever. So
I've got bourbon, so I will be. Yes. So I'm bouncing between both.
Yeah. If Kyle is slamming White Claws, is going to take a moment. Yeah, it's just a warm up, you guys. It's just a warm up. It's
still early.
It's 5:00 here. We're planning on doing a long show. I can't just start pounding back the bullet.
Yeah. Dennis, we'll send you out a link sometime tonight if you want to come on. You're more than welcome. What we're gonna do, you guys, is we got the links going out to people that have been on the show and stuff like that, but throughout the year, and we're gonna do our best. We can only get 10 in at a time, so I imagine at some point tonight it's probably gonna get a little packed. But we're gonna invite everybody at some point to come on, reminisce about the year. That's what tonight is. Tonight is like 100% reminisce, chill. Talk about your favorite moments of the year. We want to hear favorite moments, favorite books, favorite moments on the shows, favorite characters. We're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about every moment. So people that come on, think of your favorite times throughout the year, your favorite moments throughout the year, and we'll go through that pretty heavy. We've got some little things set up to talk about in the meantime. And stuff to talk about. We're going to have modern playbook guys come on and do some of their end of the year stuff. I know a lot of those guys have a lot of stuff to talk about, which is going to be absolutely amazing. Me and Yi are going to, and whoever else wants to, that's going to be on the show at some point. We're going to crack open some trading cards live on the air. Of course, we have the giveaway. You guys take part in the drinking game. Like, the drinking game words are constantly changing. You guys hit this QR code that you guys see. I will put it on the screen big for you. Hit that QR code up. It's also in the thumbnail for the show. If you hit this QR code up, you guys gave me. Wait, hold on. If you hit this QR, Glenn Howard says, you guys gave me and my son a huge start on a few key books, and we have made some amazing investments just because of your show.
Oh, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah. So here's the QR code, guys. Hit that shit up. Follow the drinking game. It'll be a lot of fun, and first time viewers included.
That's awesome. I like seeing that.
Yeah.
That's always good to hear.
So again, we'll flash the QR code throughout the night, and the drinking game words change depending on what the situation is. So that's the way it works. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna go over some of the website's top lists and stuff like that. I've extended the invite across the content sphere. All you content creators out there, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome. Hit me up and we'll try and get you on the show throughout the night. I'd love to get as many people on as possible. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know there's some people that have whatnot sales throughout the night, and if we can, we'll highlight in on those. Shout out to everybody making some money this New Year's Day, 2022. You guys,
it's crazy to think.
I was just searching on YouTube the other day for like best of music, because I always love looking for best of music at the end of the year, like the lists. And I, not even think about it, put in 2012, right? And Red Hood Joe, what's up, brother?
What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it
going? So I put in best of the year stuff, and I put in best of the year music 2012 playlist. Not even think about it. I'm searching them like these aren't new. Like my brain just can't figure that out, that it's 2022. Absolutely bonkers. They say you get older, the time flies. It's 100% right. All you youngins out there.
I hope it's Red Hood that gets topless tonight.
I'll go bottomless.
Even better.
Wait, you don't already go
Bottomless
bottomless?
win.
Shut up, Aaron.
Hey, that's how I can sit here for so long and stay comfortable. You know, like pants are overrated.
It does work. See, I told you. Free balling.
How you doing, brother? How was everybody's Christmas? Is everybody Christmas good?
Yeah,
Fucking great
it was
time.
great, man.
Yeah.
It's nice hanging with the family.
Dude, it fucking roared with rain out here. I mean, isn't it weird in Arizona?
Devastated me.
But you know what, dude? I feel like every year in Arizona, it rains on Christmas
No,
or
really?
Christmas Eve.
No way. It's usually like 76 degrees.
Yeah, man.
For us in Texas, it's usually it rains and pours all the time during like Halloween. Is like our most common time, and then like once every 10 years it'll snow in the area that I'm in, like in the Houston area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was fucking hot today, dude. Like,
yeah. I definitely have to have my air conditioner on.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well, I do want to
rain
say,
broke my heart this year here in Arizona.
I want to say one thing, and this is a PSA announcement for all the adults out there. Fireworks are gay. They suck.
Yeah.
They suck. I do not like fireworks anymore. Big fucking deal. They go boom. And they're not even the cool fireworks. They're just loud and scare dogs to death
yeah,
all night.
dude. I mean, these motherfuckers. I'm glad you brought that up, man. I have some neighbors, man. Oh man, my dog wouldn't shut the hell up, dude.
Heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, dude. I got my dog like up in my lap just shaking, and she's like a 50-pound dog. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God, man.
Yeah, my dog was acting weird. Like he actually wanted to go outside for all that, which I was like kind of like, dude, it's too noisy for you outside. Like it was strange. Like I was just like kind of like, hey, let's go to my room where it's a little bit more quieter so you don't have to hear all that.
You know what I do? Here's what I have to do. I have to, every room in the house, I have to put on like Spotify, just super, super loud. You know what I mean? It sucks.
Oh, yeah.
I'm always paranoid that something will land on my roof and cause my house to, light up on fire, man.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
Well,
Yeah.
they make now like dog shelters and stuff like that to like like be a little bit more quieter for them and stuff like that. Ooh, moving up to beer now. Hey, I thought when drinking, you're supposed to start with liquor and then like cool down to like beer and like
That's for rookies.
Yeah,
Okay.
when you're a professional, it's different.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for rookies. Matter of fact, there are some professional drinkers in the Flipside community, and I'm sure most of them are going to be drinking tonight. So I want to reiterate, you guys, drink along with us. Come on the show, hang out. There's going to be plenty of smoke breaks, plenty of drinking breaks, plenty of fun stuff to talk about, plenty of reminiscing, all that types of stuff. We're going to probably be going late into the night. We're working on getting Trish and Tony on from Stray Dogs. At some point, they're going to be on tonight. We're working on getting, of course, all the Flipside family on. Bird City Comics, we're working on getting them at a point on here. We're going to want to try and get them along with Trish and Tony at some point. Lucy and Mama Comics if they're not busy. So we'll see what's going on.
Dude,
trying to get
I want
everybody.
to see if they can do a crypto crossover Stray Dogs type of deal, like custom cover.
I'm sure they would.
Dude,
Like-
that would
like
be
an
so
NFT
fucking
cover?
fire, bro.
Yeah.
Remember that artist I told you I was fighting with? I
Yeah.
found that one commissioned book that he did for me. Let
me take a look.
me unblur this shit here. Forgot I had this on. Hold on. Cam, Mike, where's the?
I think it's in the
None.
audio settings.
Yeah, got
There
it.
you go. Bing bang boom.
Bing bang boom, ding dong. So that's Trent Westbrook, my old friend,
Your old friend, your old buddy.
my old buddy. So the Revenge of the Jedi sketch homage. This bitch is going on Whatnot. because like I can't have this shit in my house.
Not anymore. Not anymore. It's
Mm-mm.
all good.
Fucking
all good.
asshole, dude.
So,
Yeah,
And that's a selling point. That's a selling point
Yeah.
to buy it, because when an artist is an asshole, that means like the art's worth more, right?
Yeah, it must go.
hey, there were some killer artists that blew up this year that we're going to talk about throughout the night, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think there was a new breed of creators this year that really hit, especially artists. We saw a lot of the old guard and the writers continue to do well. I was before the show today, I was just looking at some of the year-end lists from some of the bigger comic book websites, and man, they're garbage. Like, I don't know if I'm just too and this is crazy me saying, if I'm too spec-minded to see it, but some of the books they picked just did not feel like they should be on the list, which is absolutely bonkers. And I want to go over a couple of those while we wait for a couple people to start showing up, and then we'll get into once we get a couple more of the Playbook boys showing up tonight. We'll get into some of the Playbook stuff that is going on. But this is some interesting stuff, and here we go. Let's do this. So this is the CBR's top 100 comics of 2021. And let's just do the top 10. Beta Ray Bill as number 10.
I remember reviewing the first couple to that one, and the art was terrible in them.
Oh, really? Yeah. Like, I remember people talking about it when it first initially dropped, and then like I didn't hear anything about it after that. Like, I thought it was like very short-lived.
Yeah.
But I mean, I didn't read it myself, so I can't tell you. But I mean, I'm gonna go off of Kyle's like first impression of it, that it wasn't anything.
I read the first two issues. I'm pretty sure we reviewed them on MCM, and I remember I was just like, man, I was out. Like I was like, fuck it, I'm not even giving this a chance because this sucks.
Yeah. Daniel Johnson was the writer. Art by Daniel Johnson and Mike Spicer, which is interesting. So it says they say this series is a perfect example of why sometimes you get really talented, creative people, hand them a relatively minor character and say, do whatever you want, as you sometimes get blessed with over-the-top action and humor and insightful character work like this excellent miniseries. I can understand why
they read a different book.
But
they
yeah,
totally read a different book.
Yeah. Chat, let me know what you guys think, if there's anybody in chat that really got down on the Beta Ray Bill stuff. I know I didn't. I know I didn't. But hey, I can't say anything about it. I know Kyle did check it out. We reviewed quite a few comics this year on the channel. Number 9, Hellions. The World of Mutants has become one about inclusion, which therefore explains why perhaps the best X title out of them all is one that celebrated the characters who didn't quite fit in with other mutants, with a striking mixture of humor and action and ultimately some pretty rough tragedy. Yeah, I remember reading Hellions for a little bit when all the Hickman stuff was going on. I know quite a few people talked about those X titles, but I remember Marauders being the better book. I
remember this was like a flash in the pan. Like you heard about it, and then kind of like the beta book. It was just in and out. Nobody gave a fuck about it.
And I'm sure there are guys that are just screaming at the screen right now, going, "This was fucking great! Holy shit, you guys are crazy!" The Almighty Liger King said Hellions was awesome.
Well, and I want to say we were talking about it on Drunken Chat with Ultra. That I'm pretty sure he was like pretty big on this title, and like I don't remember exactly what the spec play was on it, but I just remember him referencing it quite a few times for certain aspects, but I just don't recall.
Yeah. Well, Zeb Wells, the Hellions book at number 9. It says how Hellions turned into Marvel's Misfit into compelling superheroes is this from Entertainment. And Entertainment does a little thing on Hellions, which is interesting. Big enough for them to talk about it. I didn't like the whole thing with Krakoa this year. It felt It just felt a little weird. But hey, there's multiple people that said this was the book. So important. One of the resolutions is use way more sarcasm. Amen. Amen. The art's not bad. I don't dislike the art. I like that they use some of those cool Age of Apocalypse characters. But I just, the Hickman stuff just got a little too convoluted for me. I was hoping it was going to save X-Men. And don't get me wrong, I like the Sinister stuff. I like how Sinister was played in the whole thing, and he was kind of one of the more interesting parts. He was definitely part of a lot of the bigger moments in that whole Hickman stuff. But
yeah, one thing I didn't like about that, like House and Powers, like started off like super strong, and then kind of teetered at the end where like no one cared anymore. But then they introduced like 6 titles, and then for the first like 5 issues, you had to read each title in order to understand the full storyline that was going on. Like I didn't like that. I mean, I get it that it's good for, hey, check out these other titles and all that, but like, you're talking about like 30 books that you have to buy like right off the bat for.
It just got. I felt like Hickman's thing was supposed to shrink that world down to a more palatable thing. X-Men continuity is just too, like you said, convoluted. It's too much. There's too much going on. So Josh Allen says, "You mean you didn't like Captain Krakoa?" No. No. Justin Shannon says Hickman does that. He got too convoluted on Fantastic Four also. Mm. Number 8, the other history of the DC universe. I actually had a lot of people tell me this was good. Had a lot of people tell me that this was good. This is one of the few things that DC was doing that was decent. John Ridley, art by a lot of artists, looks like throughout the year. Let's take any of you guys read into this? I don't remember doing any reviews on it this year.
No, but someone I talked to on a regular basis, they were telling me that there was some pretty good stuff that was coming out of this. Because this is like right before Infinite Frontier was starting, right? So I think it was like setting up all that, and then I want to say there was a couple of first appearances in this, but I don't remember who.
It's only a 5-issue limited series. It was published on the DC Black Label, which was one of the few things that we kind of looked forward to seeing some of the Black Label books. There's a new Black Label book that's coming out that looks interesting. The Swamp Thing book, which I'm very interested in. But the other history of the DC universe by John Ridley was something that a lot of people talked about. A lot of people like this year, so I don't mind seeing this on the list. He's an Academy Award-winning screenwriter. John Ridley did 12 Years a Slave and Let It Fall. And it examines the mythology of the DC universe in a compelling new graphic novel, reframing iconic moments of DC history and charting a previously unexplored socio-political thread as seen through the prism of DC superheroes who come from historically disenfranchised groups. And I think comics this year, I forget what I think when we were talking about the first book, Hellions, it said that it was the story of inclusion. I think comics this year, the whole scope of comics this year, it was about inclusion, right? Some did it really well, some did it really bad, and this was done really well from what I hear. But hey man, some writers can be ridiculous when you meet them in person, but they're just amazing writers.
I would like to hear the a-hole story. So if it comes on, I would love to hear it.
Yeah. Your man Stan drops a $20 super chat. You guys always have the best content. The evolution from G Plus Days, which I loved, has been amazing. Keep up the hard work and happy fucking New Year. Thank you, Your Man Stan. Love to reminisce about the G Plus Days. I'm sure at some night, sometime, maybe throughout the night or sometime soon, we're going to have a nice reminiscent about the G Plus Days. Get some of those guys involved. That would be great. Love everybody that's been here throughout this time. All right. Let's get on to number 7, Immortal Hulk, Al Ewing. I'm not surprised on this, but I don't think this had as much fire behind it as it did last year.
Yeah, because then the series started off really strong, and then like people
Yes.
like somewhere mid through the like stopped caring about it, and then they had that controversial issue for what 43. Um, I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. So I don't really want to get into that. But and then the series was ending, and then everyone found out that like um, Ewing was going to
Venom.
start Venom, and then Cates was going to start writing Hulk. So I mean, I think that's probably why there's more hype on it. And then like I didn't hear too much about the start of Venom, and then I heard the start of Hulk was like super weird, right, with the whole like spaceship thing.
Yeah, it was very weird. I read that issue. It was so weird. A little context sometimes helps in those weird stories. Like you gotta drop little context bits. Like, and I get it. Some things you don't want to do that because you leave them for later in the issue. But like when you're reading the whole issue, and you're just like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It was weird, dude. It was really weird. But yeah, Immortal Hulk by Al Ewing, the Al Ewing run. Even though it was kind of there was a little bit of Donny Cates in there. Yep, started and ended on a high note, says Aaron. Number 6, Noctera. Scott Snyder, Tony Daniel book, optioned. Everybody's going crazy about it right now.
And it's a good book, and it's a good read.
Yeah, I felt like this was a consistent good read. We talked about it really heavy in the beginning of the year, and it kind of slowed down, but then it jumped back up once we started talking about the option news and stuff like that. So yeah, I could see Noctera being on the list. I can see that.
Definitely makes sense. Like especially when Scott Snyder announced that he wasn't going to be doing Batman anymore, and then because he was already doing like what he was assisting with an Undiscovered Country, which that started off pretty strong too, but then like kind of teetered out as well. But then like when Noctera came out, I mean, that's like right up my alley. I love all those like post-apocalyptic stories.
Yeah. Number 6 was Noctera. Number 5, Monsters, a book that I did not even take a look at. No, and I know there's a lot of Barry Windsor Smith fans out there. I've seen a couple of his books show up in recent chats that I'm a part of, and I just didn't get into it. Barry Windsor Smith is a master of comic book storytelling and has been working on this comic for decades, and the end result has been more than worth the wait. Is deep exploration of trauma and a stunning celebration of sequential art from Fantagraphics. So I don't know.
What publisher is that?
Fantagraphics. Independent, deep independent. Die at number 4. Great series, but I felt like this really slowed down. I don't feel like it. Right? I mean,
yes.
Did they take a break for a little bit and then start back up? Is that what happened for them?
Yeah, okay. I believe so. Yeah. So, nice. Number 3, Nice House on the Lake. Yes, that is a book that I expect to see in the top 10. I expect this book to be here. Here's a perfect example. We get to number 3, and it's the first book on the list where it's like a resounding yes. This is a top 10 book.
Yeah. And then especially with tie-ins separating from Batman as well again. But I mean, since he like Black Label is like still what creator owned, that he was going to continue. He was going to, or it's like what.
I don't know if it's creator owned, but that I hope that would be great if it is. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think it's something about that. But I mean, and I'm glad that they announced that he was going to finish out writing this.
Yeah. We'll get into more Nice House on the Lake talk, I'm sure, for cover of the year's talk. Shout out to Wanted Comics. Eternals. Great series. I see this book being on the list. I don't see it being number 2. I know it's been a great series this year. A lot of people have been talking about the art's been exceptional. Kieran Gillen's a great writer. A lot of people was hoping we might see some of this story somehow in the future. I think it's sad where they're going with it, though. This whole new event, Eternals versus Avengers versus X-Men, is like, what? Come on. Like, continue writing this story.
Never heard that. Event. I've never heard of an event like that before.
Yeah. So, I'm not at number 2. Number 1, Nightwing. What the fuck?
Nightwing's been good. It's been good. I don't know about number 1 good, but it's been good.
Okay.
Like it totally deserves to be on like
The
a top 10 list, like at least top 10. As a Nightwing fan, as Tom Taylor has totally like brought back life to Nightwing.
Yes,
I don't
I'll
know
give it
about
that.
I don't know about number 1, but definitely in the top 10. But it has been great writing,
Yeah, and I
especially as he's
love.
getting a little
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
He's loving life right there, and this is I can't believe they did this art, and it's not doesn't say hero gasm above it, but
oh,
yeah,
I just need
Tom,
to see that hand though too,
yeah,
right?
yeah, there just needs to be, yeah. Tom Taylor has been you got to put him up there
Dude,
for
this should
writer
have
of the
been
year.
number 1
Unicorn, yeah.
right here.
Tom Taylor is going to be up for a lot of there's going to be a lot of talk about him tonight in the books that he's written. Like it or not, he's been one of the best writers of the year, most talked about writers of the year, or whatever, however you want to put it. Tom Taylor is there in the equation. So I understand Nightwing being there, but I don't understand it being number 1. So yeah,
Definitely top 10. I completely agree with anywhere in the top 10, not quite at the number being number 1.
Yeah. So CBR's top 100 is kind of garbage. They're the top 10 of the
Especially
top
since
100.
Stray Dogs isn't on there.
Exactly. Look at this. Here's the top 100. Let's find Stray Dogs. Something gets killing the children in Department of Truth. Where are they? Stray Dogs is at 19. Huh? What?
Yeah, top 20 that's not even giving
Stray
it
Dogs should be
justice.
top 3 at the
Mhm.
very least. Top 5.
Did Dog Days make it on this
no.
list?
Nope, just
That's
Stray
crazy.
Dogs. Let's see where Department of Truth and
The Dog Days. Oh, I
just
guess
came
it just
out,
came
yeah.
out.
And Something is Killing the Children. So, right, Department of Truth and Something is Killing the Children should also be in the top 5. And am I not seeing it? Let's see here. No. Not even the top 50. Did I go back past it? Like, where is it? Where's Department of Truth
It's
and
time to do
Something?
Control F.
Did they have
73 for Department of Truth.
Dude, and Robin is 74. Robin is
Yeah.
74. That's crazy too.
Did they have any Boom titles like within the top 20?
No, I didn't see any.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Where is Department of Truth is on here, but Something is Killing the Children isn't on here.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I think a lot, like, I haven't seen a lot of Boom titles on that list. And Boom has been killing it all year with, like, pretty much, like, anything they've done.
We Live. Did we see We Live? I didn't see We Live on there. We Live's been Eve. Where's Eve? Eve's been a good book. Eat the Rich is on there. Like, what the hell?
I enjoyed Eat the Rich, but, like,
I don't know. That's CBR. Here's Screen Rant. So Screen Rant has their top books of the year, and they go Barbaric from Vault. They don't put them in any order. Barbaric from Vault. I didn't read Barbaric, but yeah, uber violent series from Vault Comics. It's Cursed Barbarian and his talking axe with a drinking problem, starring a violent, expletive-filled fantasy epic. Cool. Very cool. Don't know if it's best of the year, but I haven't read it. Beta Ray Bill again. There's something we're missing, guys. Captain Marvel. I've heard Captain Marvel was a great series. Surprisingly enough, I've heard a lot of people in the chat say Captain Marvel is a good book. And we have to let our despise for what's her name? The chick that's playing her as the actress not get in for the character, right? And that's a hard thing to do these days. So I'm glad it was a good book. Ninjak. And you guys read Ninjak this year?
Mm-hmm.
Teen Titans Academy. Yeah, I could see Teen Titans Academy maybe being somewhere on the list, not in the top 10. It really
but
feels
on the
out.
list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why that, like, I feel like that got any hype was because of Teen Titans right before that, when Future State was launching, and then, like, the whole, like, Red X thing, and then I guess this, like, kind of continued that story loosely. I say loosely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna drop a link in a couple chats for people. Share. getting people hitting me back up, letting me know if they're going to be able to come on tonight, which is nice. Let me give this out. Copy. Here's the problem with Teen Titans Academy. DC fouled up the whole Red X thing so bad.
Yeah, they totally shut the bed.
Yeah, totally. And we'll talk about that throughout the night because that was such a big storyline going into this year. I was so geeked for that. If you guys remember last year, I was so interested in that character. So they have Eternals. Okay, Eternals. I see that being back on the list. Great series. I give it to that. The Many Deaths of Layla Starr. There's a Boom Studios title, first Boom Studios title. Rom V, the person we talked a lot about this year. Iron Man, the Alex Ross stuff in Iron Man covers have been amazing. A lot of people have been loving the cosmic tone of it, Korvac and stuff like that. Poison Ivy, I've heard this Poison Ivy Thorns was a good series. I didn't read it. It was pretty, I don't think it was for me, but I like the Poison Ivy Harley relationship storyline. I love it. I think that's a great storyline. And Nightwing, We Live. We Live's there. I loved We Live. I thought We Live was great. People are loving that series. It's really popping right now. Again, no stray dogs, no Department of Truth, no something is killing the children. None of it. Very weird. Very weird. So,
there's an agenda, so when you see obvious books that haven't made a top 10 or a top 20 list, it's probably because they have an influence through money or friends and in the industry and things like that. So I mean, Brian, how that goes. I mean, the comic book readers will tell you what the good books are. The sales will tell you what people are flipping and selling. That'll tell you, like, a lot of those books other than Noctera are just no. Now there are some good, Nightwing has been a good run, but like you look at Stray Dogs and that kind of changed the game a little bit as far as, you would think, man, why do I want to read a book about dogs? And, it's differentiation. How are you going to be competitive in this market? You've got to do things that haven't been done before. Yeah. So I think that was innovation, if that makes sense. Very innovative as far as encroaching in such a comic book market where people have what they want to read, and in order to infiltrate into that, you've got to come up with something fresh. And I think Tony and Trish brought something to the table that hadn't been done in a way like that.
Super fresh, very fresh. Yeah.
So when you see them not on a top 10 or top, I mean, it's bullshit. The fans will tell you what's good and what what the quality is, and when you have writers and artists so transparent in the comic community, that also helps, and they're readily as accessible and genuine. I mean, that goes a long way as well. I mean, but some of that, some of those books on there is like, I wouldn't even read if you paid me.
Well, and then like, I have no idea what criteria they're basing it off of either. Like,
absolutely.
If it's like, because if you base it off of like just like copies sold and stuff like that, shouldn't we see like some of the stuff like King Spawn, like all the new different Spawn titles, like Gunslinger, like any of that stuff, right?
Even if you were talking about it on just Buzz, it had to be Stray Dogs and stuff like that. Berserker would all have to be up there then.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, surprised we didn't see any of those. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying like any of those were like, oh, those are my favorite books to read for the year. But yeah.
Well, I think that was just kind of to give people an idea of what some of the other people in our world, some of the other big websites are talking about, which shows how different us comic fans are. I mean, the different type of tent poles that we're under. There's so many different tent poles in this comic tent, right? We talk about it all the time. You've got the people that just love to collect a character or a run, right? And they will just always buy a book, even if they're not reading it, because they want that run, that whole complete run. You got the people who all they do is read. They just love to read. They could care less about anything else. Then you got the speculators who are making money off of it. You've got the people who are parts of all of them, right? You've got so many different types of tent poles in this huge, carnival we call comic books. And we think so different. But that's what makes it good. That's what makes this so great. I think one of the things that moving forward into 2022 that we at this channel need to do better of is to include those different types of things, right? Whether it's in comics or collecting in general. Like I've said like 15 times, I hope that isn't a word on the list tonight because you guys might be drunk. It's very exciting to think of things that we might be able to add to this group, to show this group. So yeah, 2022 is gonna be a lot of fun. All right. 111 watching right now as we start the night. I want to remind everybody this is going to last throughout the night. We're going to have people coming and going. A couple of things that we're doing. Make sure to join the drinking game, whether you are drinking adult beverages, you're having some aloe vera tea, as one commenter said, or you're taking a smoke break every time. I don't care what it is. Do what you enjoy. Take part in the fun in the game. You guys can check out the QR code and read how it works. By the end of the show, we're going to test Kyle's blood alcohol level. And we're going to give you guys a chance to guess his blood alcohol level too. I'm going to be dropping an Instagram post against. I'm going to ask everybody involved in our little chats to share it. You can only guess once. Only guess once. If you guess once on Kyle's post, that's it. You can't go guess again on Yee's post or my post. You guess once, and the people that guess Kyle's end of the night blood alcohol level will win a Stray Dogs Jason Goes to Hell homage poster from Comic Bug, the Comic Bug variant, signed by Tony Fleece. Show him the blood alcohol thing there, Kyle, as he comes and goes.
Sorry, I was coughing.
No, you're all good. So there we go. End of the show. We'll see what it is. I'm making the post right now.
Hey, Brian, you do me a favor. Can you pull up the Batman font for the new movie real quick? I want to show you what I found.
The font?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Of the new Batman movie, the title.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you could just pull up the picture of the title.
Yeah, hold on.
What do you call that?
Yeah,
the movie poster or the
Batman.
Yeah, I got it right here. I got it. Hold on, I got it.
You got it.
The word Batman on. Okay, now blow that up a little bit. Okay, so I'm always digging through my shit, and I've got a memory like I said, where have I seen that fucking font from, right? And so I found this.
Yeah.
And other than the
Tencent.
word it looks very similar.
What is that storyline? What is that storyline about?
So this is the Batman 10 Cent adventure.
Yeah, I remember that. Who's the art in that? Is that Dave Johnson cover, I think?
Yes, it is. Hey, man, that's good, Brian. Nice job, bro.
Big fan of Dave
So,
Johnson.
like, I don't know. I was kind of skimming through it. I didn't see anything with the Riddler in there, but I want to say, like, I haven't seen, like, as far as that Batman title, I haven't seen anything that looked at as close to this. And I said, man, I knew I had seen that somewhere. So other than the word "the" at the top, I mean, this is pretty damn similar.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got you, bro.
We'll see.
I'm on the case, bro. The defense rests, Your Honor.
That
All
was
right,
Did
guess
you
let's-
steal the font from this comic?
I am,
font
looking-
stealers, bro.
we're going to talk about a lot of movies tonight also, you guys. So hopefully you guys have seen Spider-Man and some of the other movies out there, because we are going to be talking about them. I don't know what you guys think, if you guys enjoyed those movies or not, but
Man,
we're
they should have
definitely
called it Spider-Man Endgame, man. Right? It was
Has
pretty
anyone
awesome.
has anyone watched Cobra Kai yet?
No, I was gonna watch it.
It's pretty
tonight.
good. It's pretty good.
I binged it all last night. Like,
Really?
yeah, like I mean, it's
Did they
I
bust
like-
out the kata, dude? Did they bust out the kata
they
against
did.
Terry Silver, bro?
Dude, it was cool seeing Silver in
Yeah,
there.
it was.
Like, yeah, like I didn't realize how much he had aged. Like,
Dude, he's got some gray hair, dude. You know who he looks
A
like? He looks
little
like
bit.
fucking David Carradine, dude.
oh,
Yeah,
kind of
see,
does.
so with his martial art experience, you could do a David Carradine like movie.
Kung Fu
because-
series again.
Yeah, because Carradine was the shit back in the day, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know a lot of people are talking about that series and kind of where it went and that type of stuff.
So what
I heard-
happens at the end, Aaron?
I'm not. It's too new for us to spoil it, right?
They all die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they all die.
They all wear masks throughout the entire show.
Yeah,
I'm just joking.
yeah.
Does Allie come in there? Elizabeth Shue, does she make an appearance?
Oh, that would be great, man. She's
No, not this
aged
season.
well.
Yeah, didn't she make an appearance last season though?
It was last season.
Oh, that yeah.
Yeah.
Does she come out again?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I had
Man,
the
that's a
biggest
cool
crush.
poster, man. Look at that.
Yeah, I had the biggest crush on Elizabeth Shue as a
Oh,
kid.
me too, bro.
Adventures in
Who did it?
Babysitting, bro.
Oh yeah, dude. Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Who played Thor in that movie, man? Kingpin.
Was it Vincent D'Onofrio?
Yeah, it was D'Onofrio who played Thor.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
See, you learned a lot of shit with Red Hood right here, baby.
Oh, I gotta
I
Google
just
that.
some random information that won't save my life.
Yeah, let's look
You know?
let's look that up here. Let's go. Adventures
Babysitting.
In babysitting, Vincent
Babysitting.
D'Onofrio.
87.
That's crazy.
It
You
is
can do
Vincent
a,
D'Onofrio, dude. Holy shit.
I told
Let's
you,
look
bro.
at the photos. Let's look at the photos. This is
Yeah.
gonna take us back. Holy cow, this is really gonna take us back. All right, here.
Where's Thor, bro?
All right, let's find her. Let's find
Man,
her.
she's all methed out. Look at that.
Oh man, dude, she was back then. Holy cow, where's Thor? Let's see here. Next.
Oh, that's Dawson.
I don't see
Nope.
Thor. No, no
Type in
Thor. I don't-
D'Onofrio, man.
No, I'm
Just-
gonna let
Type in
Uh,
Dawson.
Dawson.
Yeah.
me close that. This is silly. Holy cow. There he is, right there, as
Yes,
Dawson. Holy shit!
Oh, yeah, there we go,
dude.
baby. I told
Holy
you.
cow!
Told you, Kingpin. Kingpin. Don't speculate on that because I don't think Kingpin is Thor. He's too big. He's too
Dude,
fat.
that is crazy. I did not know that, man.
That's some early speculation from here from Tales of the Flip Side.
The
that
first-
Kingpin is Thor.
But he still had
Oh,
hair, right?
Oh yeah, dude, that is fucking
Look
crazy,
at those
man.
golden locks, bro.
Oh, dude, right after Full Metal, man. Oh my god, dude.
Before he had a full wad of cash, right?
Yeah. Dude,
You know,
that
he
is
played,
bonkers.
He played a witness on the, not on the grassy knoll, but over by the grassy knoll in JFK movie where it's that famous shot where the father grabs his son. He's with his family because they feel like shots are going over their head from the grassy knoll.
Hmm.
So he makes an appearance in that Oliver Stone movie.
That's crazy, man. That's bonkers. All
Right? It
I,
makes you want to watch it again, right?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm putting out. I just finished the blood alcohol level IG. Let's go ahead and go share that away, you guys. I dropped it in the chats and stuff
All
like
right,
that.
I'll put it up right now.
Yeah. And let's see here. Let me download these. You guys, it's going to be a crazy night. We're just kind of like shooting from the hip. A lot of people are going to be showing up throughout the night. Pace yourselves. Pace yourselves. I'm actually going
That's
to.
what I'm trying not to do.
Yeah. So
I was gonna crack open a bottle of some Chardonnay my wife bought me for Christmas. It's some Josh Chardonnay, Dallas Cowboy exclusive. So after I drink it, I should be a winner.
I was like, does that mean you're going to actually lose in the end?
No, don't start. Don't start.
hey, we're gonna get into some fantasy football talk later on tonight, you guys, because the Flipside Fantasy Football League is in the championship game. So that's coming later on the show for all you fantasy football fans to enjoy that. A lot of money to be made. It's championship weekend, so a lot of money to be made all year around. This year was the money-making year for comics. That is for damn sure. So Baltimore was great. We're going to talk about Baltimore. We're going to talk about all the cons. I'm dropping the post right now as I'm talking, you guys.
I just dropped it on the MCM one as well.
Right.
Oh, cool. I'm just going to copy one of y'all's so I don't have to type everything you did. Let's see.
Guess. All right, let me do this here. Guess. You guys are like, what the fuck? Be professional. Guess Kyle's blood alcohol level. BAC below. Only one guess allowed.
So make it count.
Only one guess allowed. When the Stray Dogs, what is that? The
Jason Goes to Hell.
Jason Goes to Hell poster. You guys are like, what the fuck? This isn't podcasting.
Podcasting at its finest.
Let's see.
Signed
We're still in
by.
awe over Adventures in Babysitting knowledge being dropped on us.
That's what we do here, so we affect the brain cells on this channel here, man.
I think the limit here, Dwayne, is 0.08.
Ooh, someone's joining us. Let's see who joined.
Solo Wookie in the house. We got to give him a little time for his machine to catch up.
Slow ass internet connection to war.
That was good. The little hamsters.
Should we wait until we actually see him before we add him? Is that how it works?
Yes. Because his computer's still warming up.
Gotcha.
Here is the yes. Dennis just wrote our disclaimer.
What's that?
It says Flipside does not support abuse of livers, but we will give out prizes for it.
Well, it's only Kyle's liver that we're only really worried about, right?
Yeah.
Dude, it's big. It's all good, dude.
Tony showing up. What up, Tony? Blue Green Artifacts.
What's up, guys?
Hey, it's going pretty good.
So real quick, this is what I'm going to do, you guys. I'm going to hand it over for a little bit. I'm going to go finish something I'm dealing with. Yee, take it over. I'll be back. I'm going to go take a smoke break. And I'll see you in a little bit. Cool. It's good talking to everybody. Tony and Solo, thanks for joining. I'll be back to talk to you in a little bit.
Yep, I'll be back in a couple minutes as well.
All right. You got it, Yee?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. No rules.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a smoke
Here we
break.
go, baby.
Smoke break.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. So, y'all can catch us on Wednesdays and Thursdays nights with the Modern Playbook team. And we were just going to go over some wins and losses that we had over throughout the year for books that we were speculating on. I know Tony submitted quite a few books. Red Hood, I picked a couple of books for you as well. And then Josh Allen as well. That's in the chat.
So we're not going to go over the J1 future top 10.
I mean, we could do that, right?
It would just be our top 10.
Right. I mean, or we could just look at any of their alerts and see like books that we had previously speculated on. Like probably like a bit too early, but at least we gave y'all enough time to like buy them. But let's go ahead and just get started. And welcome, Solo Wookie.
What's up, everybody?
Yep. So shout out to Josh Allen who gave us the news about Proctor Valley Road when that was first getting optioned. This is the first appearance of Cora, Riley, August, and Jeannie. I still say it's in the green. Like books may have dipped down a little bit because like that initial hype is down, but I mean, I still think it's a good pickup that, as we get closer to a trailer or anything like that, it'll jump right back up to that like 20, 30, probably even more dollar range. Have y'all been reading this book at all?
I haven't.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I picked up a couple of the first issues just because I found them for like cover price. Tony, have you been reading Proctor Valley Road?
I haven't, no. And I apologize. I'm having some audio issues I'm trying to work with, but no, I know nothing about it, honestly.
Yeah. But I mean, from the premise of what I've heard, it sounds really good. It's like four teens that are about to go to a music concert. I forgot what time period. And then something strange happens to them at some point in time. I wish Josh was on to like speak on it a little bit more, but I still say it's in the green, to be completely honest. Even though the prices have dipped down a little bit. But moving on, we have Doctor Strange and the Sorcerer Supreme #3. This is the origin of Kushala. I'll let you speak on this a little bit more, Tony, because I know you're a big fan of this as well.
Yeah, I think this one was nominated by Josh, I believe, back in the day. Kushala, she's kind of cooled off recently, but I do think that's more of a buying opportunity than anything. If you're not familiar, she was introduced as the Demon Rider. I think they've kind of switched her to be called the Spirit Rider instead. But she is a spirit of vengeance and a sorcerer supreme. She's a Native American character. She's a time transplant from the 1800s. And I don't know, she's just kind of a badass character. She could be in the horror books. She could be in the magic books. There's been a lot of heat behind her since she was introduced. And Marvel seems to really have taken a shine to her right away. She was featured on at least half a dozen different covers. Some of them were Marvel features, like Jen Bartel, the Women's Month book. She was on a bunch of retailer exclusives. She's probably been featured on more covers than she's actually appeared in to this point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But this is, she does appear on the 1 in 25 of issue 1 as just like a little minor thing on the side. This is, I would call her first feature cover. And also her origin is in this book. So it is a nice book, nice cover.
And then she showed up a couple times on those like Marvel Voices covers, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a stack of them. The Jen Bartel one for Ghost Rider, was that her?
No, I was saying
You sure?
Yeah, it's the what's his name that does all the indigenous designs variants. Ferga. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what
It's
book
not
we
that
have.
I don't believe you, but I think you're lying.
I have a pile of them somewhere, so I'm not going to dig them out right now.
Funny, all my friends in Colorado, they call it a la Kush. I think they're talking about something totally different, but
Yep. Sounds like it's something different. Sounds like it's something that, it sounds like they're hanging out with Brian right now. We'll say that.
yeah, they are.
Is that Phil or me on that book?
This was you.
It was me. I beat Phil to it.
Yeah, weren't you the one that nominated this like a couple months ago?
Yeah, I think I did. I can't remember. It's either me or Phil.
Yeah, I didn't know the exact date, but I remember seeing it, and I was like, kind of like, oh yeah. So shout out to you, Red Hood, for calling this. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil the first episode of Solo book of Fett right now because
Why?
that's
Like if you
that,
haven't seen that show by now,
that,
dude, you're not a
that
Star Wars fan.
right. I mean,
You
because
know
like
what I mean?
yeah, because what those action sequences that you said were gonna happen, like that was like the first like 5 minutes of the episode.
You know why? Because Favreau and Filoni, they're fans, and they fucking
Mm-hmm.
wanted to see that, and so they made it happen. Right? If I was gonna make that show, that's the first thing you want to see. How does he get out of the Sarlacc pit?
Yeah,
Right?
Well, and I think it's not just that they're fans, but they're inversed fans too. They're involved in all of it. Like they've read the comic books, they read the novels, they read so they're well adversed in all of the story. So
Yeah.
it's nice that they're fans, but they're even the deeper fans that they know what we're wanting. They know what we're stories we're gonna like because they're part of that fandom, that deeper fandom, and they hit it. They do a good job of hitting it, in my opinion. They do a good job of hitting it, for the deeper fans and the surface fans.
That was crazy when he was in there, man. I didn't think they were going to show him inside the Sarlacc pit, like, and then it showed he was digesting a stormtrooper over there, and
Yeah,
yeah,
and I'm like, damn,
I now the way that they showed it, I thought was cool, but it was a new take. It wasn't how they wrote it in some of the novels and stuff. So I kind of would have liked to seen them give a little more love to the novels, just because I hate that they really have shut down that EU so bad. But I thought it was very digestible visually, and I think when you're on Disney, you gotta kind of placate to the younger audience as well, and leave out the extreme violence of detonating your rocket pack to shoot yourself out of the Sarlacc pit. So I thought it was well done, and
You know what I would
I
have
didn't see
liked to
the
have seen?
inside coming either. The view from the inside. I didn't see that either.
Well,
I was glad that they
I,
did that.
I like the flashbacks to Camino, and then I liked the flashback to where he's holding the Jango Fett's helmet, and I would
Yeah.
have liked to have seen the flashback of him fighting Han on the skiff that led to him falling in there. That would
Yeah,
have been cool
it would have been nice.
because
I'm actually,
then you tie it up.
yeah. I would assume like since it's like older film footage and stuff like that. Oh, nice.
it's my Han Solo shirt, man. That late
Dude, that's
Christmas,
dope.
early birthday present.
Nice.
Dude, that is badass, bro.
Yeah, like that.
Dude, let's
Yeah.
see it.
Here, let me.
Bro,
I want to put you on the
Bro.
big screen.
get out of here, dude. That is so cool.
That's sick.
Yeah, I love it.
Dude, that is awesome, man.
Yeah, my girlfriend got that late Christmas, early birthday.
Dude, she nailed it, bro.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And I think I have a few books coming up for Tony.
Good solid
Listen.
pick right here too. By the way, man,
Yeah.
I'm not one. I don't go tell a lot of people about books. That's just not my forte and my thing. This one is definitely one that when we found out about, the Book of Boba, this is a strong book that should have been on everyone's radar. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what it's currently doing on the market. I know I was looking at a couple copies like when that episode dropped, but then my thought was like, oh, if I didn't already have this, like I should be selling it right now. So I'm probably not gonna pick it up. I mean, but it's still it's still a solid pickup if you did get it.
I don't know if a lot of people know that in this book, he is the surviving of the Sarlacc and stuff. So to bring that to people's attention is definitely helpful.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta assume the Venus flytrap kind of did they retcon that, from the special edition, where the Venus flytrap is like chomping, right? Where they added that inside the Sarlacc pit.
Oh, on the tentacles,
right?
on the
So
Kraken
did they
mouth.
right? Did they retcon that, or did Boba Fett kill the you got to assume maybe he killed the Venus flytrap, like kind of little.
Yeah, and in the books and stuff, when he takes off, he basically cooks the inside of the Sarlacc and kills it. So that's how he was allowed to get out.
Yeah.
They kind of left that out in this chopped version of it, but I think they did a pretty good job of hinting or alligating. Yeah, that Sarlacc, he's gone. You don't mess around with Boba. He's gonna take you out.
Yeah.
So I'm looking. This one's going for about $50 right now, raw.
Oh wow. Okay,
which
so
I think that's up. I would assume.
yeah, because like on Wednesday they were only like $20, $30.
Did you guys ever see? Did you guys ever watch Community?
Yep.
The sitcom. Do you remember when they did the filibuster and Patton Oswalt was talking?
Awesome.
Went on about Star Wars and Marvel for ages and ages.
Dude,
Oh yeah,
awesome.
yeah. Oh, where he was using that as a filibuster, and then like he goes on to a theory of how they're going to connect the Star Wars universe to the MCU universe to something else, right?
But now that you saw Book of Boba Fett, go rewatch that filibuster on YouTube because he nailed the opening scene just like perfectly. The hand comes out of the sand. He pulls himself up next to the Sarlacc pit. Like he nailed it. He nailed it exactly.
Yeah. They must be fans of that show as well.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Didn't
wait, that was on Parks and Rec, right?
No, yeah, you're right. Parks and Rec.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so didn't the Russos do like that? Parks and Recreation?
Did they do
Was that them?
That would make sense.
Yeah, so I thought the Russos, like that's where they cut their teeth in directing.
Mm.
I thought they were
could
involved
be
in
wrong.
the Community.
Oh, it was Community, right? With Chow
we've had-
from
Yeah.
Because there's
Hangover.
been a few cameos of different Community characters in the MCU in those.
Got it. Yeah, it was
those characters
Community,
so far.
not Parks and Rec. But yeah, dude, like Peyton Oswald. It was funny because I saw it recently and it's still funny.
All right. So, not all our books were, I guess, wins. Like some of them were losses as well. So, go ahead, Tony, take it away.
Yeah, this is part of that great Matt Fraction Hawkeye run. What is this, number 10, I believe?
Yep. Issue 10.
And this is the cover A. There's an incentive that just says Iron Man on it. But this is the first full appearance of Kazi the Clown, who everybody really anticipated that he was going to be the main villain for this Hawkeye series. We had casting news on him a long time ago that I think his name was Fra Fee or something like that. And it was a great villain in the comics. It was, he was psycho. We were really looking forward to it, and he is a character in the show. But I don't know about you guys, but that character was really a letdown. He was really just a side character until maybe the last episode, and they didn't really explain how all of a sudden in the last episode he was kind of much more powerful, and I don't know. They really fumbled that part of it. I like the show in general, but as far as Kazi the Clown being a major player in the MCU, I think that went. So,
Well, they kind of played homage to the whole like cameo too as well, like in the previous episode where his name pops up in all the like search database stuff, and then like it was like, yeah, it was kind of like almost a bit of a letdown of something that they could have built up. But then like, it is Marvel, right? With their villains, like how they're like one and done.
yeah, if you play it forward, he's not gone, I don't believe. So they could always kind of revive the character. And I think they were so focused, once they knew they had D'Onofrio, they were so focused on working him into that, the last few episodes. So I get it. But yeah, this was a book I nominated way back in April and tried to pick them up. They were cheap at the time, but it just goes to show, you can't, even if you have, spec is dangerous. sometimes we bank on options that might never happen. Sometimes we bank on films that start production and then end up on some crappy streaming service and never get seen. But even on Disney Plus with confirmed casting, sometimes they still fall through. So it's you have to be careful. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, and live and learn.
All right. Minecraft. So this is the 2018 New York City Comic Con handout exclusive.
Yeah, it was an
promotional
ash
book?
can. It's an ash can. It's a little bit smaller. This was another nomination of mine. If the last was bad, this one has kind of turned out to be good. They were $10 at the time. I don't know. There's been this trend of video games, computer games, the comic adaptations, or especially the first appearance of those, gaining traction almost no matter what the video game is. Even what Earthworm Jim is blown up.
Dude, Earthworm Jim is dope. That game
Yeah.
is so much fun. I love that those books are coming back, and some of those other books that from that genre are coming back, and I think it speaks volumes about how much as kids we do rely and look at the games, from the original NES to today, and the things that kids are buying today with the Minecraft and the Fortnite and the Batman Fortnite variants and all that. I think
Right.
it speaks volumes for what's out there and what's to come, and what people should be looking at.
Yeah. And I think, in comics, we, even if the video game isn't a huge, game that was everywhere and everybody played it, people who played the game, how much time do you spend on that? You spend weeks and weeks on whatever game that is, even if it's, for the rest of us, it's kind of under the radar. For the people who love it, they love it. And Minecraft, Jesus, it was sold for $1 billion. I don't know. My kids are upstairs playing Minecraft right now, probably. So
Or Fortnite.
Yeah. So it may be a niche comic, or it may be a niche of the comic book speculation market, but it's a strong niche because those people who want those things, go get them. And we're seeing that with Last of Us. We're seeing that with so many video game
Uncharted.
Yeah.
Uncharted.
So many comic book people might not even, maybe they never played the game. Why is this worth $300? But
and then those kids that are playing it now, they'll eventually have disposable income at some point in time and want to go back and purchase this at some point. Hey, Happy New Year, Mr. Longshort. How's it going, babe?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late to the party. It's a good point about video games because I was just playing Spider-Man on PS5 with my son, right? And so I think it extends beyond just the niche sort of games.
Sure.
That game is massively influential. It was hugely popular. Then the Miles version came out after it, right? That for these kids is going to cement these characters in their mind for a long time, right? So maybe it's not the movies that move the needle as much, but these games, they mean a lot, right? So I think it's beyond maybe even the Minecraft and some of the other stuff, even some of the bigger games, because that Spider-Man game, people, and I'm not a gamer, but people loved that game from what I understand. That game was revolutionary in some ways. So
and even when Miles was announced to have a game coming, that moved the needle on Ultimate Fallout 4.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
100%. And I think for kids of that generation, and as they grow up and sort of Miles does his thing, and I don't think anybody will argue that Miles is a generational sort of character that we haven't seen in a long time. This character is going to be with us for forever, but really going to pick up steam in the next decade in movies and whatever. But yeah, that really sort of set that off, and these kids are going to have a connection to that character outside of the comics, but a connection to that character in a way that maybe we never had when we were coming up through learning about superheroes and things. So I think that's powerful, like super powerful.
Yeah. And with, 10 years ago, comic or video game movies were still a little bit of a joke. I mean, nobody had really done anything successful, but I don't know which one really broke that barrier. But
I'd say Batman, right? I mean, 1989 Batman, was that the one that really? I mean, the Superman weren't bad at all. They weren't bad at all, but it feels to me, at least from my standpoint, like when that movie hit, it was kind of like legitimate. Like it seemed like it wasn't hokey, even though maybe it was in retrospect. But like that was the movie that kind of set the trend, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like the '89 Batman definitely was like super strong, but then Returns was really good as well. But then then you start getting like Forever.
Yes. They started to get a little
yeah, like with the bat nipples and all that stuff. Like that was a little off-putting. But then, would you say that like Blade like kind of set the tone for like setting up like some of the stuff for like the MCU? Like
totally, but we didn't appreciate it, I don't think, until after the fact. Like Blade was good in its own right, but I don't think we appreciated it as a comic book movie maybe as much as we should have.
And then
later.
Well, and then like some of the X-Men stuff like kind of set the groundwork to set up the MCU, like when we had the Iron Man drop, and then like because I guess a lot of people forget like when those movies first dropped, like it's like, oh, that's just a superhero movie kind of attitude, right?
I mean, I look forward to all those because listen, a kid who grew up collecting comics in the 80s and 90s, right? And you're a Marvel fan, you had nothing to lean on. There was quite genuinely nothing, right? There was the trial of the Incredible Hulk with Daredevil, which I loved more than I should have at the time. But there was nothing. It was a void, right? There were hardly any toys. I mean, being a Marvel fan in the 80s and 90s was very, very hard. So when these movies started to break, I mean, I can't tell you, man. I look forward to all of them more than is probably rational at this point in time. I mean, the movie I've looked forward to this point in my life the most, without question, has been the original Daredevil movie. As bad as it was, like I was like hyped for that for like 6 months. All I could think about for like 6 months straight. And
how many months afterwards did you cry about it, though? I mean, I was hyped for 6 months, and then I cried for a year and a half because Ben Affleck is terrible.
And you know what? I probably should have, but here's the thing, man. When you were starved of all that content as a kid growing up,
oh yeah,
even to this day, like I am not super hypercritical about these things because I never had them, so I appreciate them for what they are. I can count like the movies that I was super harsh on one hand, and yes, I absolutely should have. That said, that director's cut came out, and it wasn't an Oscar performance, but the way that movie flowed, or at least the idea behind that director's cut, was better than whatever they released in sort of in the studios. I think they did a better job with that. But my point is that like none of that stuff existed, right? So as it started to come out, right, Spidey, Blade, X-Men, like it was just starting to gobble it up because it was a unique experience for a Marvel fan growing up in the 80s and 90s. So I don't know. That's just my perspective on that. I try not to be the super harsh critic on all of these things and enjoy them for what they are. But
right. And I have to rewind just a sec. I think I misspoke. I didn't mean to say comic book movies were a joke 10 years ago. I meant to say video game movies were not mainstream as they are now. I mean, we have Uncharted, which has got some of the biggest stars in the industry. We have Last of Us getting a giant budget from the biggest streamer out there. So
and I think
there's a lot more legitimacy behind video game movies.
I think legitimacy and getting backing was a big part of that because so many people were afraid to back a video game movie. Because I mean, we had the Resident Evils and we had the that stuff, and so
the Mario movie. But I think video games for the generation behind us, it was in a lot of ways like their escape, their comic books, right? They didn't necessarily read comics the same way that we did, I don't think. And that was sort of their outlet, right? If I think about like my brother, who's a little younger than me, and the kids behind him, they were more video game people. Like I had a Nintendo and NES, but even when I got that, I still read comics more than I ever played that thing. But I was like right on the edge of that video game culture kind of just breaking out. So,
all right. All right. You said this was a loss. I'm not sure if I technically agree with that, but go ahead. You presented Eve #1 on the week of June 11th.
I put this as a loss just because it's in a dip. There's when books go down, there's a lot of reasons why. Comparing this one with the Hawkeye 10, there might be some redemption for Hawkeye 10, but sometimes it's just a book has cooled off. There's just so many other shiny things out there. There isn't any news on it. Maybe the original run has ended, and it's still out there, but it's just not getting the attention. So that's where I would place this one. I'm not saying it's a horrible book, but it's almost back down to cover price now. A couple of those rare, there's the 1 per store, and then there's the 1 in 50. They were both hovering around $200 raw, and I think you can get both of them now for between 50 and 100. So if they've just taken a hit, I still love it as a spec piece. But if I guess that's how I would classify that as being a loser for the year, but sometimes losers are opportunities.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
I was going to say it's kind of harsh to call this one a loser because I think the potential of this book is all in front of it, right? I think sometimes when you think about losers, the potential has come and gone, and like there's nothing left to sort of carry it. I mean, this is a very cool property, and I think if you're looking forward, this is the time to be buying this book because I do think that this source material has got legs, real legs. So yes, I think you're being honest. It's a loser because it didn't make money this year, but longer term, I think this is a really good play. Still, I don't see anything sort of dead spec.
How long term? 2 year, 5 year, 10 year?
It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. I would say, listen, the best money I've made in comics is taking a 5 to 10 year view, right? And I know that feels like a long time, but you got to tuck some books away for a period of time. Now, I don't think this is a 10-year play. I think this is a 2 to 5 year play. That's probably right? A 2 to 5 year play. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with speccing in the long term because honestly, that's where the best returns come. And to be honest, that's not just comics. That's stocks, whatever you want to think about. Taking a slightly longer term point of view is where you get your best results. And I think this book still has a lot potentially behind it. So
yeah, and to play off your point, Ben, I think that time period, it kind of depends on what kind of book it is too. For a Marvel book, 510 is safe. I mean, if they introduce a character like what was it, Taeguki, that Korean character, he's not getting his own solo series next year. But he'll percolate, he'll show up, and 5 years from now, like you said, 5-10 years from now, just like how long it took the Young Avengers to do something, it can show up. But I do think for indie books, that window's a little bit thinner. They don't have the unlimited money behind them. If they're out of the attention, then those option meetings don't go as well. You know what I mean? I think they definitely want to strike while the iron's hot on those. So
no, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And I was talking sort of spec in general. I wasn't specifically speaking to this, but I think that's fair for indies. That said, there are backlogs in projects, and good materials sometimes can just sort of get pushed off for a little while. And I don't know what the option prospect of this is, but I think it's I think it's a good property. I will say, quite honestly, like speccing on option properties for indie is a very difficult game. Because even if they hit, I mean, a lot of these things get canceled after one season because whoever's put the money behind it doesn't have any sort of long-term plan. It's either hits in season 1 or it's dead, which is disappointing because I think some good properties have been underserved. But I don't know. There's something about Eve that is just appealing to a broad audience, I think. I don't know. I think there's something about this one that's got longevity.
Hey, welcome in, Steve. How's it going from My Bargain Comics?
Steve,
Going well. I was. It's funny because I had a feeling I might get called on, and one of the things I'd been thinking about was some of the books that I put on the list. Earlier about this time last year. I got through all our videos up until April, and I was like trying to pick which ones were complete misses of my own. I wasn't looking at anyone else's because I didn't want to.
Right.
I didn't want to go through that. But it's interesting. It's more interesting to look at your sort of failures than patting yourself on the back, right? So.
Well, I mean, that's what we're kind of highlighting too. We're highlighting like some of our hits, some of our losses, like things that didn't move the needle at all. Like
right.
Trying to cover a little bit of all of it. Yeah, so
I can't even think of any that didn't hit for me, No, I'm just
it's hard to be humble when you're that good.
No.
It's because you have 10 copies of each one you do nominate, right?
You know what book still pisses me off that didn't make the top 10 was that Batman 570. I think it was 570 first appearance of Harley Quinn in continuity with Batman.
Oh,
so fucking underrated. And
yeah, I've got a list like that too. We should do that at the end. Books were pissed off they never made the cut because
yeah, that could be a good roundtable.
Every DC book,
right?
Because Agents of Hate, number one, I put up like 5 times and never could make the top 10 cut. And I think Carter put it up too at one point, and we could never get it sort of into, that when Elsa kind of gets, reimagined, if you will, right? Like that book never could get over the hump. It just,
yeah.
Well, and then for a while too, we were only just doing the top 10, and then we did the extended version of the extra 5 and stuff like that. So,
well, there's a lot that I looked at that it's like, well, they haven't. There's still hope, right? Just because it's January 1st and they haven't hit, it doesn't mean anything. But I mean, there's some. So I'll just throw out my personal, what at least through the first half of the year, what I thought my worst pick was, and it was that Storming Asgard, that Lady Loki variant, where Marvel put out the trade paperback cover, and that had me going down the hole of, they had me bought in that they were going to do a straightforward Lady Loki, and of course they didn't. But
right.
But there's a lot that I think still and I don't think that's ever going to really come back. But there's a lot that just hasn't, in my mind, it's too early to judge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we know this one's a big time winner. So X-Men Adventures #1, the newsstand edition. This was presented by Tony on May 1st.
Home run, man.
Yeah, this is that old adage, I guess. Buy what you love. I mean, I'm looking to see I might be the oldest one in the crowd tonight. I'm not sure, but I was in college when this came out, and I wasted many a Saturday morning just watching X-Men Adventures or the animated series. Mm-hmm. And the reason that I had nominated back in May, last year, or the 6 months before that, the TMNT Adventures book had just exploded. I mean, that one in newsstand in 9.8 had hit, I want to say $3,000 plus, which kind of makes sense. It's a book that came out in the 80s. It was marketed to kids. Not a lot of collectors were buying it. So those newsstands, all of them could have, had a really good chance of getting beat up, let alone the newsstands that were sold in pharmacies and gas stations and grocery stores, right? So when that one exploded, this one was kind of still sitting at cover price. And we got the news now that they're getting, it's not a reboot, but a continuation of the series with as many of the original voice actors as possible. I don't think this one has exploded quite as much as the TMNT Adventures. There's a lot of this one out there, but in high grade, and again in that newsstand especially, it's definitely gone up. So sometimes just buy what you like, and if chances are a lot of other people like it too.
Yeah, this book definitely hits the nostalgia for me because I was probably I was in elementary school when the series dropped, and then this kind of led the door to get me into comics. So I still have my original copy from when I was a kid, and I've picked up a couple of extras for to have in higher grade and all that. But yeah, but finding that newsstand, dude, that's hard.
Dude, I sold a 9.6 of this newsstand for like $100. After, you remember those when the news broke, like the Avatars hit on Disney Plus or something? Like there was something that kind of woke people up.
That's what did it.
And it's like, I'll just get out of it now. And
well,
kicking myself for that one.
Well, and very much so. I mean, did any of us even so back when this came out, did any of us even know the difference between the direct and a newsstand? Were we looking for that newsstand? I mean,
no, I wasn't. I was
of
the
us-
opposite, man. I collected comics with a buddy of mine growing up in the 90s.
right.
And I was a newsstand kid. I went to 7-Eleven and the bookstores to buy my comics. He lived near a comic shop, and he always had Spider-Man in the lower corner. And I felt inadequate and like, God damn it, like, why can't I get those cool ones with Spidey in the corner? And all mine had, these newsstands. So I was quite generally the opposite of like, I bought newsstands, but I wish I didn't at the time. So it's kind of funny.
Sure.
Well, it wasn't really until, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but maybe 10 years ago that it was even recognized at all that there should be any difference. And even then, I think it was like a well-kept secret, and it didn't really become a public knowledge that these values should be different until maybe 5-6 years ago, really.
Yeah, I'd say 5 years ago. I mean, the savvy collectors were always onto it for, you're right, 8-10 years ago.
Do you think that's a nostalgia based purely for this? Because it feels like it. It feels like this is a pure nostalgia love bomb, and I don't mind that. I don't mind.
No, isn't Disney going to do
They
X-Men
are, but
Adventures?
They are, but what Ben was talking about when this started getting on people's radar, spec value wise, was before that.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Steve and Ben, nice to see you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Brian. Good to always good to see you, buddy.
too.
Yeah, so this is great. I got to say hi to Solo and Tony before I jumped off. I just want to remind everybody that's watching, we're going to have this show go on throughout the night. People are going to be dropping in and dropping out. So for anybody that's going to be on the show throughout the night, anytime you got to bail, just throw up the deuces and come back if you want. I definitely want to see people on throughout the night. This is one of those fun nights where we all get to just hang out, reminisce. We're going to have hopefully Bird City Comics and Comic Book Women crew on with Tony and Trish here in a little bit. So be on the lookout for that. And we also got a giveaway tonight, you guys. So we're giving away
Nice.
Yeah, it's really cool. We're giving away let me go ahead and share. I'm breaking in your guys' little thing here. I apologize.
Yeah, man, I forgot what I was going to say. Thanks a lot, Brian.
I'm an asshole. So this is it right here, you guys. So multiple people are going to be sharing this. So if you see it from Kyle, Modern Comic Mayhem, Yee, the Flipside channel, me, only guess on one of them, you guys, because we're only going to take, if you guess multiple times, it just doesn't work. So yeah, so at the end of the show, you guys, Kyle's blood alcohol level, the person that guesses that, or if multiple people guess it, we will be running that off in a wheel of destiny. But we're giving away a killer giveaway tonight, a signed Stray Dogs Jason Goes to Hell poster, which was very limited from the Comic Bug free comic book day sale, which is absolutely amazing, signed by Tony. So we'll give that away at the end of the show. I just want to remind everybody. So,
and that was fun to get. I will not lie. I spent all day with Tony, and I'll go to the grave with that one. That was a really fun day.
Yeah. So
Oh, dang,
we'll
we have
get
10
back.
people? Man, we got a full cast. Oh,
We got a full cast. Okay, so this is the way it works, you guys. I kind of reminded everybody in the chat. Once we get 10 people, people are going to be dropping in and out. But again, that does not mean don't come back. I want you guys to come back because we're going to be just having fun all night. So let's get back into this, Aaron. Let's spend a couple more minutes on this.
All right, cool. All right, so we got Amazing Spider-Man number 10, first appearance of Spider-Punk.
Good pick.
Yeah,
Love
this was a hit. We nominated this back in June, and I was always impressed with the first Spider-Verse movie, how those characters, those first appearances, the value of those books held up. I mean, going 2 years after the release of that movie, Penny Parker and Spider-Man Noir and all those characters, I really thought that, they would get a pop and then they would dip back down because, who really cares about Penny Parker or Spider-Man Noir? But just the longevity of that, I think it speaks to the quality of the movie and how much people are looking forward to the next one. So then you just play the game. What characters didn't they use the first time that they should use the second, in the second movie? And Spider-Punk, I think he's at the top of that list with a lot of people. I don't know if it's officially been confirmed, but I think it's. I hear rumblings from whatever insiders that he is in the movie. I won't quote, but
I mean, I got to be honest, man. I don't think those characters got the pop they should have, based on how good that movie was. I mean, that was one of the very best Spider-Man properties ever to come out, in my opinion. And I think if that had come out a couple years later, we would have seen a lot more movement on those books.
Those are solid books, though. I mean, that Penny Parker,
I'm not arguing
that's a $700 book, isn't it? 9.8.
Is it really that much now?
I want to say, and even just the regular cover A of the Spider-Man Noir, I want to say is touching 500. Those are solid books.
Well, the one that surprised me that they didn't launch up out of the stratosphere was the Spider-Ham, the Peter Porker.
I know.
Steve and I have talked about this many times. For my kids, that was the character that hit the hardest in that whole thing.
Spider-Ham is awesome, dude.
Yeah, I mean, because even after the movie, at my LCS, they had a copy for $40 that sat on the shelf for I don't remember how long, easily 2 months. I think I might have picked it up after a while, but yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
If you look at the Sony Marvel contractual documents that were released by WikiLeaks, Spider-Ham, when I looked at those a couple months ago, then it kind of made sense. Even though those documents may be outdated, I know at the time of those documents, Spider-Ham was in a special category, one of those Frozen characters where they needed each other's permission to use or something like that. So yeah, Spider-Ham has some special status, or at least did. So
speaking of, I just got this back. Leg had pressed this and just got this back this week.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, that's a beautiful. Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it in the light. There we go.
Oh,
Gelato, right?
The Gelato.
Yeah.
Wow.
I only had one copy of this, and luckily it was good enough condition.
Well, aren't raw copies over $300 now?
I think so. Yeah, and I think Wonderworld is sitting on about 10 of them.
I think Dennis just said
Between Dennis and Joe, they've got everything. So
yeah.
All right. So this was Vader Down, issue number 1, the Comic-Con box variant that was presented on August 12th.
Yes.
Yep, and this one I had thrown out as one of my, again, I use the word losers, but just, books that did not end up going up in value. And I guess I attribute this to one, sometimes we think about comics so much,
that we almost overthink things, and this should be good because this factor and this factor and this factor. And I think a lot of times it's much more simple than that. This is actually the art for Revenge of the Jedi, the movie poster. It's a Mike Mayhew homage it's not really an homage. He just tried to redo the poster. The original title of Return of the Jedi was Revenge of the Jedi, and this was the art on the poster that was released before they pulled it back. And yeah, thank you. And changed the name. So it just has a little bit of lore, to the image, to the art. And that this was a retailer variant for this mystery box. I think there's a sketch variant of it as well, but it's just like that original movie poster goes for a lot of money, but that's a deep cut. And deep cuts don't, that's not going to move the needle. They're not going to turn into, it can happen, but this book didn't go anywhere at all, and might not.
I did see a small uptick. It just wasn't big enough to really make a large enough difference. I love this book personally. I also love the Vader Down run. I think it's a great storyline, great books. But there is several versions. I think there's 3 different versions of this cover. As you can see, like this one has all the extra in the box and everything up in the upper left, whereas the one that Red Hood was just holding didn't have it. So there's 3 different versions of it to look for. Some of them are harder to find. They're all hard to find. But
the one I have
way
is
harder than others.
The one that I have. It was a sketch. Local artist who works for Topps. He used to be my friend. He's not my friend anymore. So I'm trying to get rid of it.
Yeah. So the one that Red Hood has is an original art piece.
So that's not a giveaway tonight?
No, that's going to be a giveaway on Whatnot.
But yeah, there is
nice.
2 or 3 different covers,
but I'm selling it.
One of them was like a fried pie. Don't quote me on that, but I want to say it was like the fried pie variant, or
fried pie. Like Fried Pie had one where it was a colored, and then they had a sketch also. But I want to welcome in Sam. How are you?
On mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. I am doing great, guys, except for my team just lost the Rose Bowl. Oh, well.
Well, Happy New Year anyways. So
Happy New Year to you all. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah. All right. I think we only have a few more books left. This is a book I presented to the modern playbook team. It was the Something is Killing the Children #6, the 1 per store variant. And I presented it like when I first joined, like back in February. I was surprised to see that I had been almost involved with Flipside almost for a year now, which is pretty exciting. But anyways, this cover in particular cost the same amount as the 6A cover, which just features the trade dress. And I was like, how is this 1 per store like the same price? And then you have the first full appearance of Aaron and Cecilia in it. And then it also goes into the Order of St. George and what is it? Order of St. George and House of Slaughter. So I thought it was a pretty big, important book to, have if you're Something is Killing the Children fan or just in general. And welcome in, Tony. How are you?
Hey, gang. How's everybody doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, we're about to finish up the segment, and then we'll get into you hanging out with the comic book women, and Trish should be joining us shortly too. So
I'm down.
Cool. Alrighty. But yeah, I mean, the series seems to explode, and then I figured it would pick up a little bit more too with the House of Slaughter stuff, but who knows with that. I think people are just waiting for like more option news on this series.
We need casting news, right?
Yeah, I think we need casting news for the series to pick up again. I know a lot of people are starting to sell some of their stuff now, which I think it tends to be a bit early, but who knows?
It'll be a travesty if they don't kill this property. I got to be honest with you. I mean, it is perfect for a long running TV series. Like if they screw this one up, it'll be a disaster. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's Netflix or wherever gets it, I'm not sure. It'll be disappointing because this has got everything to be a really good long term running series for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, so kind of like similar to Tony's blue green artifacts stuff. I put this as a loss, mainly because books are for Department of Truth right now are in a dip, anyways. I presented this on the 20th, and that was right before they had made the announcements of the option use. But this is the Enhuck Lee 1 in 25 incentive variant. The 1 in 100 was always like the most sought after cover A and the secret variant, but like some of those other, like the 1 in 50 is Miraca and Doll. This 1 in 25 is Enhuck Lee. I thought these were absolutely like knocked out of the park, and I expect these books to start picking up steam again. Like once we hear like just any kind of information on it again.
The 1 in 50 is gorgeous. I don't have it. I had my eye on it for a long time. I haven't pulled the trigger, but yeah, I mean that one is just stunning, right? That was, did you say Indolfo? Is that who did?
Yep.
Yeah. That one is beautiful. I really a fan of that cover. This is the Enhuck Lee 1 in 25. You said, Aaron, is that right?
Yep, for issue 1.
Yeah. I think these are all smart plays, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The secret for me is my favorite, only because how it kind of plays off the cover A, like the Oswald. Like there's something like really clever about that secret. It's probably my favorite secret variant ever, maybe. I think that one's really quite clever for me. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I even picked up a normal cover A 9.8 not too long ago for like graded 9.8 for $80 or something like that. I was like kind of like, whoa, like it's just crazy like how that book dipped down in price so much. But
this is another property, let's be honest, that would absolutely crush it, right? With a well done TV show. I mean, you would pull in people who don't care about anything about comics, right?
Right.
Like, the content behind this could be, it could be a long running like national phenomenon if executed correctly. So
yeah, I think this could be the X-Files for the new generation, no doubt.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I read 1 and 2, and I didn't read after that. Not because I didn't like it or didn't want to, but I just got so involved with so much other stuff that I kind of put this one on the back burner. Maybe I'm missing it, but out of all of the covers, I think my favorite covers were the Hive guys, the Hive comics that they did for the Department of Truth series. Those were amazing. Out of all of them, and I mean, there's a bunch of them that are worth and hit a lot higher market value than those, but I think those are my favorite out of all of them.
Yeah.
Amen.
I was thinking of starting a business, like where, like I get the comic book and I record my voice and people can play it, and like they don't have to read, they can just listen to my soothing voice read the comic book to them.
Hey, I'd subscribe, buddy.
Is that a thing? Like
yeah, books on tape.
Comic books on tape.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. This is another book I February 13th, Star Wars Adventures number 7, which is the first appearance of Hondo. And there's a cover B and a incentive cover as well for it. This book has like gone out of the stratosphere from being like a $4 book to I don't even remember what cover A's are going for, at least 20, if not more. I think the incentives are the B cover and the incentives have recently jumped up because of Kanan. So all the Rebel tie-in stuff. So it's just it's absolutely bonkers to see like this book explode so much. But hey, I'll take a win when I can, right?
Hell yeah.
Good pick.
Yeah, and the funny story about this, when we were filming to do this, everyone's like, "Where's Phil to present it?" And I was like, "Oh, I actually nominated this book." I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, that was during the time where Phil was just crushing the Star Wars content, right? I mean, that was that window. So I remember that. That was funny.
Yeah. And then Longshore, you said you wanted to mention this for the Fury Agent
Christ,
13.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this was the cheapest spec going. This is a $1 book, week in and week out, right? I had huge hopes for Falcon and Winter Soldier for Agent 13. Huge hopes. And this, for anything I could find, this is her only solo title. It was a 2-issue miniseries, so 2 issues. This was it. So this book could be had for $1, like generally $1. And she fell flat. I'm not done with her, to be honest with you. I really like the character. I just think the power broker, that whole thing kind of was a little convoluted maybe. But I figured, if that character hit in that show, this book could have legs, and just absolutely, fell flat on its face. So it was the cheapest spec you could get. And I've got like 15 of them now that are still worth $1. But, that's the way the game goes sometimes, I guess.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing because that was our last book, and it looks like we have some people trying to join into our stream right now.
Yeah. So what we'll do is, if the playbook guys, you guys want to stick around or just hang around, we're gonna jump into the Stray Dogs portion of the show. We're gonna bring in the Stray Dogs crew and try to grab Bird City and Lucy if we can, and the MCM crew. But Long Short, Steve, Tony, all you guys, Red Hood, please come back if you got nothing going on.
Yeah.
I really am looking forward to reminiscing about this year with you guys.
Yeah, well, we'll come back, man. Hey, thanks everyone.
Hey,
Have a good night.
Happy New Year, Long Short.
Later, guys.
See you guys.
All right. All right, let me send Trish the link. There's Trish.
Who's trying to get in?
Let's try and I'm gonna send Lucy the link too.
And just reminder, everybody, I see there's a lot of new people in here. Remember, to get that Stray Dogs poster, you guys to guess my blood alcohol content by the end of the show. So go to Instagram and make a guess. Remember, it's only one guess. And I'm just letting you know, everybody, that I've switched from I am now on to whiskey.
All right, I'm going to drop out and let Dennis in.
Okay. So. All right. Hey, Dennis, how's it going, man?
The worst trade ever. Me for ye.
Trish, thank you for hanging out. We got Tony and Trish here tonight, you guys.
What's up, Dennis?
Really
how you been?
To this.
Good, man. How you doing?
It's been a long time.
I know, man.
So I also got the link sent out to the Comic Book Women crew. Really looking forward to getting them on. I know Bird City is going to try and jump on. We're trying to get Lucy on. I haven't heard from Jen. I know Jen was dealing with the coof, and much love and healing going out to her right now because she was going through it for a period of time.
I don't know how she caught it. She is like 6 feet above everybody else, so it should have all been below her.
Yeah, she is amazing. I love Jen. So, all right. Listen, Tony and Trish, we started off the show going over some of the lists this year for top 100 books of the year. It was a CBR list, and I think maybe a comicbook.com list. And they had Stray Dogs in the list this year. But I believe that Stray Dogs is a top 3 book of the year.
100%.
100%.
Absolutely.
I am totally biased, and I'll admit it. I've been saying it for months now. I think it is the book of the year. I think it was the main book that grabbed everybody, not knowing it. Like, we all kind of knew that Something Killing the Children was going to continue its storyline and just continue rocking. Department of Truth was amazing this year, don't get me wrong, but there was not a book out there, in my opinion, that kind of all grabbed us the way Stray Dogs did. We did not expect what we were going to get with Stray Dogs. It made it so much better. I think it hit on every single note. It hit with the art. It hit with the storyline. It hit with the little story changes and the mini series. It's just been a hell of a year for you guys. So congratulations to both of you.
And I know your guys' wrists hurt. You guys got wrist braces on from all that drawing and signing and everything you guys are doing.
I just want to add, as a retailer, you guys open it up for retailers to do variants, which if a lot of people don't understand this, it is 100% the creator and the publisher's decision to even do that. Okay. And then on top of that, to throw the acetate one per store thank you in there was a monster. And that all goes to you guys supporting the retailers, which, as everybody knows, that's my first and foremost passion, is that you reward the publishers and the creators that are rewarding the retailers for supporting them. And I ordered huge on it, so I'm making tons of money off you guys. So
we all are.
Well, that's great.
No, retailers are super important to us. Like we sort of unveiled Stray Dogs at the Comics Pro conference, but even after that, it was all about like mailers and outreach and reaching out to Facebook groups, and like it was very important to us to talk to as many retailers as possible. So,
I mean, what's it like having all these people kiss your butt now? I mean, it's got to feel good.
I much prefer having no expectations at all. Like we're working on the new stuff, like next stuff now.
You set the bar a little too high with this one.
Yeah, it's much easier to just go like, what's this crap going to be, than to be like, oh, this is from the creators of Stray Dogs.
Yeah, it's been
the number 19
phenomenal.
book of the year.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it should have been number one. I think we all know.
Now,
that.
did you guys make a list? I feel like this is sort of on you too. You know.
So I think we all kind of started making our own list. We got the Hive, Jonathan from Hive jumping in here. Once we get Bird City and Lucy to jump in, two of us are going to have to jump out. So just heads up on that. Or at least one of us. I think I kind of gave myself away. My top 3 books of the year. I think my favorite stuff of the year might not have been this way, but I think the top 3 books of the year, at least for our community, is Stray Dogs, Department of Truth, Something is Killing Children. I really like Eve. I like We Live. I think the Anything Miles this year, I think was decent. It was good. And I'm gonna people are gonna go kind of crazy on me for this because of my disposition towards certain parts of the storyline and this and that. But I really liked the Son of Kal-El, where Son of Kal-El started. It's been a really good book. I know that there's been whatever going on, but it has been in all honesty, that book has been amazing. The first couple issues I thought were so good. The first 3 issues were just so good that the father-son relationship between Clark and John Kent was excellent. So I put that into the list. But definitely to me, Stray Dogs was by far and away the favorite book of the year. It hit us all in that feels. And I think that the art was it was a little misleading, right? Like the art was so you didn't expect where you were going with that when we first saw that. It was so misleading.
Awesome.
Which made it even better. So
it's great. Yeah. You have this dark storyline going along to these bright characters, drawn characters, which makes it just when anything happened, it was that much better and that much like whoa, I could feel it, and I think that's just awesome. On you guys just killed it.
Well, the affliction of the happy picture while you're looking at the shed was so brutal. It was
yes.
It's drawn so happy. How can I be so mad and upset? Like I want to be happy, but this ain't right.
A lot of people are getting puppies this Christmas because of Stray Dogs. So
that's incredible.
For those just joining us, welcome to the roast of Stray Dogs.
What's the opposite of a roast?
It's a toast. A toast is the opposite of a roast.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, making the cute stuff hit that hard was sort of like, it wasn't the whole point, but it was something that I knew we could do just because like I've drawn cartooning my whole life and I've sort of got this like complex about it where I'm just like, yeah, but we can do whatever emotion you're looking for, like whatever kind of story, you know, we could make that kind of story. And so it was very gratifying to be able to sort of hit those notes and have Trish's artwork work so perfectly on like in scenes that are scary or heartbreaking or terrifying or, you know, like, and as well as the stuff that's just very cute.
Hey,
Laura's here.
Laura.
Hi guys.
Happy New Year.
I'm late. Happy New Year's, everyone.
Also, Happy New Year to Jonathan from Hive Comics. Dollar, thank you for joining us, you guys, tonight.
You too, guys. Happy New Year.
I want to say a couple of the things real quick before anybody else does, but because this was one of my biggest things of the year is that not only was Stray Dogs such a great storyline and book, but there were certain moments throughout the year that were involved that were Stray Dogs important. One of them was, of course, the comic book experience with the Jason Goes to Hell cover, and I felt like that was such a big thing. Seeing Trish in Baltimore was amazing. I didn't even get to stop by and say hello because every time I walked by, I literally waited to the very last day, right as everybody were putting stuff away. There was still 4 people waiting for Trish.
It was like 4:30 on Friday that before the last person left my table.
Superstar.
I mean, on Saturday or Sunday, whatever day the last day was. Yeah, it was all a blur that whole weekend.
The homage covers were. So we talk a lot about on this channel. We were big proponents of exclusive retailer variants, you know, and it just felt like watered down with some of the homages that kept being done over and over. And then Stray Dogs comes along, and now we're starting to get these super fresh homage covers that's another moment that made it.
We're just gonna
so
bust
amazing.
the door down and just do something else awesome on top of it.
Yes. So that was really amazing. I think all those moments. There were so many more other moments that were just involved in this book that made it very important to a lot of people. So. And it's continuing on. Like, you guys have to be just ecstatic where it's going. Like, that's the other thing. Like, the future is so bright.
I left my sunglasses somewhere.
The fans said they wanted more, and you guys gave them more, which is awesome. But I mean, there's sometimes that, you know, as creators, you guys could have said, "No, we're done with the story. We did 5. We did, you know, some variants, and we're done with that." And thank God you guys were like, no, we'll give you some more. Watch this. And you guys started, you guys come up with something, and he started putting out more. So thank you for that.
Not just that, but you don't want to also become the dog guys, you know. But then again, you go lean right into it with Hawkeye, and you do that pizza dog cover, and it knocks that one out of the park.
Perfect.
Yeah, I was we were the pony guys for about 10 years, and it wasn't too tough to become some other kind of guys. I feel like whatever the next thing we do.
Lucy or Jen, if you're out there and we're trying to jump back in, we got a spot. Sorry about that.
So I want to know, are you guys continuing after Dog Days number 2?
That's it.
Are there plans? Are there ideas? I haven't talked to you, Tony, in a while. I know we talked a little while back, but yeah, did you guys have plans, you and Trish?
No, I think we're just going to leave it there for at least for the time being. Sort of, the end of Stray Dogs was real conclusive, and we always said we wanted to do it. Like, if the thing was successful, we had these stories we would like to tell about the other dogs. But after that, it's like, I mean, I'm not going to bring the guy back from the dead, or have there be like a copycat killer until Trish or I go broke. In which case, we'll be right back.
Remember we talked about before, guinea pigs.
Right. You think that's going to be way more popular?
I was going to say, Dennis, Stray Cats, right? Stray Cats is coming.
Yeah. I definitely think there's something to be done with
Luna
cats.
the cat thinks you're missing the all-important cat market.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely something to be done with cats at some point. I don't think it'll necessarily be the exact same thing, but I feel like that's something, like, we're trying to figure out what me and Trish's next move is, because we're both moving on and doing some different stuff right now, but we definitely want to figure out like what's our what do we do to come back from something like this? I feel like there's something there.
I think that Dennis kind of already talked about one of the most important things about this book was the retailer love that you guys have shown, and that it made money for a lot of these retailers. And we got 3 big retailers in our world and our community on right now with Bird City Comics, Hive Comics, Wonder World Comics, and it feels like that's been one of the big moments too. Such a big moment for Stray Dogs throughout the year, and one of the things that I definitely want to bring up is the amount of books that the amount of books that
candy.
Yeah, exactly. The amount of books that are coming for Dog Days. Number one, I love this website because it's got every variant out there. So while we're talking about this, I'm just going to bring these up and show them, and we'll just continue our conversation because I want to show some love to some of these amazing covers that are coming out.
Is that the Meg?
It's Sharknado.
Sharknado.
Yeah, amazing. Let's see here. This is, let's keep
Ivan
going.
Tao, wasn't it?
I believe so.
I think it was.
This is the Mirko and Andolfo one. Mirko and Andolfo, just amazing, absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
love this one. Let's see here. Let's see if it'll go to the next.
Well, it's really it's also about the pop culture-ness of you take your property and then you transplant that on the zeitgeist of the fandom, and then you start throwing these other covers out. And sure, I mean, one person might not like this one, but at a certain point, you hook them all, and then it becomes, I'm going to learn about all of these other horror movies that I'm not into, while contributing to the thing that I love. No, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Thank you. Yeah, that's been really exciting when we talk to people at signings or conventions or whatever, and they'll go like, I didn't know what Audition was, or I hadn't watched Midsummer yet, or, like one of these covers that we just thrown in there because it was something that we liked, and so or that I liked. Trish is more vanilla than me. she brings the cartoon side. I bring the horror side sometimes. But yeah, that's been cool.
See, Jonathan's got some copies there that he never hit me back up. We're supposed to do some tradesies there, bro.
I can't wait for Jonathan to send mine in the
Dude,
mail.
I got a story about a couple of these for you later, Ant.
This is one of the Hive Comics ones that you guys are doing with Nerd Store, an exclusive, a Fright Night variant, which is awesome. Love this one.
I pitched this one early. I pitched this one earlier, but we didn't have enough time to do this one the way that I was going to do. But I love this one.
Yeah, I was happy that
Stan Yak killed it on that.
Yeah.
Stan is another one.
Somebody had said Fright Night early on, and I was just like, oh, all those ghosts, that's going to suck. I don't want to do that. So luckily we didn't have to.
I love this one.
Yeah, that Ben Templesmith one is rad.
Yeah, let me find that Templesmith. Here's the Templesmith one. Ben Templesmith. Oh, here's Dog Days Part 1. This is the Nerd Store and Hive exclusive.
Yeah, look at that.
You got that Time Shopper too. Somebody asked about Time Shopper as well.
That's why I went and grabbed it. Yeah.
This is very stupid, but I forgot to send out the PDF before I left for Christmas. So I'm driving back from Colorado tomorrow, and I totally meant to send it out before Christmas, and I totally forgot because we were finishing Dog Days. So yeah, I'll get that out as soon as I get back, and then the book's off at the printer, and as soon as that comes back in, we'll start shipping stuff out.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's so many of these, and they're so good. So many amazing artists this year that have really just shined in a tough year for a lot of people, and a lot of them are doing covers for this series, which is even better. Shout out to Illis Illuminati. Here's a great one here. Illis Javin Jordan is just on fire right now. Gotta love the Centipede one. Just so many good ones. Halloween. I saw, shout out to Big Clutch. I saw the Big Clutch one today, which is amazing.
The Walking Dead one.
Yeah, the Walking Dead one. We'll show that in a second. This one here, Scotty Young killed it on this.
Yeah,
awesome. I think the Bird City one was one of the Stray Dogs variants that was just.
Mine's sitting at CGC waiting for you guys to get there to sign it.
We signed it.
Sweet, thanks.
You're welcome.
This is another Hive Comics one. Funny story about this. I'll wait till maybe we get James on here later on for James and Jonathan to tell the funny story about this if they're willing.
That's Chet Harden. That one was great.
Yeah,
Trish knows. Trish. I think we told Trish about that story. I think I went and told
James right
Trish
here.
about that story at Baltimore.
I was still mad that I didn't see the original inks for that at Baltimore because I was stuck at my table, but they couldn't have gone to a better person.
So let's shout out James. Just joined us. James, the other half of Hive Comics. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
So, can we talk about that story? Do you mind we telling that tale? Because it was a big moment, I think, for Flipside. Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you guys mind if I talk about it?
Yeah, go for it.
So, one of the big moments for Flipside this year, and a lot of people this year, was finally getting out to the con scene. And one of the big ones that was just a lot of fun this year was the Baltimore City Con, and it was just a lot of fun. We all got to hang out. We all got to meet each other for the first time in a long time. There was a couple cons before it where the excitement just kind of built. And we're eating lunch. We went to go eat lunch one day, and we're sitting outside. And it was a beautiful day. I don't think it rained. It rained maybe the day before. It was nice out. It was just really nice that part of the day. And we're sitting outside under these big umbrellas, and we're eating and shooting the shit. And somebody walks up and sees James and Jonathan sitting there with us, and she's holding these pieces of art, just hugging them like she just didn't want to let anybody see them. You know what I mean? Not because she didn't want people to see them, but she didn't want to let anybody get a chance to like take them from her. You know what I mean? She just was so happy. She was so happy. You could see it in her face. And she kind of walked up and she kind of said, in a low voice, like, "Can I show you guys something?" And she brings James and Jonathan to the side and she shows them, and James and Jonathan like, "Oh my God, oh, look at this, look at this." What did she have, James?
We had the inks for this cover and for issue 2. And we didn't know they were available. We didn't know who had them.
Did I was so mad.
Yeah. It was wild. But honestly, like, she's such a huge collector, and she's a local for us, and she buys all of our, every exclusive we do. Like, couldn't have ended up in better hands, but it was just crazy. It blew our minds.
But she just stumbled across it, like she was walking down an aisle, was like, "Holy shit, here it is," and just bought it? Or
yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it happened.
God, what are the odds of that?
Uniform 13 with the $5 super chat, still trying for seller status on Whatnot. Unleash Uniform 13 Whatnot. Got my purple pants on. We got you, brother. It's in the works. We'll see what we can do for you. Much love to Uniform 13, big community member here in the Flipside family.
Yeah, so how much she paid for him. That's what I'm interested in. I mean,
a lot.
It was a lot.
$1 million.
It was a lot. She didn't say how much it was, but the look on her face after she said a lot, you knew she spent several $1,000.
She was there on her honeymoon. Like
honeymoon spending is different. You'll buy all kinds of crazy shit on your honeymoon.
No, that's love.
Amen,
it's romantic.
It is. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'll be honest. I think that we've talked about this lately too. That I think the original art scene is going to be the thing that really blows up here soon. I mean, it's the original art is expensive for the most part, but I don't think people talk about it enough in the collecting, sphere. And I think that the original art scene is just gonna, once people start selling more original art, I don't think people do sell it a lot, but when they do and they sell it on bigger, second party or second market, apps and things, it'll change. But I love buying original art. I love seeing people buy original art. I love framing original art. So I can only imagine how good it looks in a frame and in her house or wherever she has it. It probably just looks amazing.
So, yeah, that's got to be cool.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Make sure
kudos
you guys...
to her for being at the right place in the right time. Like I mean, that's not my luck. I'm normally in the wrong place at the wrong time. So good shout out to her, and good kudos to her for being able to score that and pick that up and have a passion and love for it like that. Like, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'm glad the right person got it.
Another book I want to talk about is, of course, the Bird City Comics Goosebumps books. Here's one version of that. They did a couple of these books this year. Hit it off out of the park with the first one that you guys did was Stray Dogs, which was amazing.
I had to have a listener of Flipside send me a copy from Baltimore so that I could get the first Goosebumps one that you guys did.
Oh, that was.
Why don't you just call us?
Yeah, just call us. Yeah,
I have
let me know.
Honestly, I didn't even think about it. But a listener was like, "Hey, I got one. I'm going to send it to you." And I was like, "Sweet, I didn't get one." But actually, nice. I guess next time I'll just, since I do have your guys' numbers, I guess
that's probably the fastest way to get them. But yeah, we got a whole series of these things going, and they're all badass. You can't help but like them.
Yeah, they're amazing. It again, I think nostalgia is not only something that we love and we collect, but I think it's got like it's going to sound crazy, but like a healing effect on us, right? We see something that we love from our childhood, and it takes us back there, and that's why we search it out, and it takes us back to that great place that we had when we were kids, where we didn't have any worries in the world, and it was just those memories, right? Same things happens with music. Like certain music will just instantly take you back, and Goosebumps is one of those things. I remember my brother freaking out. He was so scared about The Mask, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, scared the hell out of him as a kid.
Well, and not that we're sticking off topic, but you look at the 8-bit variants across the entire spectrum, starting with Uncle Scrooged and Deadpool's, and you look at all the different niche variants right now, and they all hit on that. They hit on that nostalgia, that love, and we respond, and that's why we get more of them.
Yes. Amen.
Yeah. What was cool about these that I thought was cool, at least both of the Bird City Goosebumps ones we did for this series, was that they're like the only horror covers that we did that were sort of story specific. Like, this is the cover for issue 1. Issue 1 is that dog's name is Killer. It's like a real killer heavy book. And then issue 2, it was Anthony and Laura's idea to do. They were like, "Is there anybody new? Is there somebody new we could put on it?" And so then we got to do this. There's a new dog that shows up for the first time in issue 2. And so it was kind of cool to get to have, like, not only are they horror covers and exclusives, but they're also like, it's nice to, as many covers that we did, it's nice to do some that are actually story specific.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's funny though, and I got to throw Trish under a little bit. She tried to talk me out of the pug Killer on Stray Dogs one. She wanted Sophie, remember? Yeah, she did. Remember, Laura? And I was like, no, I got a thing for pugs. And you're like, Sophie will have better ears for it. And we had to
I think it was me that wanted Sophie.
Oh, was it? One of you guys was trying to.
I wanted Sophie, and Trish was like, I'll make it work no matter what you guys choose. Just let me know.
And I was like, give me my pug. Somebody was fighting me on it, though.
I think that was me, actually. I think Trish had your back.
Anthony was always Trish and his wife confused.
They conspire on the side. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's true. The coloring on these are so cool, though, and I agree with you guys. The whole nostalgia. This is what I did as a kid. I read Goosebumps all the time. The one that creeped me out, though, Brian, do you guys remember? It was like a sponge under the cabinet.
It came from beneath the sink.
Yes.
Yes.
Probably like the least threatening one, but that one always stuck with me. Like, I still don't like going under the sink.
Yeah. Where's your first one? Is it on here? Is your first Stray Dogs one?
You're talking about the trade paperback?
Yeah. Where is it? Because I want to talk about that.
It's probably on there.
All right.
It's probably on there.
Well,
the unfortunate part is I used to have it handy. It's in a box now.
Well, hey, Brian, can we talk about that in general? Yes. This year was really the kind of the birth of the trade paperback variant.
Yes, of course. Multiple big ones. Yeah.
There you
go.
Multiple big ones on this trade paperback idea, which is great. There was major books that hit this year. and people were smart enough to say let's put out exclusive trades, right? Of course, we had Wanted Comics that did the Ha one. We had Wonder World. You did you just did a recent one for Conan, right? Did you do one for Conan?
No, that was a facsimile.
Okay. So a lot of people did trades. Hive did a trade. A lot of people did these trades, which make it, in my opinion, I love that a lot of them were limited to under 1,000 copies, which is nice. I love that too. It doesn't flip
I
the
will
market.
say that I did do one of the first trades back in 2012 for Rocky Horror. We did a re-release of the Rocky Horror trade paperback
Not bad.
for the 25th anniversary or whatever anniversary it was.
Nice.
And that's why I so respect that everybody's doing it now, because I just thought it was the natural evolution. You can't, until the facsimile variant, which I also did this year. Until that, I was like, how do you do kind of the variant market on something that's already been done? You can't, just kind of rehash the old stuff, but you can do a re-release of the trades.
Yes.
And alter those.
You know what was also amazing and another great moment, and we got to talk about them while here, right? Give the flowers while you have them, right? Give the flowers while you can. The glow in the dark trade, the Goosebumps glow in the dark trade, and then Trish signing and glow in the dark ink was one of the coolest things ever. Like, love that. What a great idea.
I wish that the glow in the dark had. I wish that it was that it came out cleaner. Because like the glow in the dark almost had like a texture to it. Even the pen that I was using had like a texture to it. It was not.
Brian, I have my screen shared at the bottom if you want to show it.
Yes, I do. 100%.
So this what's funny about this one is this is like Trish's baby. She was like, "This is what we're gonna do." We were on vacation. We were in Mexico, like on the beach, and Laura's like, "Do you want to do this?" And I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, Trish really wants to do it. And I'm like, all right, tell Trish to do whatever she wants to do.
She knew.
Before you know it, I got this cover. It's glow in the dark. Like none of that was my idea. Trish's like, we're going to glow in the dark this thing. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I'm like, do you?
But we both learned a valuable lesson.
I'll tell a story out of school right now. One of the first things we wanted to do this year, me and Brett Parks over at Sailfish, we wanted to do reprints of the old Third Eye Blacklight posters on Marvel Comics, but they couldn't get us fluorescent. And then we went back and forth, and then we ended up deciding on some other stuff. But then I look at all the glow in the dark stuff coming out from indie publishers, and it goes back to publisher and creator working with the retailer. You're going to be able to get a lot more done than with the corporate level.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah. Well,
so that trade, by the way, so, we get to Baltimore, right? And Anthony set up right across from the Tails booth. And like, we never met. I think Brian, I think it was you that introduced, or it was Dino that introduced me to him, like one of you guys. And I remember talking to Anthony for a little bit, and he knew who I was, after the introduction and stuff. And I remember being like, hey, Anthony, how many of those trade paperbacks can I get from you? And he looks over at the sign and he goes, it's one per customer. Joking or not, right? And I'm like, all right, can I grab one for me and one for Jonathan? And he goes, yeah, dude, that's fine. And then he looks and he goes, if I've got any left tomorrow, he goes, I'll hook you up, and stuff like that. And he goes, but I want to make sure everybody that wants one gets a chance to get one. And
that's awesome.
I was like, dude, I respect that, And after that, I think we hit it off after that. But I was like, I respect, as a retailer, I respect that. Like,
I remember saying that. I remember saying it, and as soon as you left, I was like, God, I probably sound like such an asshole right now. I was like, I hope he got where I was coming from, but we had some beers that night, so I figured it was all right.
Yeah. That was all good after that.
Wow,
dude, I've been fighting people off the booth, dude. Like right when I set up, I had guys over there like, how many you got? And I'm like, where's your booth at? And it's like over there. I'm like, fuck out of here. So I was fighting them off from the get go. But yeah, it was a fun show. You guys,
it's nice when you make sure you get them into the hands of fans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, one of the biggest events for fans and local comic shops every year is Free Comic Book Day. And one of the really great stories, of course, at Free Comic Book Day we hit on earlier was the Comic Bug Jason Goes to Hell variant, which was probably one of the best homages for the year. Like unexpected, like how good it was and how smart it was to limit it the way you did. And
next to the Evil Dead one and the Crow one, and
yeah, there's a lot. Trust me, there's a lot. There's a lot that are. I mean, 99.9%. Every one of them are good. Okay, like, but there are some that are so good that are in the talk for cover of the year. Multiple Stray Dogs homages. This one though was amazing, and then to hear stories. So, Tony, can you tell us about how the setup was, where they didn't Comic Bug do something where they gave money to a shelter?
Yeah, they gave money to the ASPCA, and whenever the retailers tell me that they're going to do something like that, I'm always just like, oh, that's nice, but I have so much going on in my brain that I can't keep track of like what the math of it is. You know, I'm just like, oh, cool, they're going to give some money. But they gave thousands of dollars to the ASPCA, you know, like
that's awesome.
At first I was just like, these guys figured out a real trick, because to get an exclusive, I mean, you guys know you got to buy 500 copies of the book. And in this case, Image didn't change the numbers for a free comic book day. So they were able to get 500 copies of the book for free comic book day prices. So
you just totally outed everything.
They could really,
that hurt my heart.
Stomach hurts.
Yeah, nobody else asked. But I was like, they could really make a fortune on this, and they did make a ton of money. But I think at least half of it they gave straight to the ASPCA. They sent huge checks over there, and they're doing the same thing right now with their Dog Days variant. So, like, huge shout out to those guys. I was super impressed. I mean, I've known June for years because they're a LA comic shop and I'm an LA guy, but I didn't expect anything that cool out of those guys, and they really went above and beyond.
Yeah, he's super cool.
Nobody there that day in line bought less than 3 books, because I mean the max was really at 3 books, and they held a lot of people to that. I did not see anybody walk away from that counter with less than 3 books in hand, and a lot of people who brought their wives, their children, their whatever, their wife, they'd get 3 books. Their wife would get, or husband or whatever, you know, significant other would get 3 books. Their kids would get 3 books. Like that went off all day. It was awesome. That was such a fun event.
And which is cool that you got to go out there for that solo, which was awesome. Which was the amazing part is, you guys, that's the giveaway tonight. Solo was lucky enough to score one of the amazing posters that they gave out for the free comic book day stuff, which is basically the Jason Goes to Hell cover.
These were sold. These posters were sold, and that was also part of the money that went to the donation.
Awesome.
But
which is our giveaway, right? It's our giveaway tonight.
I was not picking one up for the show.
What's that?
I was not going to walk away and not pick one up for the show to give away.
Yeah, anytime you can do something like that and it goes to like a good thing, you know, goes to a good charity or something, especially, you know, a shelter, a dog shelter, an animal shelter, something like that, it makes it worth it. For those of you guys that don't know, here's I just want to hit this real quick. The giveaway tonight, guess Kyle's blood alcohol. By the end of the show, he does have a mini blood alcohol thing. So by the end of the show, you guys, guess Kyle's blood alcohol. That we've put this IG post on multiple IGs. Only put your guess on one of the posts, you guys. Do not guess multiple times. But if you do guess the right amount, and
I
you're
like
the
how
only
nobody
one,
is guessing. Well, some people are guessing low, but
yeah.
Those people are not going to win. I'm sorry, you guys.
People that don't know you.
All you guys that are
you're
guessing
going to be
low.
way more out of hand. I don't know how I would guess really.
He could change it up on everybody and fake like he's drinking White Claw. But the other thing
I'm totally drinking White Claw.
The other thing is, you guys.
That's the only thing sadder about drinking White Claw is fake drinking White Claw.
Yeah. You guys can take part in the game tonight. Check out the QR code if you guys, partake in adult beverages and lemon iced tea. What is it? Whatever you do, take a bite of a medicated brownie. I don't care. Just enjoy the show with us tonight.
All I know is if you're drinking and you're paying attention and you are drinking and you hear Stray Dogs, I should be getting a lot of messages tomorrow saying I'm wasted. Sorry, I had to tap out early once Tony and Trish came on.
And long-winded conversation. He's at about 0.7 right now. Or 0.17 or 0.7.
So,
you know, I'll give
not
everybody
not everything for you guys was Stray Dogs this year. What were some of your favorite moments of the year not Stray Dogs for Tony and Trish?
We had the Time Shopper Kickstarter. That went pretty amazingly. It was the first Kickstarter I ever did, and it was a book that I had that was at a publisher, and that we got the rights back to. Like, it sort of got COVIDed, and it wasn't going to come out, so we got the rights back, and we're sort of at a loss for what to do. And then it sort of really became a best case scenario where, you know, we just asked for enough to print it, and we ended up making double what we were looking for. And we also got to do a bunch of cool like add-on stuff, and it's going to be, you know, like the actual best version of the book that Chris Nisi and I, it's sort of like our dream version of the book. No, not making any concessions or any edits, where if we would have gone the original way we were going, we were sort of having to trim some stuff, and it was going to be smaller than we wanted it to be. And so it's sort of like everything in comics this year went really better than we could have hoped for, and this was no different.
Amen.
Are these going out yet? Are this printed, ready to go?
No, it's not printed yet. We're printing over in Korea, so it's going to take a little while for them to get all the way printed up. And
I think I was inebriated and bought like a big bundle.
I think a lot of people did.
Okay.
That's not a bad deal. That's a good thing. You shouldn't be sad at yourself for doing that.
Oh, dude, that's my favorite. I love getting the random package, and I'm like, when the hell did I buy this?
Yeah.
That was the best drunk decision ever. I'm so glad I went with the big bundle instead of the small one.
Some cool shit shows up at the house, and I cannot remember getting it.
Yeah,
we're very excited to get those shipped out and to put together those big bundles as well. Like I've just got like pieces all through my my library at home. Nice. Of Time Shopper stuff, just like piles of pogs and cassette singles and all this random stuff.
I want you to cuddle with my box for 5 minutes before you send it out. I want it to smell like Tony when I open it.
I'll do that with all of them, but yours I'll give it 10 minutes.
I just want to be like, you smell the success.
Yes. Smell of success.
Yeah, I also mentioned that Trish wasn't involved or asked to be involved at all.
We did that before, Trish.
Ooh. Dang,
She's
Tony.
jealous. That's a good thing, though.
You did Transformers, Milo.
I was busy. I was busy, though.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be asked so that I could say, no, Tony, I'm busy.
What?
You know, I remember having a couple conversations about My Little Pony's Transformers this year, too. It was just one of the most ridiculous ideas that sounded so perfect that it just kind of fit into everybody's little secondary wheelhouse. And they just gobbled it up.
Yeah, I actually just got the trade for that one. Not too long ago. I showed up.
We had been doing My Little Pony Transformer like crossovers in like variant covers, and like they did some lithographs from basically the beginning of the My Little Pony comics. And they always were sort of hinting or teasing at possibly doing that crossover. And I was always like, you have to do it. It's so cool looking, like those two things next to each other. And it just took them a really long time to finally do it. But yeah, look, I'm glad to hear that you were able to sell a bunch of them, because it
reminds me of like when you could go to McDonald's and you could choose like the girl toy or the boy toy, and it was always like My Little Pony and Transformers or Hot Wheels or Barbie and Hot Wheels or whatever it was. Yeah. So it's kind of like that kind of thing where you could, have a little of each world.
Well, and I mean, it's kind of been evolving and growing. You had Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like 5 years ago, and they milked that for a couple of years, and Ghostbusters X-Files over at IDW, and, all these great little crossover ideas. And it was just like, wow, Hasbro and IDW had all this sitting on the table, and you could have just, greenlit this whenever you wanted to, and to actually go through and do it, and to do a great job at it is half the battle.
Originally, when they were going to do it, it was going to be a much bigger push. Like they were going to package toys together, and like the toys would be like a pony and a transformer and a comic.
That'd be
they were
cool.
going to do stuff like this, like transforming ponies, and it's sort of, everything always ends up once it gets too corporate, it sort of ends up being the least version. But I think also we sort of had more control over what would be cool about it, just having it be the comic. Like you don't have to worry about squeezing in anybody's. Like if they would have put this in there, then we would have had to figure out how to make this G1 My Little Pony make sense in the story.
I have a My Little Pony question.
Oh, jeez.
Come to the right place.
What is it?
So when people think about a subject like comics, your brain doesn't go to My Little Pony. Like, how did you two even get over to My Little Pony? When I think I want to work in comics, everybody always, their brain probably goes big two books, Marvel and DC stuff, even though there's a lot of really cool properties out there. I mean, and you guys sound like you're into it. Like it's, I don't know. I hear you guys talk about pony stuff and you're like, this is cool and that's awesome. And I'm like, it wouldn't even have entered my brain as an option. How did you guys find your way there?
Well, I like animation in general, so naturally, and I draw cartoons, so naturally, I went more toward that because I couldn't draw like a Spider-Man or like my brain didn't go naturally to let me just try and draw Spider-Man real quick. It doesn't work like that for me, anyway. I like cartoons, and I naturally went that way.
So you followed the art path. You were like, all right, they put out the type of art that I like and the characters, and okay, and you found IDW.
Well, Trish came to working on My Little Pony comics through My Little Pony, through the cartoon, through like fandom. I feel like we sort of came two different directions. She came to comics through My Little Pony, and I came to My Little Pony through comics. If that makes sense.
That's cool.
Like,
no, it does.
I was talking to the editor.
We just took two different roads there.
Yeah.
Yours was a lot longer, probably. Mine was more a straight line.
I was talking to the editor of My Little Pony about just working on whatever, and like I said earlier, like I've always drawn cartoony. So when they had this license, he was like, "Oh, I like you. You can hustle. Would you like to do this?" So it was sort of like coming to it from a different direction. And I do hustle. So as soon as I got the job, I just drew it for all I possibly could. And then once you draw a thing for 10 years, a bunch about it.
And I'll just add this to it as well. I actually did a My Little Pony variant early on.
That's number one.
Yeah, number one. It's Dr. Hoobs meets Derpy. And I think Katie Cook was local. There we go. Katie Cook was local to us, and she was like a friend of the store. And so we did that with the entire Detroit retailer community. Well, not about half the Detroit retailers. The half that
I love books like that blowing up. I'm always about like those books that people, there's like a niche fandom for them, and then the more that people hear about them, it kind of just spreads, and it's like wildfire. And you have the whole bronies community. You have
bronies are insane too, Brian. I looked them up after Trish was telling me, I'm like, wait, this is a thing? She's like, this is a thing.
It's a crazy thing.
Right? Like that's not something I ever really knew about, and it's definitely a force to be reckoned with. There's
way to play that off, Laura. Like Ant isn't a brony. Way to play that out.
Sorry, Ant, your secret's out.
Right under the bus.
Hey, real men wear pink and read pony books. Okay.
Amen.
Brian, real quick, I'm getting a bunch of love on all these social platforms. I can put together a mystery box if you want to give away some more stuff tonight, because
there we go.
Awesome, guys. And I got plenty of stuff. You've been here.
So
there's stuff everywhere.
Let's do one, Ant.
Yeah. We'll give something away tonight, you guys. How do we want to do it? You guys got any ideas? Got any cool ideas?
Circle back to me. Jonathan and James will come up with something cool. You guys throw something in the box too. I'm putting you on the spot.
They have to donate.
Not like they don't have badass covers as well.
That's why I'm pointing them out. It's not like they're not, but Jonathan's in their warehouse right now. You can see. Just grab something.
Hold on, zoom enhance. Are there anything good back there?
Yeah.
They got some.
I guarantee it is.
Like me and Brian and Solo are the only ones that haven't created helped create badass covers in this crowd.
Okay, so Kyle, do you want me to tell my Ridley story?
Yes.
While you can still sober enough to hear it. Does everybody want that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make it quick. So we get an order in from an Academy Award. I'm going to keep this vague, but you already know the who they are. So we get an Academy Award winning writer give us an order, and we go ahead and we pull the book, and it was for Convergence Harley Quinn #2 Chip Kid cover. And the kid that pulls the orders for us, he goes into the box and he pulls out we print out a little black and white thumbnail so they know what they're looking for, because the kids that work for me, they don't know every comic. And if you remember, those Chip Kid variants are maybe the worst variants ever made.
Yes.
They're half blue fade and then half blue, kind of the character. And the kid is flipping through the box and he pulls the book out. And we even go through the orders and okay, great. Yeah, that's one of those. Awesome. Send it off. A week later, we get the nastiest email you ever heard from one of the most entitled jerks you ever heard in your life. And it's basically like, I paid $7.99 for this book, and I can't believe that for $7.99, you idiots can't send me the right book. You sent me Convergence Harley Quinn Chip Kid #1. And I'm like, sir, I'm really sorry. The covers look almost identical. Like literally, one is fade from here to here, and 2 is fade from here to here. And I'm like, I'm really sorry, sir. The person who pulls our orders, he as you can see from the cover, it's very similar to the other one. That's no excuse. I paid good money for this. And I'm thinking, Oscar asshole, this is the best part. He goes, I'm writing an important book for DC Comics and I needed this for reference material. Well, gee, being an asshole to one of the most vocal fucking retailers in the industry is probably not the best thing you can do right now when you want to sell a fucking comic book to retailers. So in a couple of the little secret retailer forums I'm a member of, we shared all these emails, and I guarantee you, Mr. Oscar-winning writer and his DC project that I think took like 3 years to get done did not get all of the orders that it was supposed to get.
Yeah. Well, hey, book of the year, baby. It was on the book of the year list.
Well, I mean, clearly it was 18 spaces better than, Dog Days or
Stray Dogs. Yeah, I don't know about that.
So I guess we're being nice to retailers.
Yeah. For all these years.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question, and I've been waiting for Brian to ask it because he asks it every time. What is your first, both Trish and Tony, what is your first published work?
My Little Pony, Friends Forever 33 cover.
I own it. Anthony, did you buy that for me when we did the show with her?
Yes.
I think, Trish, you were like the first interview ever was with Comic Book Women.
I think
we bought it. Mute, Anthony. I bought your cover, the first one you ever did.
Fuck you, Jonathan. I just got to say that real quick. I'm just reading my phone.
So hold on. Is this it?
That's not my cover. That's Tony's
Okay,
cover.
that's Tony's cover. Where's your cover?
My
Hold on.
cover is the incentive, the retailer one.
Hold on. There should be more.
Pictures
All right,
are
hold
down
on.
at the bottom. This is
Because I
the
think
My Little Pony wiki.
all my covers were the retailer covers.
Let me find it. Hold on here.
That's her way of saying they wanted me to do the important covers, Tony.
Yeah.
Not everything that says retailer on it is more important. Come on.
Rude.
My first published book was called In My Lifetime. It was from
that's the one.
Devil Comics. There it is. That's
Beautiful.
the trade paperback cover too. So I guess
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your books that you're searching for tonight on all secondary markets. Trish, very first Trish art in comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Boom. There it is, you guys. There's
All
the
on
next.
eBay.
It's beautiful.
There's the next. What is it? Gem and the holograms. What is
Bartel.
the Bartel. There's the next Bartel for everybody to look out for. My Little Ponies number 33.
And
So,
the print
I think
was pretty low at that period of time too.
yeah, and I think Tony has talked about his book, but I'll let him say it again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was called In My Lifetime. It was from a small press publisher called Silent Devil, 2006. It was an autobiographical comic, black and white book. Print run of probably about 1,000, I would guess.
Hard to find.
Not
It's
all-
the ghost.
didn't set
folks.
the world on fire for a few years after that.
What shows did you sell that one at, Tony?
Every single one. San Diego Comic-Con, C2E2, Wizard World, any place that would have us. Tiny ones, shrine shows in LA, Iowa, everywhere.
Well, there's the 2 books everybody's going to start looking for now. Be on the lookout for these. Go search them out. I'm sure.
I see one on eBay right now for $300 for Trish's first. It's $300.
That's great. That is awesome. I love that. Told you.
Okay, so follow-up question: what's your favorite?
Favorite comic?
My favorite comic?
thing that you've done.
Favorite
artwork.
Anything that I've done?
Or
Bird City Comics exclusives.
Trademark.
Well, like no, legit. Those Goosebumps covers were really good, but I think any of the Stray Dogs images that we've done have been really good. I'm trying to think of I can't put my finger right on one favorite. You're crazy. That's
You're not the first to tell me that, and I'm okay with that. I'm secure in that accusation. You might be pretty accurate.
But yeah, I'm pretty biased when it comes to those covers too. So I pick anyone that has Roxanne the Malamute on them.
Well, Trish, what about your Warcorns cover though?
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys,
my
Garrett
Warcorns
Gunn
cover? That
did
was hot.
a Warcorns cover. She did it for us, and we call it an eyegasm because it's just like boom.
It's just, I used
awesome.
the My Little Pony style, and I put all the Warcorns in that My Little Pony style, which was really fun. And there's lots of explosions and you know, one of them's got a cigarette.
Gunn. Yeah, it's a crayon. That phone call from Garrett Gunn was hilarious. Like he saw it, and then my phone rang, and I'm like, something's wrong. And he's just laughing into it, and he's like, "This is the stupidest, most awesome thing I've ever seen. You have to buy Chrome." And I'm like, "Okay, dude, right on."
Yeah, and the Chrome actually I thought was gonna like really suck it up, but it did a good job making it pop.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. I can't think of how next year is going to be better for you guys, but I really think it will be. I'll be honest. I think
it's going to have to work really hard.
No, listen. 2022 is going to be even better for everybody involved with comics. I'm really I'm really excited for what's coming. You know what I mean? Like 2021 was a shit year, everything involved, but in comics, it was amazing. It was a really good year, and I think it's going to continue. And you guys are riding a wave that is just going to be amazing. And I can't wait to see what's next. Not, even Stray Dog stuff, non-Stray Dog stuff. I'm just excited to see, what you guys have in store.
Can I say something to you, Brian? This year was the year I discovered you guys. I've been around this business for 16. I've been around the industry for 30. This is the year I discovered this exact environment. Before that, it was, hey, I'm this comic book expert, and I'm going to tell you what comic books I think are the best. And hey, I'm going to reread all of these comic books, and I'm going to describe what these are so you don't have to go out and find them. This is the first comic community that dives in deep and makes it part of the entire discussion. It's not about Brian's idea. It's not about Solo's idea. It's not about anyone's particular idea. It's about the community forming the idea and getting it out there to the public. And I guarantee you, I bought into Stray Dogs before as a retailer. Obviously, I got them all at wholesale, and all you chumps bought them at retail. However, I guarantee you the community learned about stray dogs through communities like this. And having Tony and Trish, I watched Trish on Comic Book Women. I watched Tony on here. I watched, Mel talking about it on Drunken Chat. And for me to find this community and really just kind of get into it, I've learned more about a business that I kind of thought I dominated pretty damn good beforehand in just this last year. And to me, the end of the year, I just want to thank you, Brian, because you're here making sure it all rolls, and thank you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Without Brian, this thing would be a fucking dumpster fire.
35 shows a week.
You know me. You don't want me blushing than I already am.
Hold on. I want to piggyback
I
on
love
that,
modern
Brian.
Comic Mayhem.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Hold on. I got to give my speech now to Brian.
Oh,
so I've known
gosh.
Brian for a long time too. Okay. Lots of years too. And
lots.
Brian, you're one of the best people I know.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Because I am very much like Jonathan. That's why he's nodding. And when shit hits the fan, I'm ready to throw fire on it. Like, I want to throw fuel on it. I want to rage and kick walls in. And Brian's like, bro.
We did that recently.
We did. A whole nother story. And Brian talks me off the ledge a lot. But let me tell you, Flipside Channel started Bird City Comics. Brian helped start this company. He has no idea that he even did it. He put me in contact with collectors, and I bought collections through Brian. I watched the show. I was a Wednesday warrior. I had a rep. Stores saw me coming. They knew to hide their shit. And I learned it by watching Flipside. So Brian, big shout out to you, guy. We do what we do, and you and the Flipside crew put us here.
Well, you guys know I appreciate you guys more than ever.
I remember this one time, Brian, where we were at this little VFW looking through comics, and there you were, 2 boxes over from me.
I was
in all his glory.
You were looking at our hands met, let our eyes met.
We invited you to lunch.
40K on your ass this year.
Yeah.
Because Karma dropped 40K on your ass this year. And it
that's
don't do that to everybody, brother.
Hey, that's exactly what I'm talking about when I said, like, the money is flowing, the love is flowing, the community is growing, and especially in a time where we're at right now, it's a crazy world we live in, right? And multiple things have talked about, like, this year was the year for inclusion, this and that, and it totally was. Everybody is included in this community. It's very important that we let anybody in that wants to come in and deal with the assholes when they shouldn't be. But that doesn't mean being a dickhead to them or throwing them off the ledge. It's like, hey, this is what we do. This is what we do. This is why we do it. And everybody coming on and enjoying themselves and talking comic books to get
Just
away.
remember,
from
every
BS.
time you hit a like on the Flipside channel, Brian sells a comic.
Yeah.
And an angel gets her wings and all that stuff.
I'd like to say
a baby's born.
I'd like to say something about Brian too, if I could. Brian, Trish and I have our own gold foil Stray Dogs exclusive available on TonyFleece.com. And when we still have some available of that on TonyFleece.com, gold foil Stray Dogs Dog Days exclusive. When we made that, we were really thinking of you. And when we priced it at only $45 for the foil and a blank cover, we're thinking, like, this is the sort of thing that Brian would really enjoy.
He would really love this.
We hope that
really
you
love
would
this.
enjoy the gold foil Stray Dogs exclusive on TonyFleece.com. $45 comes with a blank cover.
Where is it? Where is this damn thing?
Look, it's not
buy
even
one
up
right
right
now.
Sold.
It's all sold out.
Incredible. Brian, I also wanted to say, just give me one moment and I'll fix it.
Oh, wow.
Look at that sexiness.
Oh, wow.
That's beautiful,
I
Trish.
need one of those.
Yeah, I need one of
It's the other side of the door from the number 1.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous.
That's crazy dope.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And it comes with a blank, not with an illustration on it. It's actually blank.
Trish, do you have enough comic boxes around there to make like a teepee?
I
Like
could
an
build.
igloo.
I could build an igloo out of all of this. Hey, sweet 1 in 50, Bill Morrison too.
Woo.
Y'all should get that. It's awesome.
All right, so
Didn't you do the 1 in 50 for number 2 though?
I did.
It is sexy. I got mine ordered last week, so
I have comics. I don't have enough money in my bank account if you Bird City teamed up. So that's all I'm saying. Is
Start saving up.
I'm gonna have to
Yes.
start like recycling aluminum cans or something because
I hate giving away anything. I'm not gonna say anything, but you guys definitely start putting money in the piggy bank because
Oh god.
Jonathan and James and I get along way too well.
Look at Tony's site with them ponies on there.
So
So
Tony,
nice.
you
Say
never,
something real quick?
Tony never got a chance to tell us his favorite.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
His favorite.
What's your
piece of
favorite,
work.
man?
Oh.
it's the first time you met Brian. No.
Yeah.
That's his
Trish, you've
favorite
never
work.
drawn me as a pony, by the way.
I did draw you as a pony.
You
It was just a
did,
headshot.
you did. Yeah.
I'm
Sure
back.
do.
I fixed that. My favorite comic that we've done outside of Straight
Just
Up or Straight Up.
Any
Any
your
work you've
favorite
done.
piece of work, art or writing that you have done that you have published,
Well,
that you have
Straight
had
Ups,
published
obviously.
or published or whatever. Just your favorite. This piece of artwork really speaks to me because of this behind it.
I'm gonna put Stray Dogs aside because it is obvious by
A
far and
piece?
away my favorite thing that I've done, and obviously it's the best child that I have. It's the most successful one. But
Your favorite child?
I was
that's
gonna say,
right.
your dog or kids are pissed now.
But this year, my favorite other thing that I did was there's a Marvel Gwen Stacy Gambit cover that they're doing like X-Men Gwen Stacy crossover, and I was very happy with the Gwen bit design
Gwenverse.
that I came up with. So yeah, I'll say that. But Stray Dogs, obviously, far and away.
I really thought it was going to be that blank variant Stray Dogs Chewbacca that I had to do for me. I thought that was going to be it, but
That's
Is it Tony?
That's when I drew Gwen Stacy 10 years ago.
Okay.
Look at her with
It's a-
X's for
it's a
eyes, and I
Shang-
love it.
I know, isn't that awesome?
It's a Shang-Chi cover.
Shang-Chi, okay.
For some reason, but you know how they do.
Yeah, they're smart about that over there. Oh yeah. let me see.
Yeah.
Love it. So wait, Trish has more kind of news-ish, right? Trish, are we sharing yet?
What news?
Now we are.
That Trish doesn't want to. Trish is gonna send Bird City some stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a series of these.
Yeah, we're gonna have a whole Bird City Comics.
And I'll take
What?
them there.
No, we're gonna set up a whole tab on our website. We're gonna have a Trish Forsner dedicated button, and it's gonna be anything she really wants to do.
Can't really see them yet. I just did some sketches, but it's Earl.
Can I just say something real quick, guys? If you have not gone to Tony's website,
Tony's got all kinds of OA on his site.
his original art cover. I just bought a cover over there. So,
did you need my address to mail that to me, Dennis?
no, I'm good. I got my address in there.
Oh, well, go back and change it. You put in the wrong one.
No, sorry. You know what? I'm about hits. Oh, that's confirmed. All right, sorry, man.
Oh,
Well,
I need that cover.
Yeah. I
No,
love
seriously, he's got some of the best prices for an artist to hit talent level for actual cover art that you've ever seen.
So let me ask. Let's to end your guys' segment. I don't want to keep you here all night.
Unless
I
you
do
want
want
to stay,
to.
we don't mind.
I want to ask you, coming in the future, do you have spots available for commissions?
In the immediate future, not right now. I'm plowing through some CGC stuff.
Tony,
Yeah,
how
we
are you
forgot
looking?
We forgot to put a limit on the CGC schedule.
Oh no! Oh no!
What was that like? You guys, so obviously you guys went and did that.
You really did just buy a cover. Thank you.
Because I see that mine is grading and encapsulating. So what was that like? There was just piles of books for you guys to sign and draw. Like, you had to be like, holy shit! Was that one of those moments where you're like, I think it's big, and then I do something like this, and it's bigger than I actually think?
They said it was bigger than it was bigger than they thought it would be too. Like the.
I mean, I'm not trying to beat a dead pony here, but I just bought the cover art for a fucking comic book that Tony did that was actually published for $300, and you guys are waiting for a commission list. Just go to his website right now and buy the original art for covers at $300.
Well, the reason
they are awesome.
The reason that I ask about this is because
I mean, they're gorgeous, but
you guys are going to be drawing people's dogs for the end of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I guess
thing.
we're cool with that though. Like I think that's how I want to go out.
Well, you know why I think that's cool because
it's not a bad way to make $1, is it?
No, that's a hell of a legacy.
And I mean, look at that dog. It's unreal. It's cute. It's like I get to look at people's dogs. That's amazing.
Well, not only that, I think that there is something special about dogs and the love they bring upon us as humans. Canines are an amazing species. I mean, cats are great too, but I don't think they show the unconditional. They don't show the unconditional love. All right, unconditional. A cat will tell you to go.
Pound sand in her litter box.
But a dog will always show you love. And I want to real quick on this topic. Quit fucking throwing out fireworks. You're scaring all the damn dogs. No more fireworks. All right.
Hashtag no fireworks.
My 85-pound Malamute is terrified of anything that makes a loud noise. So thunder or fireworks. This dog.
Get a pug. Ours is out the door barking at the sky. Laura, come take my mouse from me because on Tony's website he's got a Battle Pug original art cover. I need you to take my mouse before I click button.
It's very cheap too. Come on.
No, just click the
Laura,
button.
it's a pug. It's Battle Pug.
I mean, it's
we
have
away.
to do it then, right? We have to.
Just gotta click the buttons. It's okay.
It's an investment piece, right?
This was a great decision coming on this show.
The books are sold out again, Tony.
It's always a good decision to come on this show, Tony.
The books are sold out again.
Kyle, are you gonna drink any water at all tonight? Any
like the stuff in the back of the toilet? No.
Just sip a couple sips of water throughout the night. Just a couple.
Whatever, broski. Let me tell you what Laura was doing yesterday.
Whiskey's made with water, isn't it, Kyle?
No.
There's water in whiskey and Red Bull.
There you go.
My buddy called me this morning because we went and hung out last night for New Year's, and he's like, dude, I spilt something on my shirt and I went to like rub it off and I realized my stomach really hurt. It's because Laura punched him twice yesterday because she was drinking vodka.
He asked me to. He's like, punch me as hard as you can. So I did.
And he's feeling it the next day. Good job. Vodka makes her dangerous.
I know. All right, so let's. I saw that Tony, you were doing signings in Colorado. Is that still going on? Did that happen already?
That happened. Yeah, I was at Muse Comics in Colorado Springs, and then I did Iron Lion Comics, also in Colorado Springs, Wednesday and Thursday this week for the Dog Days release.
Nice.
My niece was incredibly sad to miss you. She had to work.
Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry to
She
hear
was
that.
super bummed. I was like,
What about you, Trish? Do you have any signings coming up?
No, not formally. I went down to Third Eye today and I signed some books there.
That's got to be cool.
They had 2 exclusives. They were really cool. So I, of course, just showed up unannounced because that's how I do. And
it's the way you roll.
Yeah, I just walk in the back door. They all know me now. I'm like, hey, what's up, guys?
There's a bunch of the retailers too. There's a bunch of the retailers too that we did exclusive variants with, and you'll be able to get signed copies of those through them. Just because they worked out some sort of deal where, like, we want to make sure that people that are taking a shot. I mean, it's less of a shot this time around, obviously, but there were so many covers that we just want to make sure to, however we can help retailers move those things, we're happy to, to pitch in and help out. So if you've got one of those covers and you're a retailer, feel free to hit me or Trish up, and we'll figure out a way to make sure you can sell them.
And guys, I know you guys got your dance card full, but if you got a new project coming out, give me a holler. I'm totally in. You know that.
I have your information now.
Holler at me first. I call dibs.
And we need you guys out here in Arizona to do a signing.
Fight. Just kidding.
No.
Where are you at? By the way, where are you at in Arizona?
Phoenix.
Oh. You're in Phoenix?
Yeah.
I'm not driving through Phoenix. I'm going through Flagstaff tomorrow.
Ooh, love it.
Not Phoenix.
It's snowing up there too.
Yeah, be
that's
careful
why
going
I'm
that
going
way.
through Flagstaff today. I'm stuck at my parents' house for an extra day.
Hey, you guys ever want to come? I got a house with some extra bedrooms. You guys crash here. We'll do some live streaming.
He'll cook for you all night. He can't help it.
We'll make some Mexican
I'll bring
food.
the booze.
There you go. Kyle, bring the booze, and I'll have a bunch of books, and I'll chain you to a desk and make you
Somebody
sign them all.
sober drive Kyle though.
Yeah.
Does that go for all of us, Anthony? Because I'm on my way if that's the case.
Bring your ass down here. I got you.
Well, one of the things that I think is going to be a big part of next year is trying to meet up as many cons as we can. We kind of pulled it off for quite a few this year at the end of the year, and it was such a great experience after being away from everybody for so long and being able to do that and meet a lot of people in the community. It really was a big moment of the year for a lot of us, and I think next year is going to be even bigger. There's so many different things that are playing behind the scenes. I know the Whatnot app is just flying. The retailers are putting out amazing exclusives, and the community is just going to continue to roll. And the cons next year, if any of you guys out there are able to make it to any cons, do it. Stop by, say hello to any one of us. Come hang out, and it's going to be a good time. What is the first con coming up this year?
It was supposed to be Emerald, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, Emerald got pushed back. I don't know. There's still, I think a lot of the big convention organizers are still figuring out dates.
I'm looking forward to Charlotte. I think that Heroes Con might be a good place to maybe meet up for all of us, in this community, in the content creator community, and all, all of us that are able to do it. If we can maybe meet up at Charlotte this year, I think that would be a great place. Go hit up the East Coast for us West Coast guys and enjoy it.
All right, Laura, rock, paper, scissors, see who goes to Charlotte.
What?
Somebody's got to stay here. Somebody's got to stay here.
Together. No, we don't.
Somebody's got to watch kids. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right, we'll figure it out later.
We'll both go. We'll make it work.
All right, that sounds good. Tie.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming. We appreciate you.
The book is back in stock on the website, guys.
You're damn right, and we're going to end it.
I'll keep an eye on it tonight for the rest of the night too. So if people are watching this on the replay, I'll make sure it stays up.
Yeah.
And Stray Dogs Dog Day is in stores this week. Go ahead and grab it.
FOC for number 2 is on my birthday.
Yeah,
so buy it as my present.
Wait, I asked FOC's on Monday, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
FOC for number 2 is on Monday.
I asked Trish this. Tony and Trish, you guys need to get on Image. Are we going to get a trade paperback for Volume 2?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Wait, Trish, when's your birthday?
Monday.
Mine's Tuesday.
Birthday.
Oh, cool.
We don't care about Cheers Solo. Happy birthday.
I care about Cheers Solo. I care about Solo's birthday.
I'm expecting an extra big gift from you there, Kyle.
No, I'll give you a big gift.
No, I know you will.
All right.
I'm gonna take off.
Thank you, you guys. We appreciate you.
Guys.
We'll talk to you
Good
soon.
see you again, Tony.
Thanks so much for everything.
Continue the year, the great year, and here's to 2022.
And please don't be strangers. Come back and talk comics with us anytime you guys want to.
I'll be back. Let's do after Dog Days 2 for sure, and then we'll take it from there.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks
Thanks,
everybody.
Tony. Thanks, Trish.
Drive safe, Tony. Good to see you.
Yeah, drive safe, Tony.
Will do.
All right, that's what I'm talking about, you guys. What a great part of the end of the year show to have those two on, who was just an amazing year. I don't know. I mean, I've talked about it so much. I think it's book of the year. I got I'm with some of you guys on right now. I want to ask those questions because we've got some big retailers on right now, and I want to know your guys' favorites. I want to know your book of the year. What is your guys' book of the year without being something that you're selling or something? I want to know what really you really enjoyed this year.
Can I just real quick, really quick, and I know this is like off topic, but I feel like we've been doing that a lot tonight.
Hell yeah, keep it going.
I am so happy that those two found the success they did, because you will be hard pressed, and there's some amazing, nice people in comics. You'd be hard pressed to find people more humble and nicer than those two. And it is so amazing that they found the success that they found, and such universal love for the project that they worked on. Because having met both of them, they're just phenomenal people, and it's great to see people like that get recognized.
It's all about karma, man. It really is. It really is. A lot of the people I heard pissing and moaning in 2021 are a lot of assholes. I mean, I'll say it. I'm the asshole who will say there's assholes out there. And guess what? A lot of assholes are bitching and moaning. And it's because they karma'd up their own waters. And then a lot of the people who I see just loving life this year, and Brian, you said it earlier, one of the shittiest fucking years you could have to go through. And there are people who are good, decent human beings that are saying, wow, I mean, it was a shitty year for a lot of people, but I loved it, and guess what? That's because of it.
Yeah. I want to throw this out here real quick. Richie, Horn, Ben, Red Hood, everybody that's out there that if you guys want to jump in, all the playbook guys, anybody that has the link, jump on in. We got some spots available. So.
Yeah, Brian, I'm actually going to hop off, but I'm going to leave Anthony on to answer your question, but I got to go do some kid stuff. Thank you so much for having me on. And anybody that's watching out there, if you haven't tuned into Comic Book Women, we go live every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's a fun show.
If you guys aren't watching it, I don't know what you guys are thinking.
Yeah. Well, before you leave, Laura, I just want to talk about that real quick. One of the shows this year that we've had the most people reach out to us and say how good the show has gotten is Comic Book Women. We've had more people reach out to us and say how great the Comic Book Women show has become. The route that you guys have taken, you've turned that into such a great little spotlight show. The people that you have on, the way that you guys open it up to other females out there in this community. Continue doing what you're doing. Also, make sure you guys go and give a sub on Nearing Nerdvana, a follow, of course, Bird City Comics. Give Mama Comic a follow on IG, Comic Aficionado. Make sure you follow them, and thank you for doing what you do.
You know what everybody loves about you guys? I think that just one last thing before you split. I love the authenticity of all three of you core members. Mama Lucy ain't trying to be nobody but Mama Lucy.
Yeah.
Jen's not trying to be anybody but Jen. You just are you, and we can all feel that. We pick it up. And we know you're authentic. And when you say, oh, I love this book, or I love this cover, or I love this artist, we know you mean it.
Amen.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the three of us, we're genuinely good friends. We talk every single day. So hopefully that kind of comes across in the show too. And you guys are learning stuff. And all the girls out there that are watching, we appreciate you guys so much.
Well, you guys are like, how can we take this show and step it up a notch? And not only did you guys step it up a notch, you guys stepped it up like 4 notches.
Thank you.
Like it's killer. You guys kick ass.
I appreciate that.
Except when Anthony's on it. Get rid of that dude.
I know. I don't know how he keeps hopping into my streams. He just pops up. It's like,
how does he do that? Like you just
like
need
he's
to figure it out.
You. Like he's right where you live.
Like he knows where I live. I think. Yeah, he must.
But you need to figure that out. No.
You know what? You know what's a trip is that when Laura got into the industry, she was learning a lot of it from scratch, and God, I hate this too. She corrects me now, which I hate. She's like, that's the wrong artist. That didn't come out this month. No, you gotta go look at this. And I'm like, oh my God. And she's right. So it drives me completely nuts. But she's really taken a hobby and turned it into something and something that she wasn't into. And she's learned it and she's perfected it. And it's amazing to watch her. I'm a super competitive person, even with my wife. So this is a big compliment for me to tell her that she's amazing and I am afraid to compete with you. But I always go toe to toe.
You might be a decent teacher, but I don't think you can learn anything more you can learn from Jen because she schools me every time I watch that damn show.
It's unfair.
It really is. She's really just a fountain of knowledge. And it literally shames me sometimes how deep she can go on it.
There's 2 people that have been to our house, to our website, or not to our warehouse space, and McClay and Jen were the most impressive. Obviously, McClay, he will dig through a box of crap that I was like, oh, that's nothing. He's like digging. He's like, that's something. This dude, what are you doing? This is something. This is McClay. So then Jen flies in from Chicago. Remember, Lori, we had her over, and she's digging around these boxes. She's like, this is your crap box? I'm like, yeah. She's like, all these books are worth money. I'm like, well, there's a sticky note and a Sharpie. Like, start writing shit out because I don't know. And she was just digging. She's like, that's a key. This. I'm like, oh my god.
She's
dude,
gonna move to Arizona eventually, and she's going to be part of the Bird
She's
City
gonna be the
family.
Bird City
It's gonna
manager.
happen. Yep.
Yeah, she's amazing watching her dig through boxes.
Well, thank you, Laura. We appreciate you.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
All right.
Later.
I want to, real quick, I want to jump in and give a quick shout out to one of our favorite members of this community, ladies and gentlemen, the Mighty Mel V.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
So,
Man, he's been killing it in that pop game on Whatnot now.
Yeah, so he
And if you're
doesn't
not
know we're
spending-
watching him.
If you're not spending money there, I think Jonathan's live right now too. So
So yeah, we're gonna
Pop
jump in on
Ryan is
Jonathan too. Yeah, we're
saying
gonna jump in on
graded
Jonathan.
comics are,
Well, you guys go jump on the app.
He got himself a little spinny thing. Look at him. Look at his display. I love it. Christmas tree little spinny thing. That's the guy right there. I love Mel.
you know his lady got that for him for Christmas too, for sure.
Yeah. Right?
What do you want for Christmas, Mel? I'll take a little spinny thing.
A little spinny mabobber.
Yeah. He had 80 pops he had on the docket tonight. It looks like he's got one more to go. Look at the night he's had, a ton of sales. So shout out to Mighty Mel V, one of our favorites, of course, in this community. I don't think there's anybody with the charisma that Mighty Mel V has. A superstar in
Next
this.
Dennis.
A legend, a total legend, man. No question.
Yeah.
Yep.
So go on there, show him some love. He's got one more to go. Tell him.
And that should say Wonderworld is winning. You're bidding on stuff while we're on. I just saw it.
He's showing some love. Hey, you guys.
That's maybe my business partner back at the office.
Hold on. Where's Mel Shaw? I'm buying everything. Hold on.
He's got one more to go, you guys.
Raise your
It's
hands.
like spending money, right?
Raise your hands. How many of you guys have
I love
one
showing
pulled
the
up
love. I
right
love
now?
showing the love.
I don't have.
love
any.
it too.
What'd you say, James?
I said raise of hands. How many people have Whatnot pulled up on their phone right now?
No, I went on Ben Stein's. I got the notification that Ben went live. I'm like, hey, Ben hasn't been on forever, and he's like, hey, here's some stuff, and I'm like, if you guys are gonna let him give this stuff away, I'll buy it. And I bought like a slab and a couple raw books. And you just got to show the love to your
Look at Wonderworld one. Real quick, what's up, Yeezy? It's been a minute, man. I miss you.
Hey, how's it going, Ant? How are you? I know you've been busy.
You know me, but I'll let you boy tomorrow. I got to take a pee break. I'll be back.
All right, brother.
All
right. Why didn't that send? Did that send? Let's see here. Send. Let's see here. All right, you guys. Also, of course, we got to show some love, like James said. Jonathan, where is he at? He is on here right now too. Hive
You got him.
Comics. Boom, killing it with look at that. Ooh, that is fucking beautiful.
Oh, the 1 in 10, right?
Oh man.
Yeah, I saw the slabs. He stopped by the office today, grab a bunch of stuff. He just kept grabbing stuff, and I'm like, dude, we got to sell on Monday too. Like, why do you keep? And he just like all the best stuff he took for tonight. So our Monday's still gonna be pretty abysmal.
Hell yeah. Matt Roybal, Define 999. How you doing, brother? It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. How are you guys doing?
Year's?
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
What a great year, brother. It's been amazing. I love these end of the year shows when we all just get to reminisce about how the year has been. And I think this year in comics has been amazing. It's kind of been our outlet for a lot of things going on that we've kind of all fell back on to bring us a little enjoyment in our life. And while I have you here, one of the things that really took off this year is foreign comics. I mean, we thought the year before, we thought 2020 was a year where it took off, and then it just continued to, just blow everything away. I think that
there's a lot of growth, man. Growth, amazing growth.
Amazing, like crazy growth. And we should shout out a couple of guys, right? Part of this channel. John Z, been doing it forever, right? He knows this game. Josh Allen, right? Super smart. Rob Fordham, another genius when it comes to this stuff. If you guys aren't following these guys know the international comic scene inside and out. Like,
yeah,
hugely
unreal.
valuable resources.
I think that one of the funny things about this year that was so great in the foreign field is to see a lot of new people kind of that jumped in head first, start taking over, right? Starting to build connections and find new things and all these great stuff. And there was some amazing foreign books that just blew up this year. Matt, let's talk about some of those. One of the ones that I want to talk about that was most recent, I know there were some things behind it that might have been a little weird, but that I don't want to really get too much into that. But I just want to talk about how great it was that Lamole foil variant of the the non-canon Spider-Man.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
It's exploded, and you know, for the longest time, the guys that really knew that scene, we had actually been in contact with those guys down there and kind of figuring out what was getting ready to happen with, of course, the Maestro, Duran, and but then it seemed like it wasn't going to happen, right? You know, there were some licensing issues. Everything got put on hold. Lots of people were like, okay, well, I guess Marvel's lawyers put a stop to it. Boom. Then the comics hit the scene. It's almost like they started getting sold out the back of the con. But I mean, people have taken notice of it. They're super cool. They're you know, there's two types. There's the two types of foils. One of them seems to be a little rarer. Josh would know better than I. He's better. Him and Rob are really into the modern foreign scene. But an amazing book. And I think right now they're going for maybe close to 100, 150, maybe, you know, depending on the different circles. People are asking big money for those books, considering that I think they were for sale for like $19-20 maybe even cheaper.
Yeah.
Josh and Rob will have to talk about it.
But what was interesting, and thanks for Josh for showing up. Ben has got a couple in his hand, and actually, Ben, let me show those real quick because they look even more beautiful. With
Man, listen, I gotta thank you. First of all, Josh hooked me up with these, so like, Josh, thank you again, brother. You are the man. But they are gorgeous. I mean, like, if you want to talk about just gorgeous books and, you know, things I could not be happier to have in my PC. These aren't going anywhere. I don't care if there's spec value behind them. I don't care. Like, these are awesome. So, Josh, thanks, brother. You are the man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Talk about those a little bit, Josh, because those were hard to get unless you had some type of connection, really, right?
Yeah, so it was for La Mole just this past year, and I want to say the yellow was supposed to be limited to like 1,000, and the foil was limited to like 700 or less, or something like that. So it was supposed to be a big deal. Like, they were gonna, you know, release this, and CGC was supposed to be there, and, you know, Jose Luis Duran was supposed to be there signing them. But what I'm assuming happened is, I think I heard Matt talking about it, is, you know, Marvel stepped in the way.
The lawyers.
And, it was like, you know, you guys can't do this, you know, blah, blah, blah. So it seems like, you know, whoever was in charge of La Mole just kind of printed them and was like, you know, F you. Because he ended, the guy that runs La Mole, I'm pretty sure he ended up getting fired after this happened. So
yeah, it created a big scene. And you know what, honestly, what I think happened was they had it all set up. They had the printer, they had the vendors, that everyone was going to handle this book. So it was right there getting ready to happen. So the people that were producing it decide, and the guy, like you said, Josh, the main guy that was running it, they just said, screw it, we don't care, we have everything in place, we're just gonna run it. And so it became like unofficial, right? So you did have to kind of know someone. Josh, how much were they going for? I thought it was like $20 a pop.
I'm pretty sure it was something like that. Like, it wasn't anything more than that. I mean, all those exclusives they do at La Mole, like, if you can actually go there, they're cheap.
Yeah. I apologize. I was just I brought up the La Mole Comic Con, and they have a stupid song that plays, but just like I can't shut it off. But
I met this guy like 10 years ago, and he came to the retailer summit at San Diego Comic Con, with his whole family. His mom was there. I want to say this was like 10 years ago, and he was probably like 18 to 22-ish. And one of the nicest kids ever. So, you know, I hope they do good with this. But, yeah, they've been putting out great product for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, they were one of the first people to actually kind of reprint those variants. And I remember at the time there was a lot of people that, you know, kind of up in arms about it. They felt like it maybe devalued what they, you know, the originals, but they kind of they started changing it up a little bit to really found their niche in the collecting community. I love that that there was something about the fact that they kept it to where only people, you know, there could get them. You couldn't, you know, it's hard to put in orders for them. They don't sell outside, you know, international. I think that's important for cons like this. What do you guys think about it? Matt, what do you think about that?
I think it's awesome. I think that, you know, we forget that there's some cons overseas that are massive. There's one in Brazil that I think is bigger than the San Diego Comic Con. There's more people that actually go through there. There's one in the Philippines. It's the I think it's the Oceania Con of some sort that's huge and has, you know, I mean, it's great. And I mean, with some of these cons, they can decide the amount that they want to print, right? So I think you actually, as far as rarity, you're going to get, you know, smaller amounts, and I think it's just great for the collectibility.
Well, it's not just that. Also, it's, you know, we get pretty spoiled here in America, but a lot of people have to understand, you know, when we go, oh, it's only $20. People are coming here. You know, I'm not making this anything more than it is. People are coming here from that country because $20 is a lot of money.
Yep.
$20 there might as well be, you know, $100 here in some regards.
Yeah.
So, you know, we got to respect that. You know, it's one of those things. And hey, if these guys are buying them for $20 and flipping them to us, oh my God, the Delato poster there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
You know, if people are buying those for 20 and flipping them to us for, you know, 40 or 60 or 100, that might be their entire nut for that month.
Oh yeah, we know. Ask Josh. We know sources that are basically feeding their families, paying their rent, and actually doing really, really well. Just finding stuff, whether they be comics, whether they be other collectibles, and putting them on American eBay or selling them directly to the kind of niche markets that are seeking it out. So like the group on Facebook and followers of the show. So all the more power to them if they can do that. And it enriches our collecting here in the States, and it enriches the collecting all around the world, because that's, you know, Brian, the other big thing about this is we've got friends into comics, into producing comics from all over the world. Like our friend Ilka in Turkey, and Paul Nichols runs a shop in Australia, and I mean, it's been awesome to meet all these different people from around the world. I know Josh. I mean, Josh has become an excellent sourcer. He finds stuff from all over, and you have to put in the work. You gotta put in the work and contact those people and build relationships. It's fun, man, and it's only getting crazier. Like you said, Brian, the foreign market is growing. People are realizing there's money in it. New people are coming in, dropping some coin, cashing out at some, you know, different parts. It's really exciting.
Well,
I like that you said that too, because like we dabbled in it a little bit. Hive did this year, right? We got hundreds and hundreds of the Delato Star Wars and a bunch of other foreign stuff.
Beautiful.
Dealt with like the saga stuff. We ended up with 100 copies of the sagas that came in, a bunch of stuff, right? But like, we actually, our contact in Italy, the guy that we ended up meeting through comics, he was a what was he? A travel agent in Italy. And so during the pandemic, like, he was jobless, and he's got kids and a wife and all these things. And I remember him reaching out to us, and we're making, you know, money hand over fist on these Delato Star Wars. And I remember him reaching out to us, and he sent us extra books. He's an artist too, and he sent us drawings in a package. And he goes, "Hey, I sent you guys a thank you gift, because," he goes, "I want you guys to know that, like, you guys doing what you've done helped me like keep my house and keep food on. And it wasn't
That's
even a
awesome.
thought. It wasn't something we'd even thought about. And we're like,
Yeah.
holy shit! Like I didn't even like we knew what he did for a profession. We're like, this guy's been out of work for 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, man,
You
that's
know?
awesome.
But it
man.
created such a good bond now that like even Jonathan and I are talking about. So there's a convention in May in Italy. We're planning on going there just so we can hang out with him and Annabelle Kirby.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Pick up some
sweet.
Italian
in
pornos.
foreign comics, so we want to meet him. We want to meet his family, and he's so excited to have us. And like none of that would have happened without that, you know. And it's
The Hive Comics Italian porno exclusive.
no, dude. If
Anything
we end
that
up
says Chicharina.
going to that convention, you wait till you see the stuff that we do with Annabelle Kirby for that.
Keep me
That's awesome.
updated on that, man, because
yeah.
if you're really thinking about doing that and there's a way to pull it off, I might jump on with you because
Brian, we're going, man.
Okay, all right.
Is it Lake Como?
Yeah.
Okay, I just told Laura that right now. I'm like, we're going to Italy in March. And she's like, why?
We know people in Italy that probably would help you guys out too. I mean,
Yeah. That one's on my radar.
In our group, there's like
Oh.
Josh, there's like 15 people from Italy in our group.
Yeah.
We said, hey, we got some friends going over there. Show them a
When
good
in-
time.
when in March?
I bet you that could happen.
It's in May.
Well, it's funny
in
too
May?
because she came. Is it in May? Because when I came up to her, I said, "Look, we're gonna go to Italy in May or whatever it was." Because I just saw it. She's like, "Oh, that's so romantic." Wait, is it for comic books? And I'm like, "Yes." It's an art convention, and we're gonna go. And
So it's
my
still
wife did the same
romantic,
thing.
just not as romantic.
She's like, "Oh, that's
Yeah.
so sweet." Wait a second. And I'm like, "That's right. Wait a second."
Well, Hive Comics, can I bring this back around to, and also to what you said, Wonder World Comics, about the American dollar. That's the other thing we got to remember too, that having access to the American dollar and having access to other people that might buy stuff from someone that you know as a source, you become like a go-between. So you're like in the middle of the stream there.
Well, and it's one more
it's an
thing
ecosystem.
One more thing that I've discovered over the last 2 years is, I have all the opportunities in the world right now. I choose who to spend my money with. You know what I'm saying? And I choose to hold that money back to spend it with people who have earned it, who deserve it, who are reciprocal. You know what I'm saying? And I think over the last 2 years, that's one of the biggest lessons I've learned, which is keep your circle nice and tight, reward the friends that are in it, and I don't give a fuck about everybody else.
Yeah. Well,
Comic karma, man. Keep it flowing.
There is something I want to talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up because I've had quite a few conversations with people within our circle the last couple weeks about this fact alone, and that I think 2022 is it's got to be a hybrid, right? It's got to be community inclusion. It's important who you have in your corner, but it's also important to keep that corner, that circle, not necessarily small, but with people that
tight.
Yeah, tight. Keep it tight. It's very important that we build these friendships, these lasting friendships. We have people in our community that are stand-up people, that are people that we would want to. There's a local hip hop artist in Arizona that's got one of the best taglines that I absolutely love, and his tagline is "Break bread or play dead." If I can't go sit down and have a meal with you, if I can't invite you into my house, if I can't go and when you're in town, you hit me up and go, hey, a perfect example of this is Nate from Trial by Gods, a great community member, hits me up and goes, hey man, I'm coming out to Arizona. I'm going to hang out with my best friend. I got a ticket with your name on it for the Cardinals game. That's what I'm talking about. Going to a con and having meals after the con with people, meeting people in your local area, and going and hanging out with them or whatever. Keep that circle tight.
Brian. Sorry, who was talking?
I was just gonna say real quick. It's funny that you mentioned Nate. Like whenever Sean was traveling through town to Houston, he hit me up and was like, "Hey, I'm coming in town. because I'm going up to Dallas for the game for Thanksgiving. I was like, okay, cool. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna hit you up when I get into town. I was like, all right, cool. And then I found out like, oh, it's Sean's birthday that he's coming by. I was like, oh, that's crazy. So I was like, hey, let me invite Nate and we can all hang out. So we ended up hitting up a few spots I knew downtown. And then
Bellum, baby.
Yeah, it was funny too because like we went to a comic book bar and we pulled out keys out of on the rack because they just have like comics you can read as you're drinking.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So Brian, along with what you said there is I've known Tony for I don't know how many years. I've never asked him for a favor. He's never asked me for a favor. We've just been cool with each other. I see his name pop up. Oh yeah, I like Tony. Boom, boom, boom. I think we ordered like 50 Stray Dogs. Okay, great. Illust Illuminati, Javon. I've been friends with that guy for at least 10 years, maybe 9, 10 years, 11 years maybe. I've never asked him for a favor. He never asked me for a favor. We've just been cool with each other. And in 1 year, both of those guys hit like a goddamn monsoon. And like, I'm like, hey, Javon, I'm going to be doing this Whatnot sale there at C2E2. You want to pop by the booth? And he's like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, I'm there.
That's
dude,
important.
we tore it the fuck up.
Yeah,
It's
so important to have those.
Right. It wasn't about, yo, you did this favor for me back in that day. Hey, will you do this for me since I haven't called you in 5 years? Nah, dude. When we were just commenting on each other's Facebook posts and enjoying whatever we were doing, it's all good, and then all of a sudden you come around and it's like, dude, I still haven't asked him for a favor other than, hey, do you want to drop by the booth and make some money for yourself? And that's what it comes down to, man.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that money-making aspect, because that money-making aspect has really opened wide for a lot of people in this community. I think at the beginning of this year, we were all very big on secondary market and this and that. And it's grown so much. There's been a couple apps that have just been monsters, new apps, of course, Whatnot. I still love Shortbox for graded books. Of course, there's other great secondary apps, Mercari. What's the other one? The Hip Comics or something like that? Anyways, what I'm getting at is starting this year, we are now in a space where no longer is it $20,000 and the tax man isn't really taking a look at you. Now it's $600, and all those places are going to start sending us, things from the tax man saying, now you owe. And it's going to be a very big part of our year next year. And it's a joke for me to say it, but I kind of feel like one of the things that it's forcing a lot of us to do is how to figure out how to launder money. Like,
no. Can I stop you right there, Brian?
Yeah.
I think people are going to revert to checks.
It's real easy. It's real easy to take that attitude. I get it. Blah, blah, blah. But let me say this. When you cross that whoever that was that said, I just crossed the $600 threshold today. All right. I hit that point in time back in the early 90s where, setting up at flea markets, and then you get to a certain point where you're like, holy shit, did I just do $3,000 in a weekend in 1995 selling Transformers? And this is the moment in time you have to take a real good look at your reflection and go, what do you want to do with that? Do you want to squirrel that money away and crawl underground and not pay? And hey, dude, trust me, I'll take every deduction I fucking have. But if you want to pay your fair share and make these fucking wheels keep rolling on all the roads, you need to look at this moment in time and go, maybe I should take this money and go fucking legit.
Amen.
Maybe I should be the most legit motherfucker out there making $600 a day.
Yes.
And guess what? I made that decision. I piss my fucking accountant off every year when I bring this giant mess of fucking receipts in there and go, hey, make sure I don't have to pay as much taxes as I'm supposed to.
Deductions.
Yeah, this is your moment in time. When you go see Spider-Man with your girlfriend and you buy the $20 popcorn and you got your $50 receipt there at the thing, guess what? If you're legit, that's a $50 write-off.
Yep.
There you go.
So how do you be legit? Wookie Father asks. I think that here's the thing. There's two roads. You can be you can get an LLC, or you can just be a proprietor. What do they call that?
Contractor.
Social. What is it? Sole proprietor. And anybody that sells anything on a secondary market, eBay, Mercari, whatnot, you're already a sole proprietor. Period.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you don't
go to your state and get a TPT license. Just get a TPT. TPT is a reseller license. You don't have to.
It's different in every state. But you need to get your state and federal tax ID number. And then you need to file a DBA in usually it's in your county or it's your state, doing business as, and just become legit. Take that $600. I guarantee you the filing papers are nowhere near $600. You then become legit tomorrow.
Yeah, and it is different in every state and other countries. So I definitely want to say the most important information that you can take from this right now is two things. One, keep good records, right? Keep good records and talk to a tax guy. Don't fuck around. Talk to a tax guy.
Don't listen to us.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian's second point there is the most important, right? Find
talk
an
to a
accountant to
professional.
help you. Don't try to do it on your own. The cost of
Dude,
hiring
H&R Block
someone.
is free.
Right.
H&R
it was
Block
a
will talk to
pain in
you
the ass.
for free and tell you what you need to do to work with them.
I will say there's two things I see happening, or one thing I see happening out of this. I think a lot of people are going to realize, like, okay, maybe when they have to start treating it like a business, maybe some people actually realize this could be a business. You know, there's so many great avenues. Like you were listing off a bunch of apps and places. I think there's no reason. We know Jonathan and I have a really good buyer from us. He might even be in the chat tonight. Always buys from us from whatnot. He's a local, and he's an electrician. He doesn't make pennies. The dude does very well for himself. But he's considering going full time to selling comics because of the experience he's had on whatnot and eBay recently. And he's just like, I might be able to give this a go. Where he's gonna have a career now that he truly enjoys. At the age of he's like in his early 50s, and he's gonna have a career that he actually enjoys for the first time in his life. And I think hopefully that's what comes out of this, is it kind of pushes people to maybe treat it more like a business. But I will say this, my biggest piece of advice, this is the first thing my accountant told me when I started my first business 8 years ago. Start a bank account, and the only money that goes into or comes out of that account is business expenses. And if you do that at the end of the year, when you go to your, like, whether that's your PayPal goes into there for your sales or whatever, right? At the end of the year, when I go to do my taxes, and I'm sure Dennis does it the same way. I'm sure Anthony does it the same way, right? Guys that have been doing this, we take those statements. I do mine every quarter. I print off my statements. I take them to my accountant. He puts them on file. The end of the year, I go there. He looks at my bank statements, and then he goes, "Do you have anything unclaimed through PayPal?" If the answer is no, what he's got is all the paperwork he needs. He does my shit, and I'm done. You know, it's that simple. I don't have to keep receipts. I don't have to do anything like that because it's all itemized in statement. So when you guys go into this year, if you guys are going to be selling comics or flipping comics, like when I buy bags and boards, that's an expense. And that's not just because of Hive Comics. That's the way I've been doing it for 4 years. My bags and boards are an expense. Anything, when I go to my LCS on Wednesdays, that's an expense. But because I use that one card, I don't got to keep a stack of receipts. I just print off my statement. I take it to my accountant and say, "Here, you do your job."
There you go.
Yeah.
So
just remember, half of Walter White's problems came from hiding the money.
Yep.
The other half
and the
other
mob
half was making the meth.
And the mobs and most gangs and any organized crime, right? Like
that was only
the other half. Was a pain in the ass.
Hey, did you guys know that the lady that owns that house in Albuquerque, they had to put a fence in front of the house so people would stop throwing pizzas on her roof?
Yeah, I got a buddy that goes there for work, and he stops by, and it's coned off. There's even a sign that says, "Please don't throw pizzas on the roof."
Awesome. People, fans, it's like their one fucking dream, right? To go and pretend to be in that exact scene and throw
Yep.
that pizza on that poor lady's
summer,
roof.
I took my kids to Chicago, and we went up and visited all the John Hughes film
I
locations.
saw that. That was cool.
And
That
we
is
went out.
super awesome.
We pull up in front of the Home Alone house, right? And my daughter's like, "This is really creepy. We shouldn't." I go, "Let's get a selfie in front of it." And they're like, "No, this is really creepy. These are somebody's house." And literally within a minute of us pulling up, a car pulls up, takes a picture, gets out, takes a selfie. She's like, "Okay." While we're setting up for the selfie, another car comes by, blah, blah, blah. Now they're advertising it on Airbnb that you can rent the house at Christmas time for $1,000 a night. And it's just like, you know what? You either lean into it or you get the fuck out, because at the point at which you clean the 20th pizza off the roof, you just fucking, hey, do you guys want to buy a pizza? Just scoop the pizzas off the roof.
Make the money,
Go out
yeah.
in front and say, hey, for $20 you can throw this pizza up there.
You know what?
Yeah.
I read that pizza take was done in the first take. He nailed that the first fucking time. Literally, like, got it right up there.
Nice.
So.
All right, so I've got a bunch of you on right now. I want to do one of the things that I really wanted to talk about was favorites for this year and kind of reminisce for this year. And so I'm gonna go person by person and kind of ask. And if you don't have one, that's fine. But we're gonna start off, of course, the big one with covers. I think covers are a big deal for comic collectors. First thing you see, what brings you into the book, especially on new books. Artists always get the love in the creator community. And there's been quite a few covers this year that have just been phenomenal, absolutely amazing. And I want to get your guys' thoughts. Dennis, go ahead and start, brother.
Go for it.
I'll tell you what. And no, I'm not going to say any of my covers. Cover of the year for me, the one that when I got, well, actually, I'm going to go two. But for me, the first one, when I got it in my hands, I was just like, holy shit. All the pictures I saw of this don't do it justice. And that's number 1 or 2, the Misfits cover.
Yes, that's number 2. Yeah.
2, yeah,
so
that's 2.
We're going to bring that up here real quick.
And I think that was hands down. It was an homage. It was beautiful. It was perfectly done by Gallagher. And you on every level, that book for me, and the only thing that even came close to it, for me was at the end of the year. And when I got that Daredevil homage, Stray Dogs. Or no, Good Boy. I'm sorry, Good Boy. That Daredevil 181 homage, I think
gun,
it is.
Yeah, the yellow and red one. Yeah,
the yellow and red gun one. Mm-hmm. That's the only one that, in my mind, holding it in my hand, and I mean, fuck, I've touched every goddamn cover there is. It's a matter of, it's got to resonate straight into your cortex for you to remember it as good as it is. And those 2 books this year, I mean, just God damn it.
Yeah, beautiful.
And I'm looking at it, I'm like, is that a photo cover? And then he painted over it? No, he painted every square inch of that.
Yeah, John Gallagher, I think, started off the year as the hottest artist in the game. I think he hit us out the gate with those Ha-Ha covers that were just amazing. He did multiple covers this year that were amazing, but I think those Ha-Ha covers really, cemented his place as one of the creators of the year. And there was a couple of books that he did. So Ha-Ha, and what was the other one, Dennis?
Good Boy, number 1, Daredevil homage. That's all I can think of what it's called.
Okay, let me look this up. Daredevil homage for Good Boy, number 1. Let me see if I can find
the revolver, and it was it was beautiful.
Exclusive Daredevil homage. Okay, here we go. So this is it. There you go.
Yeah, Comic Con line. Is that what it is? I don't know. These guys.
Yeah. I don't know.
I saw somebody share it, and I was like, "Oh fuck yeah!" And I bought like 4 copies of it, like instantly. Oh yeah.
Same.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Okay, who wants to go next?
I got a couple. So one of my favorites was supposed to come out this year, but didn't. So I don't know if it counts. It doesn't count. You had to order it this year. but it was Red Sonja #7, Carla Cohen, the 1 in 30, where she's licking the sword.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
is.
that cover was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring this up. They actually did a. They actually kind of did something that they changed it up a little bit, where they did almost like a negative version of it, right? Or
They
like
did a neon, which you can buy now, but you had to buy this one back in November, if I'm not mistaken. But I thought this fucking cover killed it. Absolutely love this one. I don't think it comes out until next month, but you had to order it back in, I want to say early November to get this book.
Can I say something about Carla Cohen? So the first person that told me about Carla Cohen, or that peeped me to Carla Cohen, was Laura from Bird City Comics. She hit me up one day and she's like, "Who's Carla Cohen? I got to get her. I got to get in touch with her. She's so amazing." And so I start following Carla Cohen on Instagram, and it is one of the better Instagram follows. She puts out she gives original art available to sell. She's got some of the most gorgeous original art out there available. She just recently put up this beautiful Mary Jane piece that she was selling. Just a great artist, and I can't wait to see what's gonna come for her in the future. So great book. Any other ones, Ben?
Yeah, I got one other one. This was a NYCC exclusive. It was the We Live Dan Quintana #1, the bubblegum variant. Phil hooked me up with this book, Vintage Comics. Just absolutely loved it. Dan Quintana, I think, is one of the more underrated artists right now. His stuff is off the fucking hook. But big fan of this cover. It was limited to, I think,
But
500.
what if Red Sonja was blowing a bubble and poking it with a sword?
Well, yeah, then you couldn't get that book. It would have been sold out in 2 seconds. So,
So let me make sure this is it. Is it a Oh, okay, yeah, here it is. Hold on here.
It was a Trinity Comics, I think.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, it was Trinity. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a big fan of this book. I think it was absolutely stunning. Just a special book. So, and I like bubblegum covers, so whatever that's worth. So
hell yeah. James, what do you got?
I'm gonna go with a book that brought this artist into our view for Hive. We have a lot of big stuff planned in the future, but I think that Wonder Woman Black and Gold 4B, the Simone DeMeo.
Yes, that cover was awesome, man.
If that was a 1 in 25, that would be a $200 book.
I could not fucking agree more. That book was beautiful. Holy shit. And I felt like I was the only one who felt that way. Good call, man. I love that.
Hold on, let me find this one. Is this it right here? This is hard to bring.
DeMeo is completely
Is this it?
underloved. I mean,
No.
he is brilliant, man. No, it's it wasn't a ratio. I think it was just a cover B.
No, it's 4B, issue 4B of the Wonder Woman Black and Gold.
It was so good.
Go to My Comic Shop. They've got it on there.
There we go. Black and Gold 4. There we go. We'll find it here. League of Comic Geeks. Shout out League of Comic Geeks. This one
That
right
one-
here.
that one on the right.
No,
No,
the next one. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, that's
That
so
one, yeah.
good.
Oh wow. Oh yeah. You're right. Is this it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So the Wonder Woman Black and Gold stuff was just hands down multiple great covers for each issue.
It was so well curated. That
yes.
entire series and the covers was so well curated.
Yes.
DeMeo
Amazing.
though is so good. I mean, some of the stuff he's doing on the Robin covers, and on top of that, I talk to him all the time on IG. He's the nicest guy.
Oh yeah.
In the world, like he will interact with you. Like he is amazing. Have you got? Have you guys done anything with him? I mean, I'm sure
we've got something. We've got something coming up in March, and then we're gonna be working with him a lot in 2022.
Good.
We actually tried to get him on 2 different covers, but we got him confused with another artist, and so we ended up finding the wrong artist. But we made that mistake. We fixed it. The other artist made some amazing covers for us, which we'll be like letting everyone know about over the next month. But yeah, we reached back out to Simone and Simone's art rep, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna we're gonna keep you busy. So
I think it's a brilliant choice.
And it's because of this cover. I mean, Jonathan's not even a DC guy, and he saw this cover and he goes, "We need to get this artist on stuff." And I'm like, "Absolutely, 100%." Because
I thought this was the most underrated cover of the year.
I agree. And like I said, if this was a ratio, this would be a $200+ ratio.
Yeah, it's nice. You got any others that you like?
Oh,
yeah, a lot of them, right?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get obscure with stuff, right? I don't know. Circle back to me. I'll have a good one.
All right, who's next?
I'll do one real quick.
Okay.
This was a haha cover, and it was a Breakfast Club homage that I showed a while back. And I
Hold
just
on,
think
I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, it's the haha Breakfast Club homage, and I just like anytime that there's something like this that I find, I like. There was no dollar amount that wasn't going to stop me from
that pose.
Oh damn! I never saw this. This is awesome.
Holy crap!
Like I saw it on a Whatnot sale or a Facebook Live sale, and I was like, I don't care how much this is, I have to own this book because Breakfast Club is one of those movies where anytime they do something for it, I have to have it.
Yeah, man, Judd Nelson, man, that's like right at the end of the movie, man. That's awesome.
Yep.
It's just that's it.
I partied with Judd San Diego like 20 years ago.
He grew up in Maine, where I grew up in. Like that's where he's from. Is like, and nobody grows up in Maine who turns into shit. So whatever, man.
Well, he's really good friends with Kevin Eastman and Simon Bisley, and I was hanging out with them, and they like, hey, can my buddy Judd join us? And I'm thinking, Judd Hirsch, Judd, and Judd Nelson just jumps over the fucking fence, and he's hanging out with us the whole weekend. It was fucking hilarious.
That is awesome.
Fucking awesome is that?
You got any other ones? Who's next?
How about the Deadly Class 47, the B cover of Jeff DeCall?
Oh, yeah, it was on my list, Aaron. Yes, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good. So good.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring that up here. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
wow. That is gorgeous. Tony from Blue Green Artifacts is here. What up, Tony? Thanks for jumping back on.
What's up, guys?
If we're talking about these, and I want to, because this is the best one by far, but 49 by J.G. Jones, cover B, was also fucking brilliant. Brilliant cover.
49 said?
I've got my
J.G. Jones, yeah. B.
It's gorgeous.
I've got my other one. If you want to circle back.
Yeah, I will for sure. This is amazing. Love this. Holy shit, that is
Look
good.
at her Misfits t-shirt. She's in the background. I mean, it's so awesome, man.
Nice. Beautiful. Love J.G. Jones. J.G. Jones hit some amazing covers this year. He's feeling, at the time that we talked to him on the show, make you guys go check out the interview. Shout out to Drew from Wanted Comics for, doing an amazing cover with J.G. Jones, the Primordial one. And J.G. came on and, he's in better spirits. His health is starting to get better, and it's amazing to see him back at work. Let's hope for better health and more great covers in 2022. All right, James, what you got?
Well, I dug into Primordial, right? Because I think the covers that were done for that were phenomenal. And ours was the best, but if I had to pick a second best, the Sad London Comics, the Primordial they did, it was a John Gallagher cover.
Oh yeah, here it is right here. Let me go ahead and bring. Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah. Why won't let me bring this up? Open image in new tab. Yeah, there we go. Is that it?
Yeah. Wow. I think that might be one of Gallagher's best covers.
Yeah.
That is badass. I didn't see that. That is awesome, man.
Yeah, that is beautiful. That's a good one. John Gallagher just really killed it, man.
That's actually kind of amazing, though. Too, look at the people we got here, guys. We've pulled up now 3 covers that 50% of this dais never saw.
Yeah.
Right.
That speaks to the volume of the tent posts, like Brian was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Hell, we're all part of the same little community right here, and we don't even know all the covers that are coming out.
Yeah. Who's next?
I'll go ahead. I got a few.
Let's have them.
So I think my top one would have to be the Department of Truth 9. It was the Chinth Potter Banksy
yeah.
homage.
Oh yeah, that
yes,
you just stole
yes,
mine, man. I love that. Department of Truth
Stole mine too,
9.
man.
Yeah. I want to talk about this real quick. I'm glad you brought this up. Hold on here. This is one of the best covers that I've seen in a long time. It hit that perfect storm. Great pick here, Josh. It hit the
But
perfect
he's
storm.
local here.
Yeah, he's local to Arizona, which is amazing. It
So
blew
I
me
have
away.
a flyer with him that he did that, and it's signed.
Oh, that's pretty
Amazing.
cool.
That's awesome.
So he works at a comic book store that I go to.
Yeah. So he
Not for long.
Yeah, not for long.
Not for long.
I remember
right.
the
Not for
first
long.
person that talked to me about this was Tony, Blue Green Artifacts. Tony brought it up, and I remember I saying to him, he brought it up for a Spec 10 list. If you guys don't know, the Spec 10 show was a really great show where everybody kind of puts books up for submission and people vote on it and, to put on the list. And when Tony put this book in the list, I remember looking at it and it was selling for like $150 at the time, $100 maybe. And at that time we were kind of thinking maybe the Spec 10 list should be like books that aren't so expensive and so hard to get, which was not the best way to do it. We've changed it obviously. And I remember him talking about this, and I went and looked at it again when he brought it up, and I even said to him, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if we can put that on a list, but I'm definitely buying one, man. Like this is one of those books that just made me go, holy shit, I need to own one of these. Great pick, Josh. All right, what's the other one?
So my second one would probably be Ice Cream Man 26, the Miguel Mercado Scream homage.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I don't know that I'm familiar with that one.
Oh,
Man 26. Yeah, it's the yeah.
Fun fact about this: did you know that's the most common, or that's the most stolen painting in the world?
Yep.
Stolen as in the actual art, or like
Yeah, it's been stolen multiple times.
Yeah, like the actual and they don't even know if they have the original actually, because there's also different versions. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, this is one of those art pieces that every chick that you went and hung out with in college had in her apartment, right?
Hey, not to derail this real quick, but when we're done with this, let's talk about redoing comic art, which I think became somewhat of an issue this year. When we're definitely going to talk about that. That's coming up for sure. Got it.
All right, you got any more, Josh?
My last one would probably be it's a cover Hive did for Niobe and Dura.
Yeah,
I mean I can't wait to get those in my hands. I mean,
they're
it's a
shipping
gorgeous
to us
cover
right now. They're shipping to us right now from Sebastian over at Stranger.
So which copy is that? What is it? It's Niobe and how do you spell Dura?
Dura, it's just D-U-R-A.
It's Niobe and Dura.
Yeah,
okay.
Dura.
All right, let me look this up. Oh yeah. This is it this one right here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Ooh.
Oh man, that is beautiful.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
And I just say, so I own a tattoo shop in Salt Lake as well, and the artwork for this hangs in my shop against this beautiful like early 1900s brick wall with track lighting, and every single person that walks in my shop goes, which one of your artists drew that? Like they all want a tattoo from the person that painted that. And I'm like,
I remember when you were on
this
the
guy isn't
show.
a tattoo artist.
I remember when you were on this show and you got that artwork and you had it right behind you.
So one of the things that I think is awesome. One of the things I think that is awesome about James is the fact that he has all this great art in his shop, and we need James to do a walkthrough of his shop. And put that up. We want to see it, brother. So
I got a Banksy. I've got some shit from we had a 5-foot canvas from a local graffiti artist that does phenomenal work. I've got tons of really cool stuff. I've got the coolest thing in my shop right now is I had a friend of mine. It's actually one of the guys that owns the Nerd Store. He went to an estate sale and he knows, like, if you see anything old in tattoo, grab it. He grabbed it's a pamphlet from the late 1800s that was like given out at the county fairs and it was like a 5-page thing about the story of one of the original tattooed ladies, about how like she washed ashore on an Aboriginal island and they tattooed her, and it's crazy. But yeah, it's an old 1800s pamphlet that I've got framed up in the shop. and a bunch of pops and all sorts of weird shit. But
That's crazy, man.
yeah, we'll have to do that sometime. Do a walkthrough. I got some really cool art in there.
Hey, Brian, because since we're talking about Banksy, can we talk about one other Banksy homage that flew under the radar this year, by any chance? Do you mind?
Yeah, for sure. What is that?
It's a Department of Truth number 10. I thought I just saw this like last week. I totally missed it, but I thought it was really well done.
Yeah, this is a I agree with you. It's done very well. Let me go ahead and bring this up in a new tab. I don't think it's as good as the other one, but Banksy is just such an amazing
Well,
name.
what I like about this is enjoy your life with the F kind of blooded out.
The enjoy your life.
Yeah, there's just something really clever to this. I thought that was well done. So
I like that it was done like show bills. Guys like they throw them up on the wall real quick and throw that lacquer over the top of them and they move on. I like that this one was done like a show bill almost. At least the
This
back.
is the same Chin Potter, right?
That's right.
Chin
Yep,
Potter.
that's exactly right. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
He had some he had some cool Ice Cream Man covers too. 20, 26, 27, something like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chin Potter, just like Gallagher, I think came into this 2021 like they came into the last of 2020 really strong, and it carried out through the entire year. You know, I think a lot of people didn't really know who Chin Potter was going into 2021, and then a few months into it, everyone knew who Chin Potter was.
Yeah.
Same with Gallagher. Everyone knew who Gallagher was. So
let me
We need
find
to get him on the show.
Yeah,
Carla Cohen.
I'm gonna work on that.
Carla Cohen's IG. What's her IG?
I know this is a Hive cover that fucking killed it.
Yes, it did. Holy shit! Yes, it did.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
It's one of my favorites. Yeah.
The Ice Cream Man one?
Yes.
we had so much fun going down that rabbit hole because Jonathan and I sat there one night and wrote up a list of like 20 pre-code horror covers, and we sent them all off to the artist, and we're like, dude, just pick some. What's wrong with these?
So let's see here. This is Carla Cohen right here. So you can find her. It's at Carla Cohen Art. At
Jesus
Carla
Christ,
Cohen
Brian,
Art.
check your shit on Instagram.
All right. Yeah.
He's a popular guy, man. Come on.
Right?
This is the piece of art I was talking about that she put up for sale. Look how beautiful this is. Just absolutely amazing. So there's that.
And she's always doing that. She's always putting pieces of art up.
Yeah.
That are buyable by her fans, which is awesome.
Yeah. Who's next? Tony, you got any covers? Favorite covers?
Yeah, I could throw a couple out. I'll repeat what you said, and Josh, you stole mine. I was going to talk about the Banksy too. No, I love that cover, man. I don't know if one thing exciting about comics in the last few years is it is becoming, the art is becoming front and center. You know, we've always had great artists involved in comics over the decades since the beginning, but the idea of stylized, like actual fine art or up on the wall art, you know, using some of the characters from whatever IP, from whatever comic book, it's awesome. There's so many avenues you can go. Obviously, as a reader, you know, there's a lot of value there, but there really is a lot of value in the artistic side of it too. And spot on art there. Love it. But since you stole mine, I was gonna pick a couple. Actually, kind of in the modern shock horror realm, just because I think it's a fun little I don't know what you'd call it, niche, little corner of comicdom. One of them made this CBSI, made Ben's list a few months ago. That was Night of the Cadillacs, #1, the foil variant.
Night of the Cadillacs #1 variant, the foil variant.
Correct. Yeah.
Here we go. Let's take a look here.
I think there's certain horror covers that are going to stand out today, a year from now, 5 years from now, 20 years from now.
Was it this one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yep. That's not going to be any less shocking 30 years from now.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony, I was going to reach out to you. So issue 2, they did a similar cover to this. Did you see that by any chance? Like it was a 1 in 10 maybe or something?
Yeah, they did another foil for issue 2.
I haven't seen that
something
one.
written in the teeth, I think, but it was very similar. I meant to reach out. I grabbed one because I knew you love these. So
yeah,
and they did that with the issue 1 actually too, from the original art versus the printed. It does say NOTC across the teeth on issue 1 as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and the preview image showed it with it too, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check out that issue too. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
I've got it right. Hold on, I'll find it. I just bought it. I've got it here somewhere. Give me a minute.
This was another book that, because of this community, you guys talked about it. It was still available on Scout Comics website.
Yeah.
That night, and I ended up buying 2 copies because you guys were talking about it.
Yeah, beautiful.
And they're gorgeous. It's even more gorgeous in person because you can't see the foil in a 2D picture.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. So Scout Comics has been great this last year. I think they've made a lot of inroads into being a bigger power in the industry, I guess. But regardless, I mean, as we know, there are some books that it doesn't matter what's inside the book. Like, what is that? Pop Kill #4, that Adam Hughes. It doesn't matter what's inside the book. It's the cover.
Let's talk about that, because I think that is one of the covers of the year for me. It definitely was on the list for top 5 covers of the year. The Pop Kill Adam Hughes, absolutely amazing. The way I chose my covers of the year this year, most of them were books that I don't own. Right, like there were so many of the better covers of the year that I don't own this year, and this is one of them that is on my list to own. So good, so limited, so tough to find. Selling for what, $1,000 raw, easy.
Oh yeah, that book's so hard.
I'll admit this one too. I was the second you guys showed this, there was one guy who had like 1 copy for $300, another guy had 500, and I was like, "Fuck it, I like this cover too much." And I just paid the $300. Buy it now. No haggle, no nothing. Just bought it outright.
Certain books, man, it's just worth getting.
This book, you know what this book is? This is Adam Hughes was so locked into that Marvel contract of doing, sexy black cat, sexy, this, that, and the other thing. This was Adam Hughes going, "Hey, motherfuckers, remember what I'm known for?"
Yeah, I mean, it was a Kickstarter too, right? So I mean, it was super limited to begin with. So. This was not widely available unless you got involved in that Kickstarter, which nobody was talking about. So,
yeah.
So Tony, this was the one, issue #2. I was like, I didn't hear anybody talking about this. I'm sure there's a gazillion of them, but it's pretty cool looking in its own right.
Yeah, beautiful.
You're behind you're behind the live logo for me. I'll have to check it from you another time.
Another one here real quick that I want to talk about that is on my category is the Iron Man Raza variant. I think this is easy cover of the year category. It's one of those books, like a lot of these books, where the second you saw it, you knew. Right? You knew.
It's just something about it. It's just cool as fuck.
Yeah.
When you see a Do You Poo book for it, you know it's going to be good.
Yes.
I think like I'm not a huge, I don't know. This is going to sound weird. I'm going to contradict myself, right? I don't enjoy the art of it, but for what it is, I think it's phenomenal. Like this image could have been done by 20 different other artists, and I think it could have been better or just as awesome. But the fact that it was done, like Miles sitting behind some turntables, the way that this was done, all futuristic and stuff, like that's what makes this cover such an awesome cover.
I love how
I still don't own one.
Yeah,
I
love the audio signal that in the Iron Man.
Yeah,
such
all
a
the small
great
details.
Yes, exactly. The little
the
Iron Man
bobblehead, Iron Man bobblehead. Yeah.
Well, here's another thing about, and I'm not just stroking you off here, Brian, and the community. But it would be real easy for a bunch of you jaded motherfuckers in this little dais over here to go, hey, don't talk about the Iron Man Raza. Let's just order up a bunch of them, and then let's drop that shit after it comes out, and then the entire inventory will dry up, and we'll all be sitting on 20, 50 copies of it. You guys were like, you're a bunch of dumb motherfuckers if you don't order this.
Yeah.
And like Miss Minutes. I watched that 3 different times on 3 different shows saying, Miss Minutes, timeless Miss Minutes, what? You better order them. And I literally was on Drunken Chat that night, opened up my Penguin account, ordered 50 more copies.
Yep.
Dennis, I was on that show with you.
Yeah.
And still didn't order any. And I remember thinking it that night, I was like, fuck, I need to order some of those.
Yeah, but and I'm not trashing on you, James, I'm not trashing on you. I love you and respect you.
Yeah.
But there's just like, how many stupid things have you spent $100 on?
Yep.
That wasn't 50 copies of that fucking book.
Yeah.
And for me, it's just like, dude, even if I would spend $100 just to own 50 copies of that book. Same thing with Adam Hughes' Gun Honey, which I'm sorry if that's one of your guys' picks or anything. There's just some books that when you see the art like this and that Raza Iron Man and
God damn, that was perfect.
The amount of fucking shit all of us spend $100 on an average week isn't any of these books we just showed you. And this is more to the community out look in the chat. When you're like, hey, should I buy Fantastic Four 116 because it's the first appearance of the cousin of the guy who, and it's just like, dude, why didn't you spend $100 on 50 copies of Miss Minutes? You can call Lucas right now and go, hey, well, 25 copies at $4 a piece, and Lucas will sell those to you.
Yep.
And that's what you need to spend your money on, is when you got a gut, when half of this dais is like, dude, did you see the timeless Miss Minutes cover? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're all going to buy. Oh, you're going to buy it? I'm going to buy it. Yeah, we're going to all buy it. We're sharing the cornbread with you. We're telling you, put the mix in the water, add some butter, stir, put it in the fucking oven. You'll make your own fucking cornbread.
I've learned one thing. If Dennis or Jesse James says, hey, you know what? You probably should buy that book, or I'm buying that book, you do the same exact thing. Because I remember Jesse saying that to me. You should buy that book. And I went, nah, Jesse, that's all right. And I'm still kicking myself in the ass.
I rarely
do that all the time.
You should buy it. I always say, I'm buying it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. We've got people that follow a lot of people are not, a lot less versed in indie than they are in Marvel and DC, right? And that same thing happens to us. We've got honestly 10 or 15 people that hit us up on the regular, hit me and Jonathan up and go, what do you think about this? And a lot of times it's stuff we haven't even seen. Like, what do you guys think about this? And we'll message them back and be like, thanks for showing that to us. We just bought 20.
Yep.
And then they're like, oh shit, okay, so I'm gonna buy a bunch too. And it's kind of cool because that's what a lot of this channel becomes, because we're all just friends bullshitting. Like, that's all this is. Even the people in chat, right? You guys are all just friends. We're all just bullshitting. And I think the thing is when you get like a big consensus of a bunch of us going like, holy cow, yeah, that's amazing. Like, a lot of times, like, we all have different tastes and stuff. And when it's a universal, like, oh my God, look at that. Like, those are the books that you see in the top 10 list the next week. And it's not because the top 10 list is associated. It's because we thought that way, and so did thousands of other people when they saw it.
Right.
It's a good this channel has always been a great microcosm of the collecting community as a whole, because of the varied people that Brian and everyone else brings onto these shows. We all have different interests here. And
Brian, there was one more shock horror book I wanted to. I'm not sure if you can pull it up.
No, sorry to sidetrack you there, BG.
No, it's all good.
I went off on a thing.
It's all good. No, it was one I've had on Instagram. You might need to find I don't know. You might need to go on Google and get American Mythology Monsters #3. There was a acid bath variant You might be a little censored one. I don't know.
I just got notification that mine came back 9.8.
Nice.
Oh wow! I think I'm looking. Is it number? Let me take here. Hold on.
This was a Mel. This was a Mel spec.
3A? No,
I don't
not
know if
3A.
he got it from somebody, but he posted an IG on this or talked about it on chat, and I immediately went to their website and bought one copy of this and 2 other books that they had that were similar to this, and it is phenomenal.
I'm looking for it here.
She's in a bath, and like her bottom half is a skeleton.
Oh yes, I remember you showing that. Here it is, right here. Gorgeous. Here we go. Yeah, I'll bring it up. This doesn't do it justice, you guys. Seeing it in hand is so much. Yeah, way better in person. Way better in person to see it in hand.
This.
And I mean, dude, they had these on their website for I think $5 or $10.
Yeah, look at how. I mean, it just looks better even like that in that shitty image. You know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, just going back to those. I think that's it with shock horror. It really doesn't matter what's inside. It is the cover art.
Yeah.
Whether you're buying something from the 50s or 60s, or whether it's, a book that's coming out this year that people are going to be buying 20 years from now.
Can I riff on this theme for a second, Tony? Brian, if you don't mind?
Yeah, of course.
There was another book that fell in this category that I thought went way under the radar. It was Ascensia number 5 by Perillo.
How do you spell that?
ASCENCIA number 5. Perillo did and it was terrifying. Yeah. And there was sort of a
bondage type cover, right?
Yes, but there was
yeah. This one. Yeah.
This book was fucking crazy, and nobody.
This has a nude variant too.
Yes, there is, and then a second print in black and white. But I thought this one was terrifying as well.
This was another one, and I can't remember if it was you, Long, or if it was somebody over on Drunken Chat. But we started talking about it, or you guys started talking about it. I just went to Diamond, and I think I ordered up 20 copies. I think it had a 1 in 10 incentive, and whatever it was. And I was just like, I listened to you guys. I saw the community's reaction. It was still available. I bought a bunch of copies of it. I think we had some damages and some allocations on this as well. I think there were some issues with this, but it's a gorgeous cover.
Dennis, that was Lucas that night that showed us this one.
Okay.
I was on that show as well. Okay. Yeah, Lucas showed us this one, and I remember both you and I were like, "Holy cow, that's a
Let me open up my Diamond account." Yep. Okay. Click. There we go.
I gotta drop a little name here, and you said it already, Lucas. Lucas is one of the best speckers in the game. Watch him on Drunken Chat and on Comic Crusaders. One of the best guys in the community. Just a great all-around person. And he drops knowledge on that Drunken Chat show like you guys don't know. I mean, Mel gets a lot of credit for Drunken Chat and being what it is because Mel is just such an amazing personality. But Lucas is the heart and soul of that show.
I will go one step further, and the fucking brains too.
Yes.
When he puts together those stock picks and he puts together, dude. The fact that he has enough room in there to cram the stock shit and the this stuff and the NFT stuff and he starts, and it's just like, it's so nonchalant for him. Oh yeah, and by the way, these stocks are going up, and you probably want to sell these stocks, and you should probably put a little bit into this, and oh, by the way, here's this NFT dropping, and by the way, if you don't know what NFT is, here's the entire knowledge on what an NFT is, and oh, by the way, this quarterly earnings of this are going to go up, and blah blah blah, and it's like, holy fuck, dude, how do you have fucking time?
Lucas is one of the few people, like when we're on these shows, we all have our own spec, we all have our own game and our own interests. Lucas is one of those dudes that when he starts talking, I'm grabbing sticky notes and notepads.
He's EF100. You remember those old...
I start writing notes. Like I shut up, I pause my mic, and I'm sitting there jotting down stuff. Like, oh, okay, yeah,
screenshot. Yeah, keep going, Lucas, on that. Yeah, exactly.
There's
Well,
got to be some that we that we haven't said anything about yet that we're missing. I know people are screaming at the screen, being like, "Why aren't you talking about this?" There's so many good stuff this year.
See, like I know you guys hate these covers, but I liked these.
Which ones? Hold
What's
on.
chat's top two? Let these guys spam it up in chat. What's their top two?
Oh, Gleason, the Gleason covers.
Oh,
Yeah, the
I
Charlotte
loved them, and I think they're great.
Yeah.
Well, one I kept on seeing in chat was the Marvel, the Lee Bermejo 1 in 50. I forget what issue that was, but
for Miss Marvel?
No, just Marvel. You know what I'm talking about? The Silver Surfer on fire.
Oh yes, I got that right here. Yeah, here we go.
I saw that a few times. I think like throughout the live chat.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those books that you see it and you just
yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Patrick M talks about Deep Spec as Lucas as Gary Nusser's comic book detective. I will second that.
Yeah.
Gary Nusser is one of the smartest minds in the comic book community. Follow his Twitter, follow his IG. It's Comic Perspective. We're hoping to have maybe Gary jump on sometime tonight. And we'll definitely have him on at some point again. He is just, one of those minds that is, he's a different breed, right? There's those people out there that are really smart, can see what's coming next. And then there's people out there that read comics voraciously, right? And also know what's coming next. So,
well, and I'll say this about our good friend up here at the top here, Mr. Longshort. You have fucking upped the IG game in the last couple months, brother. You have your daily posts of, hey, by the way, this book's going for 200. Hey, by the way, this book's down to 100. Might want to buy it. Hey, this book's up to 1,000. Dude, you are relentless with the sharing of the knowledge to the community.
I appreciate it. I'm just having fun.
Yeah, I know you're just having fun, but that's the amazing part is you're doing it and it's educating everybody. It's educating me.
Well, thank you. That means a lot coming from you, Dennis, giving your stature in the community. I appreciate that very, very, very much. And like I said, I just do it for fun, and I'm glad anybody reads it all. So thank you, man. Very much appreciated.
This is one that I know a lot of people have talked about this year. Another Wanted Comics banger.
Love that cover.
Yeah, just amazing. Absolutely
another
amazing.
Gallagher cover, right?
Yeah, another Gallagher banger.
I think I just bought a set of these from somebody's whatnot the other day.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's just I can't buy enough of that book.
Yeah, it's one of the ones. There are a lot of amazing books that have come out this year, and covers and this and that. We've missed a bunch of them. There's some amazing ones that are still to come. I want to also get in to you guys. I want to pick your brain about like series of the year. What do you think was the best read of the year? Who wants to go first? Go ahead, James.
Mine's a cop out because the series didn't actually start this year, but I don't think it hit its stride until this year, and I think that's Department of Truth.
Oh yes.
I don't think Department of Truth hit its stride until this year. Right? It started September of last year or August of last year, but the first couple of issues were very much we're going to get you into the lore. Here's kind of the lore, and it was cool. But this series, in my mind, has been like a runaway. And I'd be curious to see what order numbers are. I haven't dug into that, but I think this is probably one of those series that does not have a lot of drop off. I think this is a series of people that got into it, that really enjoyed the first couple of issues, really, really stuck with it. And to me, this is one of those books that I pick up every single issue and I read it. I would say this and Scumbag. Scumbag's the other one that's like my dirty little book that like, a lot of people hate on that book or whatever, but a coked out, drug riddled, super spy secret agent dude. I mean, I'm on board, so I'm all about it.
Yeah, that's good. I bet your Department of Truth has actually grown since it started.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's one of those books that probably did see a jump after the first trade came out.
Well, and you look look at Something Is Killing the Children. You know, it started out here, and then, you know, as all books do when retailers start cutting orders, and by the time it got down to here, all of a sudden people are like, yeah, I need to own all of this. And then it comes up to here, and then it gets to 16, and then and you look at books like Department of Truth, Something Is Killing the Children, House of Slaughter, you know, there's a handful now. It's maybe, you know, you count them on two hands. When you get one of those series where everybody gives a shit about every issue, like Saga, like Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo's Batman back in the day, Fables, you know, back in the day, Sandman back in the further day. Everybody had to own every issue. There's so many. We got so lazy over the last decade or two. Like, okay, well, I like the first issue, or I bought the first issue and I didn't read it for 3 months, and then I never got issue 2 and 3. Then the trade paperback came out, so I bought that, and then I waited. I liked that so much, I waited till the second trade paperback comes out. A lot of the fans out there don't realize the publishers and the creators need you to buy those floppy issues from 1 to 6 and the trade paperback. And then, I mean, that's how Sandman became Sandman. All of us bought the regular issues, and then we bought the trade paperbacks. Then we loaned our trade paperbacks to our friends to let them read it. And that's what made Sandman the shit back then.
I think the deep spec dive on books, and it's exactly what Dennis has said. Like, you see a jump after trade paperbacks, right? The deep play is, if you ever see a trade paperback go to a second printing, you better start grabbing floppies immediately, right? Because they print trades heavily to order. And when you see, like, DOT went to a second printing on trade paperbacks, Something Is Killing the Children went to a second print on trade paperbacks. Saga did the same thing. Like, all these big books, these big moderns, they all did that, and that's a good indicator. Like, I always tell people, and I've said it on a couple of these shows before, like, if by the time issue 5 prints, if you do not have issue 1s and you think it's a good modern spec, you might be too late. Because if that trade paperback comes out and everybody and their mom's talking about this book, like, oh, have you been reading this book? Well, no, I haven't. And I can't buy issue 1 because my LCS doesn't have them, right? As soon as they read the trade paperback and they get caught up, they're going to be buying them.
Well, and there's another.
They hit the $500-$600 for issue 1s. It's because people finally caught up and been like, holy cow, this is amazing. I want that issue 1.
Yeah. And there's another pattern mixed to this, which is the hardcovers. Now, I sell a ton of shit on Amazon, and I have the track record of if a Marvel book has a really hot softcover trade paperback, that hardcover came out first, and you had a 6-month lead time. And if you weren't in on the hardcover and you waited to that softcover, and that softcover becomes mega huge, that hardcover that you had or you passed on, that is now gold when that first key book hits. There are some hardcovers that in this industry right now go for $100 off rip because nobody.
And they're super undervalued. I mean, I would say they are wildly undervalued given their scarcity. I agree, Dennis. Totally.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Marvel will keep a soft cover. Oh, here, this just came in the last week, guys, and no, it's a spoiler, but fuck it, it's been a week. Hawkeye. Everybody knows who shows up in the last episode, and he's wearing a certain outfit that has a Hawaiian shirt and a white suit. And all of a sudden, all the savvy guys are like, you know what that is? That's the Spider-Man hardcover that came out 5 years ago or 6 years ago. Well, guess what? It came out in hardcover. It was an original graphic novel. A lot of people did not buy it. And then they re-released it as a softcover, and it's in stock at Penguin, but sold out at Diamond. And it was originally a hardcover, original graphic novel, and then it got re-released as a softcover. Spider-Man Family Values. Am I wrong or right on that?
I think it was Family Ties.
Family Ties. Okay. So that book has the first appearance of this other character, but it's got the cover spec of that outfit that the certain person was wearing in that last episode of Hawkeye. Who has the hardcovers? The people who were on board from the get. The people who have the soft cover, sure, you got a nice commodity, but you don't have that hardcover.
Some you guys, if you guys have any
Sorry, I got deep
books,
in the woods on that one.
if you guys have any covers that you want me to mention, you guys can DM me on IG and I'll try to bring them up. Chad Cave hit me up with an image for cover of the year for Eternus.
That was nice. Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah,
that one was
absolutely.
phenomenal. They did a
that-
medal of that as well.
Oh, I couldn't imagine the metal on that one. Probably gorgeous.
Well, we have some lying around here, but I'm not going to dig for them. But we were fortunate enough to get a bunch.
This is another one. I love the NYX Rose Besh cover. I think it's her best cover, period. I'm not a huge fan of Rose Besh, but she killed it on this one.
Also have medals of those.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine the medals on these. Absolutely love that one. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So, Brian, my favorite title of the year, I'm a little biased because it's my favorite character, but Zdarsky continues to kill it on Daredevil. For me,
I agree.
That book was fucking lights out again this year. Like, and Daredevil has been lights out for decades now. I mean, the most consistent Marvel title by far, in my opinion, but another great year. I love what Zdarsky's doing. Just really good stuff.
Yeah, I think that the Daredevil Zdarsky run is one of those books that I was so blown away that it wasn't in the top 10 of a lot of people's lists that we talked about at the beginning of the show. I think it was one of those series that at some point we thought he was kind of jumping the shark, and then with the whole Elektra thing and all that stuff. But he did it was so well. And putting Matt back in prison, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I'm tired of seeing Matt in prison all the time. Like, give me. But you're right. Good writers, just whatever they do, they're gonna write something well. And Zdarsky is one of those people. Devil's Reign. There was a lot of great Devil's Reign covers. I know that too. Just some great stuff. One of the things that I do want to hit on real quick is the Modern Playbook. You guys have been putting out some really good shows about your pickups and your ghost shows and your banger show. Really great stuff. Make sure you guys check that out. Go watch all those past shows if you haven't seen them. They've just been killing it over there. The movement, the way the show that it has become is amazing. There's something to be said about pickups and showing what you're into, because that is how we all got into this. We've all had some amazing pickups of the year. We've all just blown each other away on pickups. I want to ask each one of you guys, what is your favorite pickup of the year? Let's get going.
I'm happy to do this one. I got it right here. It's beating it to death. Can I go? Because I got to run after.
Of course.
Forgive Me, Father, #2 by Paul. This book is a ghost, a fucking total ghost. Go find it. If you can find it, you're a hero. But like, my favorite pickup of the year. I got 2 of these this year. They were not cheap, either one of them. But for me, this is a special book.
That's a beautiful cover.
And you can't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Are you submitting your second copy? You got that from Mel, didn't you?
So this one I got online. Mel, I got the second copy from Mel on Whatnot, and he made me pay for it. But no complaints, man.
I like the story of where that was available and how much bullshit everybody had to go through to buy the one copy of that.
What's
how
the
many
story
people
on
got
that? Can you
how
tell
many
us the
people
story on it?
How many people got banned from buying from a certain retailer on eBay?
Yeah, a certain retailer who's supposed to be the greatest, swellest guy in the industry banned about half of the community here for trying to buy that one book on their website.
Yeah, I got banned. Nico got banned.
Mile high price.
And you know what the irony is? We got the book, and it wasn't the book. The book came in, it wasn't the right fucking book. We got the book. Dino got it, sent it to me, and it wasn't even the fucking book, which is the craziest part of the whole thing.
Yeah, I've had that happen a couple times.
I think we should all chip in together and get Dino the red and white Hawaiian shirt and a white coat, and get rid of the red coat and just move them up to that next level, that Kingpin level, right? Get rid of the death row, starting to be Kingpin.
All right, yeah, that's a good one. That's one of those super tough books, and especially you're such a big fan of DeCall. It's nice to see when people get something that they really, really have been looking for a long time.
I'm not telling anybody else to pay anything for it, but I hunted for it, and you can't get a whiff of that book anywhere. I will say this though. Mel said that the Creature Guys, Goblin Heist is their whatnot. They sold one night. Nobody knew what it was for like $6.
Oh my gosh!
Or $10 or something. I don't know the exact
Gotta
number.
watch the Trash Pandas.
Yep. Best place to buy comic books right now, bar none. Best deals you're going to get, best pickups, whatnot. There is not a better place to get better deals. And that's not just for comics. That goes for almost all collectibles I see on that place. Like jump into a low volume, viewer show and just start buying away.
Listen, there's a Facebook page for Whatnot Comics. And
it's awesome.
I'm on it. And the second somebody goes, about to do my first show, wish me luck, I'm on that shit. I am there ahead of time to see what they're listing, and when they've got 12 or 14 views, because everyone that's on here that sells on there knows, like, your first show or two, you're gonna have 10 to 20, maybe 30 views, right? And like, that's, you grab some, there's some good, I've gotten some really good stuff the last couple of months,
Yeah.
I've gotten some fucking cool shit off of Whatnot. I love it.
Yeah, people did the same
I
thing.
have 3 items with me.
Whatnot, I lose.
Dude, we
like,
we went hard.
Look, he's been out that guy.
Yeah, we went hard our first few weeks, and we lost. There was some money that went out. There's some books that went out for way cheap, And I mean, I got rid of some of my personal, some pretty decent keys. I mean, my 1 in 25 Vader 3. Aaron, you were on that show, weren't you? Weren't you watching that one?
Yeah.
I can't believe it sold for that. My 1 in 25, it was a 9.6, but it went for like $500 and something.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it went for the starting bid.
Going for almost $1,000, And Aaron hit me up afterwards, like, "Holy cow, I can't believe you actually sold that." And I'm like, but ever since then, we've been doing great. So,
Comic Karma, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, who's got some other good pickups? Their favorite.
I've got some, but I got to take you on I got to take the laptop on a road trip because
that's fine.
We love road trip. I'm going to show the wall. Everyone sees it behind us every week. These are all from this year.
Ooh, nice.
That we
giant
just,
size.
That ASM we just picked up. It's an 8.0, but it's a 14-year-old slab. That we're thinking, as if we even submitted it right now, it'd probably hit a 9.0. It does not look like, all the notes on it are not what it should be.
Beautiful, man. What a wall. Nice. Department of Truth, the baby eating issue. When did that come out? Did that come out this year?
I think that was it was issue 2, so it wasn't at the wasn't that like November?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my personal, that All-Star, that's my personal pickup of the year, is that All-Star Comics.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then those ASMs, we just started buying up a bunch of those. We've got 4 1 and 25s and 3 A covers. All
Love it.
9/8.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
All right.
I'll go real quick.
Okay.
And I don't have the book here.
Tell me what it is, and I'll pull it up if you want.
I think it's Astonishing Tales 53 to digest. I got it. Let me look here. No, it's not Astonishing Tales. It's oh god.
Tales to Astonish.
No, it's not Tales to Astonish either.
Oh, okay.
It's in my purchases. I'll give you the name here in 1 second. This was a book I'd wanted for a long time, and I'd never found a copy that I really liked. And then, okay, here we go. Astounding Science Fiction, 52 from 1953.
Astounding Science Fiction, 52?
Yes.
52. All right. I love stuff like this. From December of 53?
Yes. No, October of 53.
Okay, October of 53. Hold on. Here we go. Astounding Science Fiction, October of 53. Open image and new tab.
I mean, this is just another one of those books that when I got it in my hand, I didn't realize how much I really, really wanted this.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
I am a huge fan of this clean cover.
Yeah.
News of the World. And I always knew this was from an old pulp. I actually had a calendar with this on the cover of it back in college, and with the original art, with the astounding science fiction art. And I was like, why don't I own this? Why don't I own the original book that art came from? And I looked it up, and like there was just one copy just sitting there for $100, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna buy that for $100 just for myself.
Yeah.
And I got it in, and I'm just like, yeah, I can't believe I've never owned that.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's
phenomenal pickup.
And it was just one of those pickups that I had to have it for myself. I loved it. I've always loved it, and it was one of those things that I always just assumed was out of my realm of what I was going to spend for it. And I was like, $100? Why don't I already own this? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, who wants
And
to
it's and then, with the South Park, or not, with Family Guy episode, it's actually kind of resonated itself into modern, pop culture.
Right.
So it's one of those things that is just like, I can't believe I didn't own it, and now I own it.
That's awesome.
All right, I have a few real quick.
Okay.
So
here comes the bangers.
I know, right? I want to give a shout out to Jen, comic aficionado. She sold this during C2E2. I snagged this up for a really decent price compared to what they're selling for on eBay. I'll just leave it at that. So
nice.
I'm definitely on my grading pile.
Tell me in chat what that number is later.
Okay. I'm gonna send it off for grading because I gotta maximize everything and wait for new season to drop or like just the live action stuff. This was one of my favorite things to work on throughout the originally I just had the Zek remark on it and signature, and then I took this to Baltimore to finish it out by getting John Beatty to do the remark and Jim Shooter to sign it. So, and it retained the same grade from
Who did the other remark up in the top right there?
That's Zek.
Okay,
Mike
Zek did that one. Okay.
Yeah, and then Beatty did this one by my hand. Yeah. So
Zek one is so stylized. I love it.
Yeah. So I mean, he was at a small con in Colorado Springs actually, where he had time to work on it. So I was like, kind of like awesome. So I was so excited to instead of I think half the fun of it was just the journey of getting all the signatures and remarks for that instead of just outright buying a copy. And then my absolute favorite, shout out to Tony for the trade. So he sent me home with this at Baltimore, and I was just and he's like, yeah, we'll work out a trade. I'm like, okay. And I send him books, and then because this has been on my want list. Yeah, it's been on my want list for a very long time, and it's definitely gonna stay in my PC for a long time.
That's awesome.
Why aren't you bragging about that Turtles book to your
But you don't got a #1 unicorn grade.
This one?
So.
This was a pickup from last year, I think. It's a double cover 9/6 TMNT #3.
Yeah.
Nice. Josh, you got any?
Jealous, bro. Jealous.
Yeah, I got one here that I'll just show you. So this was my banger of a pickup this year. Brave and the Bold 28. First app of the Justice League. This is from Brazil.
Dude, I drool over so many of your foreign books. It's
I
have to not look at your Instagram sometimes because I get pissed.
This is a book, that an 8.0. I think that's 30 G's for the American. So that's a book that I'm never ever going to be able to buy. But I got this one, and it came out in 8.0, which is killer. It's top of the census. It'll probably be top of the census for forever.
Now, and that boggles my mind. You international guys kill me, because here you find this 8.0 in a country where they didn't take care of books, let alone they don't ship them right. So here is a book that in Brazil, you know, their print run down there is what, a quarter of what it is in America. So
Less than.
Americans are
Yeah,
hitting
less
30,000. There's a quarter of that book in Brazil that, and how many made it. So that book's you're got to be looking in what, a 200 to 500 mark for books in the world today of that Brazil book.
Yeah,
Right?
there's
Or am I way off?
No, I mean this I think the original Brave and the Bold's from 1960. This was printed in 1968. But I mean, I've seen
Only 8 years later.
Yeah, personally from that book, I've seen 3 copies. So I mean, are there more? Probably, but probably I wouldn't say more than 50 copies that have probably survived. I mean,
just
I know
blows my
we talk
mind.
rarity in comics, and these foreign guys they just laugh at us.
Right.
They're like, oh, that's rare.
They're like, you don't know what rare is, and then try to get them to mail it to you without destroying it.
They're like, you want to talk about a 50-year-old comic book that survived in 80% relative humidity every single day of the year for the last 50 years.
Yeah,
Like,
and
it's talking about rarity. I got some rarity for you.
And the fact that it still has its staples too, because in Brazil they conserved a lot of their books because they were actually pretty smart. Like they didn't really take the greatest care of them, but you know they would remove the staples so that the comic books wouldn't rust and disintegrate. I mean they tried to do stuff, but so when you can get a book like this that has no resto or still has the staples and stuff like that, it's wild.
Well, how do you choose? Because like Kyle was saying, I am very familiar with your Instagram. Fortunately, /unfortunately, I see it daily. And how do you choose? So how do you choose that book out of the last? Because just in the last, you got that Superman from, was that one Brazil too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Action Comics 26 from 1942.
So how do you pick that one over the Justice League? How do you pick? I mean, and this is just me asking because I don't understand how you could look in the last 4 books that you posted on IG and that one. How do you pick that one? Is it just because it's personal to you? Because all of them in my eye, I'm standing there looking at them like, all right, these are my top 4 picks of the year.
Yeah, I mean I probably have like those ones that I just posted. Those would probably be in like my top 5. Yeah, there's the Action Comics 26 that I just picked up. And then I picked up that Tech 42, which I think I posted right after that one. Yeah, that's from 1942 as well, from Brazil. It's hard. I mean, I think I have a thing for the Justice League, and I mean, being the first app of the Justice League, and that's like, there's about 5 of those books that are known to exist. That right there, that's from 1940. So Brazil was doing Timely, and that's the back cover, which is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I didn't even know that they were really doing Timelies. You posted that, and we were talking on Instagram. The stuff you post blows my mind because I learned so much, man. It blows my mind.
That's the one I want right there.
Yeah,
right.
That's awesome.
I think we were talking earlier about how the comic art market it really kind of came into its stride in 2021. I think people underestimate the foreign comic art side of things as well. Like I know the Nerd Store, they made really good connections with an artist that did a lot of early Marvel foreign reprints, and they bought out an entire catalog of his artwork and took it to 2 or 3 conventions, and it was amazingly well received. People were like, I've never seen this before. Like there was they actually had a Batman cover, a foreign cover.
Oh, nice.
An issue, and it blew everyone's mind. Like even Dinesh, I walked Dinesh by the booth at Emerald City, and Dinesh was like, I've never seen anything like that. Like I've never seen anything foreign like that.
I think it's the stuff he got from Indonesia. I think that's what it was. It was Indonesia like original cover art.
Yeah, Josh, you know Roger and Charles are over at the Nerd Store.
Yeah. They in Indonesia, it was in the late 70s, but they did recreations of like 50s Batman Golden Age covers, which was really crazy. But yeah, a lot of like I just tell people like, I mean, you were talking earlier about like your electrician buddy. I used to be an electrician. I was an electrician up until this year, and I quit my job, and I buy and sell foreign comics. And if somebody would have told me that I could make a living doing that, I would have laughed at them. But a lot of people underestimate it, and I think once this heritage auction hits next year, that they're doing all foreigns, I think it's going to be a completely different ball game.
People realize value and a lot of and how ghosty some of these books are. I mean, you see stuff and you're like, oh yeah, that's just a foreign reprint of a book that thousands of us have. Well, yeah, you do, and thousands of you have it, but there's only 150 of these known to exist.
Yeah,
right.
And interpretation of it, and I've been stocking up because of that heritage auction that's coming out. I've been stocking up on foreigns. Like Hive has been we've been taking a very strong stance on buying older 60s and 70s foreigns.
It's weird the way we don't extrapolate the exact same numbers to the exact same things.
Yeah.
In the chat, every chat I'm in, somebody will be like 1 in 100 newsstand. Newsstand's 1 in 100 for every regular copy that's out there. Okay, well, cool. There's 1 in 100 foreign Spider-Man 300s to how many are in the census right now.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't look at it that way. Everybody's paying double for the newsstand, and they're paying half for the foreign.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I had a Filipino ASM 300 earlier this year, which is like the granddaddy of the 300 set. We know there's about like maybe 30 copies that exist, and I would have gave mine probably. It was nice. Normally they're rags, but I would have given mine maybe like a 7.58, and I sold it raw for 3 Gs, which is what like a 9.6 American goes for. So right. I mean, there's people out there that
I'm talking about the people a year ago.
Yeah,
who would never have offered you 50% of what a raw would go for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right.
So,
and there's still people that wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, and part of that.
Part of that foreign version of 125, exactly.
Nice.
Part of that foreign was the numbers that blows my mind is so much of us think about it in an American quote unquote landlocked, sort of thing. And then you look at the foreign, just like the book you're holding right there, Blue Green, and that's a worldwide number.
Yep.
That was a huge decision, and I know James Hive, you look at these too. When we start picking and choosing variants, and we start thinking of the print runs of the variant and print runs of the books, and you start looking at, the fact that there's only 500 of one of your Hive image books because that's how many they make you buy, or whatever the particular variant is, deal you make. When I made that UF4 and, I was talking to Brett and he's like, well, should we do this? Should we do that? And I'm like, dude, there's only 3,000 of these forever. And the world, there's 100,000 of this book, of this UF4. There's 20,000 of this one. There's 10,000 of this one. There's probably 5,000. I think there's probably about 2,000 or 3,000 of the actual Djurjevic UF4 1 in 25, just based on the print run of the thing. And I'm like, yeah, dude, there's only going to be 3,000 of this forever. And you're getting half and I'm getting half. Well, we sell these. That's it. It's done.
Yeah.
To touch on Tony's book really quick, because I don't want to take up everyone's time, but that, even though like that's, people that collect American books, they would look at that and be like, oh, 7.5. Like that's a very respectable grade for that book. Like that is one of the nice things about collecting foreigns is like, we're not chasing 9.8s. We're not, getting upset when we submit a modern book and it comes back a 9.6. Yeah, you can't.
Just a quick story about this. I have to resubmit this because CGC screwed up. This is a 9 set, or this is a 7.5, but this is also a double cover, and they missed it.
CGC screwed up? You're lying.
That doesn't happen.
I like.
Never
I
heard
like,
of that in my life.
I like the fact that like
At least
people have
there's a
looked-
book in the case.
with
True, true.
modern foreigns, people have looked at him as though I can't afford this one, so I'll just buy the foreign. And what I think a lot of people don't realize is like years down the road, we're going to be looking at these same foreign books the same way we're looking at the foreign books from the 60s and 70s and be like, well, yeah, just because it was printed in Mexico, but the print run might be well lower. Like there's that famous Hughes Harley Quinn cover, right? Where she's in the padded room in her panties, right? I think it's the German variant. She's not actually even wearing panties. It's just her in the coat. But when they did the cover, and that was the original art for that cover.
Wait, which one
in
is
the
this?
States, they went, you got to put some underwear on her, right?
Yeah.
And there's stuff like that has history to it. So like if you want the unadulterated cover of what Hughes had actually drawn, then you have to buy the foreign variant.
Well, they
And
did
a
that
lot of
with
people don't understand that stuff.
Steranko, right? Steranko.
Yes, that's what I was going
Yeah.
to say. The Hulk, where
Yeah.
they got rid of his face, but if you get the foreign ones, it has the actual Steranko face on it because a lot of these other countries, they were getting the artwork like as soon as it was done, and no one was giving. They were getting the original artwork before the changes happened, and then they just didn't resend it to these countries. So they get all the unedited stuff that we didn't get.
Man,
Well, and then
that's
you
a
got stuff
Beatles
like
White
the
Album.
you got stuff like like that Delato variant, right? Where Delato was not an approved artist for because stuff has to go for Star Wars, and Dennis will tell you the same thing. If you want to do a Star Wars variant, there's a very specific list that LucasArts has defined as this is our artist list. Delato's not on it, but Panini has different licensing rights when it comes to stuff like that, and that's why Delato was able to put out this amazing Italian cover for Panini that we did not get stateside. And that happens all the time in foreign markets where because of the way the licensing works, these guys, sometimes they're able to put out covers that are 10 times better than anything that we see. And you saw that in the secondary market. You saw what happened with the Delato cover. You've seen that a lot this year.
I'll show you a book while you're talking about it.
Exactly. There's many covers this year that came out. And I know you got that from us because we're the only ones that got it signed.
My favorite foreign Star Wars book, Solo knows about these, but they're the ones from Indonesia from like the 70s that are just they were totally bootleg, like redrawn covers and interiors. They're amazing.
Dude, when Solo found that one dude from Turkey with the Star Wars covers.
Elric or Parallel Elvrin.
Yep.
Dude.
And that was John Z's fault because John Z turned me on to that Silver Surfer.
Well, you know where that came from. That came from Matt Roybal, and being buddies with Ilke. I think Matt Roybal was buddies with Ilke, and he put everybody in touch with them. Of course, CBSI jumped on and did a huge deal with Ilke and put out a ton of books. But we're getting into some territory that I definitely want to talk about, and that is the fact of we kind of talked about it earlier with Dennis. Kind of brought it up a little bit with his variant. We're getting into this territory now with some of these exclusive variants where you have to walk a fine line, right? And there's this code, whether we believe it or not, there's this code that's ever changing, right? Laws, the best way I can kind of explain this is laws are meant to be changed sometimes, right? Depending on how people view things, whether they view it's right or wrong. And there's this code that's ever changing with comic books and especially speculation that's happening. And it's very interesting, and it's something that is not talked about a lot in shows and stuff. People don't want to step on other people's toes. Shout out to Johnny Left Hand for the $5 super chat. He says, Josh, what do you recommend in terms of buying foreign books, gold, silver, modern age, and then what country should we buy that age from? I'm going to answer this for you, Josh. Johnny, follow Josh's Instagram.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
It's just he put, look at this badass shit. Here it is. And
Josh is 100%
it's almost as cool as
knowledge.
this Batman cover.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another. That's awesome.
The easiest way to answer that question is buy the gold, the silver, and the modern age. I mean, if you're looking for like investment, you got to stick with the key stuff.
Can I add one more thing? And no, I have no knowledge of the foreign market at all. But first rule of everything is buy what you like.
Yes.
If it all goes tits up tomorrow, you got to make sure you're happy with the stuff you have in your collection.
And that's
like
100%.
this cover here. It's you know what cover this is, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If it catches your eye, chances are it's going to catch the eye of 5,000 other people. So if you're looking to resell, follow your eye, follow what you like. Just like Dennis said, if it catches your eye, it's catching other people's eye too. Definitely.
Josh, did I get those She-Hulks from you earlier this year?
Yep. Yeah,
Dude,
those El Sol or the
Dude.
what was that?
He posted these She-Hulks, and I'm like, holy fuck, I ain't seen that ever. That's interior art, John Byrne, interior art used as the cover art for a foreign. But you explain it because you know what it is. I'm just.
It's the it was the She-Hulk on the beach laying on her beach towel, and that's the neat thing about foreigns is sometimes they just completely do the covers like in a way that you wouldn't expect. But that was Loesch Comics Day El Sol, and it was a free giveaway in Spain in their Sunday newspaper, like back in the early, whenever that was in the 90s or whatever. So, and you got like a super minty.
Yeah, and it was like, it didn't matter. I didn't care what it cost. I didn't care what grade it was. I loved those two covers. I loved that art when I was a kid. I loved John Byrne before I met him. Yada, yada, yada. And I was just like, okay, I want them. How much? And you gave me a great price on them. And I got them, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, damn, I love these. And those are the first two foreign books I bought just because I wanted them. I didn't care what the price was. The price was reasonable. I wasn't going to go see if anybody had it for $5 less than what Josh was offering or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Like I could Google it anyway. And it was just like, you see something you want, you buy it. If it makes you happy, buy it.
Yeah.
And like Solo said, and if you got a good enough eye and you trust yourself, I guarantee you someone else is going to love it just as much, and you'll be able to resell it if you need to.
Yeah, when I first got into foreigns, before I was into foreigns, I was a big Golden Age guy. So when I got into foreigns, that's what I started with because I love everything Golden Age. And, it's like you said, if it never goes anywhere, I have a short box full of, foreign Golden Age books that I could just stare at all day long.
Sure. Well,
So
and if you guys are like,
go ahead, Solo. Go ahead.
Well, if you guys are like me, you know what your eye catches, and you know what you're looking for. Because I have I've started to limit my realm of what I'm collecting and what I'm spending my money on, and so you get into an auction for a Star Wars book, and I set a limit. Here's how much I'm going to buy, whether it be a foreign book that you really, really wanted on somebody's whatnot page, and you set that limit and you bid until it gets out, and then cut your mark, set a mark. This is what I'm going to spend or what I have to spend. And then don't beat yourself up like I do for the next month because you're like, damn, I really wanted that book and I'm not going to see that book again. And I know it.
That's the thing with foreigns is like you can set a limit, but some of that stuff is so rare. It's if you pass on it, I mean, it could be years before it pops up again.
I'm still kicking myself in the ass for passing up on some of that first appearance in Nubia foreign books. Oh.
So we're going to bring in at some point here, we're going to get Marco to jump in with us, who's a big Star Wars guy. And but I wanted to ask James. James has a story. We were talking about the Del Auto Star Wars book, which is just an absolute banger of a book. We talked a little bit earlier. It's just absolutely amazing. And I remember James hit us up and was like, I got him. We got him. And we all geeked out.
So crazy story, right? Dennis, you're gonna love this as a retailer. You're gonna absolutely love this. Okay, when we knew we found the perfect foreign guy in Italy to help us get these things, right? This is how we knew. Okay. So we talked back and forth with the dude for a while, and he's like, do you have any interest in these? Do you have any interest in these? And then he hit us with the Star Wars. I'm like, yes. And so he's like, well, their ordering limit's like 50 copies. And so we're like, well, shit, that's not going to work for us. Right. That's not. And he goes, well, how many do you want? I'm like, I would take 1,000 if you could get us 1,000. I will take as many as you can get. And he goes, well, I'll see what I can do. So he sends me a message one day and he's like, so I'm on the train. I'm headed to Panini headquarters. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he goes, well, I have a lunch meeting. And he goes, I'll let you know how it goes. And I'm like, okay. And Italian time to US time, it's different. So he hits me up and I'm driving to my tattoo shop that morning and I get a Facebook live call, like a video call. And so I pull over off the side of the road and I answer it. And I'm like, hey man, what's up? And he goes, hey, so I'm just sitting here. And he turns the phone around and he goes, I'm sitting here with Gabriel Delato's agent. And I'm sitting here with this guy. He's like a VP of something for Panini. And he goes, and I invited him out for coffee. And so we're just sitting here talking. And he goes, so how many copies do you want? And I'm like, I don't know, like 500 to 750, whatever you can get me. And he starts talking to these guys in Italian. And I hear the agent, Delato's agent, goes, well, if he wants that many, we can forfeit some of our comps. And then the guy from Panini, I guess, says something, and our contact just turns the phone back to himself, and he goes, so Panini says we've got you covered, whatever you want. And I'm just like,
that's awesome.
Took a train like an hour and a half, and just sent an email and was like, hey man, I'd like to take you out for coffee. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, in the US, this does not happen. Like, you don't do, like nobody hits up the VP of Marvel and goes, hey man, I want to take you to coffee and talk about us getting some comic books. You know what I mean? And it made me laugh. And then it wasn't but like a day later, he sends us pictures of all these other Delato exclusives. And he goes, hey, do you want any of these? I got them signed. And I'm like, how did you get them signed? And he goes, well, we ended up, while I was in town, Delato's agent decided that me and Gabriel should go out to lunch together. And so he ended up sending us like Back to the Future, foreign Delato Back to the Future variants that he'd done. He sent us a bunch of signed copies and a bunch of this and that. And that's actually how we were able to work out with him for a CGC signature series on these. It was because he literally went to lunch with Gabriel Delato and his agent because he drove the train an hour and a half and decided like, hey, I'm going to go take these guys to lunch.
Again, break bread or play dead.
Exactly.
And also, I'll just say this: it's the perfect time to do it because here's the thing: I considered myself until about 2 years ago the Delato king. If you know the books I have, I've been hoarding up Delato. Amazing stuff. My buddy would go to Luca and buy all his portfolios for me and books and art books and all of this stuff. And I had a nice little cottage industry on it, but I could never break through to Gabriel because he had that guy, I forget it's Bullet something here in the US that did all of his exclusives for him.
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof. Is it Bulletproof?
Yep.
Yeah. And I could never break through. I could never get through to him, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, hey, okay, that's fine. I'll be happy, just buying what I get from Marvel and whatnot. And then the world shut down and Luca no longer happens and Bulletproof no longer does, variants with Gabriel. And now all of a sudden Gabriel sees this guy who he's having lunch with that wants to, get these books that he would normally be selling through this place or that place or this convention or that convention through this other guy and through his regular people. And now all of a sudden he has a new channel, and that new channel is feeding him, like we said, like he said, with the travel agent who paid his rent because of that. And you never know when that opportunity opens up again.
Yeah. Right. I think one of the things that Delato has done, I mean, everything Delato does is just amazing. But
he's a master.
He really changed the game when he started putting out with this issue, with this cover right here, these Disney covers where he started doing the all black background with all the Disney characters, and it went to the Street Fighter characters. I mean, he's created these lanes for himself, like with ingenuity and painting, and it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. By the way, James, that the one that I showed of yours, this is the one. It's worth mentioning, I think, that you donated to Sean for that, to Big Leg for that charity auction he did.
Yeah.
So I purchased it at the charity auction.
Oh,
so
awesome,
yes, it is one of yours.
Oh, yeah.
And that gold signature Gelato did there is beautiful.
It ghosts in there. Like you look at it without the light, it ghosts, it disappears. It
Yeah.
doesn't detract from the cover art at all. That's how you know that man is a phenomenal artist.
Yep.
He sat there and went, what do I do that doesn't detract from the art, and
Yep.
managed to find a pen color that just blends in.
And actually, just super quick on Gelato, and to tie back to what Josh said before, and that the question about how to get into international comics, I tried to do that a year ago, and honestly, the easiest way is those Mexican variants. They're the easiest get. They're probably among international comic collectors. It's probably the lowest rung on the ladder. But speaking of Gelato, I mean, you can find these variants on eBay for 20, 30, 40, 50. They may have popped a little bit since then, but I think I picked this up for $20.
But you're never going to hold that book in your hands ever for $20.
No,
that
this
being
is
a
what, it's
9.8 is crazy.
$8,000. Yeah. So that is the way to go, at least to start to learn the ropes, like Josh said.
You brought up Sean's sale, and I definitely want to hit on that. I was hoping Sean was going to be on tonight. He might still pop in. We'll see. This show, I imagine, is going to go for another couple hours for all the West Coast people. But he posted this in a recent thing, and it shows $13,000. Sean, we have successfully processed your gift of $12,915. That he raised for Wounded Warrior Project on that Whatnot sale. So a big round of applause for everybody that took part in that.
Awesome,
Great
man.
job.
That show was so much fun.
Dude, and Sean and Dennis, you flew down for that, didn't you? Or were you?
No, Drew was down there. Drew from One.
That's right. Like, that was phenomenal, those guys, to put that on. I know on the backside of things that had happened, it was all in private chat, and they'd hit a bunch of us up. Like we told them, like I'm a vet. I'm very supportive of those charities, especially the Wounded Warriors Project. And we told them, like, whatever you got to, whatever you need from us, like, let us know. And it was awesome to see every single person, every single retailer or everybody that's part of this channel that was in that private chat. Every single person donated something. Like, there was nobody that was left not giving, and it was an amazing thing to see. And I know Sean was very touched with how many of us really stepped up to, like, help with his vision of this fundraiser. But really it was him that took the lead on that, and that was amazing. It was really amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Real quick. Hey, I gotta go, but I got your book for you. I gotta send it to you.
Ooh, hold on. This is one of those books. Of course, you guys know me.
This is a fucking ghost. So.
Oh, love it. Legion of Monsters, the Satana book.
You
I
could
love
totally
that character.
send me that book too.
Mama. This is going to Brian.
It's all good.
I love you, Brian. It's been a
Appreciate
great year.
You. I love you too, brother.
I like books
Thank you, guys.
too, Red Hood. I like books.
Hey, hi. I just want to say also, it's nice that you're
Later, Joe. Happy New Year.
You know what? I got one pickup for you. It's not a foreign, but it's pretty hard to find. And if you guys have this cover, hang on to it, because it's fixing to pop off. This one is Super Fuckers Forever. Right. So I was showing Aaron, and this is the sub cover, not to be mixed up with the retailer incentive, but this is the sub cover. I don't think they made as many of these, but it's got the first appearance of Cocksucker and Dick Face.
Dude, everybody needs the first appearance of Cocksucker.
So first appearance of,
is it cameo or full? Is it
no,
full
it's first full frontal. First full frontal.
Can't believe you're telling everybody about that, Joe. This was supposed to be a secret.
I didn't know. I know.
I didn't know
but,
Jonathan and I were in a comic book. It's total fucking news to me.
I see
Love
you
you,
guys.
Joe.
Y'all take care. Happy New Year,
Yeah.
man.
Happy New Year's,
Great,
buddy.
Joe.
Yeah, buddy. Good to see you.
Oh my
right,
god.
Hey Brian, I did have one. My pickup of the year. I got I grabbed. Before we move on to the next topic, I guess.
No. Yeah, if anybody you guys have your pickups of the year, I definitely want to talk about them.
So yeah, this is more like a personal. I was very happy with it. I've submitted a lot of books. I've been buying books forever. I've treated it as a business probably for the last 3 years, and the last year more seriously, like with my own LLC and stuff. So, but in all that time and grading a lot of books, I've never even owned a 9.9. I just haven't gotten anything back at 9.9. So at the end of last year, I sent a bunch of books off to the Kevin Eastman signing. And I know Kevin Eastman signs everything, so that's not a big deal. And I sent off some copies of that Last Ronin, specifically the 1 in 10, the Eastman cover. That was, I looked it up. There's 83 different variants they did for that cover. It's crazy. I don't remember what the print run was. I'm sorry?
I gotta say the best cover for all those Ronin covers was Hive Comics, the Staniak one that I still don't fucking own.
Wait, which one?
The Staniak.
Of what?
Last Ronin. Number to 250.
Oh yeah, sorry, I can't help you on that. I'm like, I'll try. I got you.
I know what Tony's got. I know what Tony's
one
about to
copy.
show.
I have one copy, and the only reason I even kept it because that book is secondary market sales on that book is still astronomical.
Yes.
The only reason I kept it is because of our issue 5. And having those facing each other, I'm like, I can't get rid of mine now. Like I can't. Yeah. They're gonna look amazing.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful one. Yeah. The Bartling is beautiful too.
Bartling killed it. Yeah, Bartling killed it.
Yeah.
This was the year of Bartling too, really. 2021 was like Aaron really, it's phenomenal. He's another artist that dabbled in comic art, right? He was another guy that it wasn't his full-time job. But because of the traction he saw over this year, dude, 2022 is going to be Aaron Bartling's just a comic artist. He gets to do something that he loves to do as a profession. And I think that's a story for a lot of people between 2021 and 2022 is a lot of us we took a leap of faith, right?
Yep.
A lot of people took a leap of faith and said, listen, I can't do regular work. I can't get steady work doing this other stuff. Like I was unemployed due to the pandemic. I had to go all in on Hive Comics to pay my bills. When we were able to see when Jonathan and I were able to see if we go all into this is actually how productive it becomes. It then became a business. And I think a lot of people saw that this year, like whether it was in or outside of comic books. I think you saw the beginning and growth of a lot of small business.
Yeah, a perfect example is Tony. Like just he said, he's for last 3 years he's been in this to really sell. And these I remember he sent these books in, and I remember the pickups post on these books.
I actually opened the CGC box on Whatnot. I peeked, so I knew the grades earlier, but. Anyways, just I'll wrap it up. But again, never owning a 9.9 in my life. We get one of these babies signed by Kevin Eastman, and it's got a little brother back here. I can't show my camera.
Oh,
wow!
Nice. So, and yes, this is a bound copy. I tried to do a count out of all the 85. Different variants. I want to say there's 24 10s. There's a shit ton of 9.9s, which I actually got a couple of 9.9s too, but there's a crap ton of 9.9s. But I mean, I don't think I'll ever own a 10 again of anything ever.
And it's even cooler. It's even cooler that you submitted yourself.
Let me just say this too. Those arrived during COVID. Okay, we're going to be talking about the COVID era at some point in the future.
Yep.
When Diamond had the worst service they've ever had.
Ever. Yeah.
On an oversized book they had no idea how to pack. when the printing companies had the most amount of production errors I've ever seen.
Yep.
And somehow those two books made it through all of that, arrived at you, went to CGC, who I will also say has the worst handling because they fucked my books up before, and went through an entire thing to get back to you and came back 10. A 10 from this era? Yeah, and Kevin Eastman magical hands touched it, you know. And Kevin,
they sat in Florida for 6 months before grading.
Right.
Through probably a hurricane as well.
In the heat.
Probably through a hurricane.
Yeah.
And the real
And
icing on the cake,
phenomenal.
that book was allocated on top of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. So when you add all of those factors together, the fact that there are 2 10s in the world is a miracle.
We sent off fucking NT. I sent off I want to say 20 copies of the one in 10, and probably 20 copies of the one in 25, and 70 copies between our Alan Qua and our Staniak variants, right? We didn't get a single 9.9 or better. And people talked about how easy those were to get. This wasn't Batman Damned, because Batman Damned and the difference, the binding was the same. The books were the same.
Probably printed at the same place.
Probably. The cover stock was the same. The gloss was the same. Everything about them was the same. The reason you saw the difference is stuff that Dennis just said, right? And stuff I said. The turnaround time was different. When Batman Damned came out, these books weren't sitting in Florida for 6 months. They were sitting there for a month and a half, 2 months. These guys, like, the shipping wasn't the issue, stuff like that. We had a customer of ours that sent 2. I didn't even realize he had any of these, but he had 5 of our Staniak variants. He finally sent them into CGC. He just got them back, and he got a 10, a 9.9, and 3 9.8s. And we were telling him, like, dude, we didn't even get 10s and 9.9s. You know what I mean? I offered to trade in my signed and remarked 9.8 for a 9.9, and he's like, no fucking way. He's like, no, man.
Let me just say one thing to AOA in the chat. Bribery? Are you saying you could that the integrity of CGC is viable? Like that they would just put an empty book, an invisible book in a case and grade it 0.5 through a 10.0? You're saying that their integrity is worth some amount of money, AOA?
Can I say this real quick without getting myself in trouble? I saw that book before everybody. I went and had dinner with Dinesh at Emerald City, and I seen a stack of books next to him. I'm like, what'd you pick up, Dinesh? Because Dinesh buys, I mean, anybody who knows Dinesh, he buys good shit, right?
Right.
And I didn't realize the other 2 gentlemen at the table, by the way, are the son of the guy who owns Heritage Comics. And another
Mikey Halpern.
Yeah. And another art collector that owns like every interior page for ASM 300 and all this shit. Like they were talking like $1 million auctions.
Big boys, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, Dinesh, what'd you pick up? And he goes, and he kind of looks at me coyly and he goes, well, I grabbed this, and I can't remember what slab he showed. It's something amazing, but like beyond that, I could care less. And he hands me this 9.8, and he goes, what do you think about this? And I look at it, and I'm like, and I just start laughing. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous, and how did you pull this off? And so he tells me about it, and I'm not going to get into it because it was a private conversation, right? And I trust, you know, my private conversations with people are private conversations. But I will say that the one thing I applaud about what they did, and I'm probably get a lot of hate about it, is I think it was the most artistic way to have an introspective like conversation about the collector's market in comics. And you couldn't have done it by taking a picture or painting a painting, right? If you want to make a commentary about comics and comic collecting and speculation and stuff like that, you have to do it with a comic book. And the way they did that, to me, it was brilliant. And I did. When I got that email, I sent him an offer. I said $1,227.83 and all 8 of my bad idea pins. I said I will give all that for one of these books. And I got a response back that said, and I had a coy little comment in there, and they said, your play to Dinesh's ego is deserving of a second thought. So I might still end up with one. but to me, it's an art piece. It's not a comic book. It wasn't. I don't feel like it was meant to be. It was meant to be a commentary. And I think people are getting bent out of shape about it. Like, no, it wasn't fucking supposed to be a comic book. It was supposed to be commentary. And to that, it's brilliant. As far as the comic book thing, it's shit. And as far as CGC's involvement in it, it's questionable.
Well, here's the thing.
So I get it on all sides. Like, I totally understand it. But like, for me, it's an art piece. If I own it, it's an art piece. I think it is.
Then you know what? Can I just say though?
Commentary of the collector's market. Then
here's what you do. If you want to make an art piece, then you go get some pieces of plastic. Dinesh knows who to call to make up some plastic.
He does.
Dinesh has an art team that can make some labels.
Yeah.
Okay. Dinesh has all of this, but if you want to make a commentary on the collector's market, you don't you don't throw an offer out to CGC to make them part of this and literally help torpedo what little integrity they still had with me.
These were on-site graded. I will say that. They have not come out and said that, but they were on-site graded. They were on-site graded.
So Dinesh came on Flipside when ENIAC first came out. We had him on. We had a big thing where we talked to him. A lot of fun.
It's about the stories, man. We just want to tell the stories. It's about making a comic book that everybody can read that we're only going to sell to 1 in 10 retailers.
So, I was
just paraphrasing.
The thing that you can't deny about Dinesh is going to get you talking about his comics, whether it's Bad Idea, whether it's Valiant, whatever it is, he's going to get you talking. He's a great showman. Now, to the Invisible comics, we had him backstage, and he was talking on the show about these he was going to destroy a book and give it away during the show and this and that. And he said to us behind the stage, he's like, yeah, I'm going to do an Invisible book. And we're like, that's fucking genius at the time, right? And here's why. Here's why I say this.
0.5.
To what Dennis said, right? If you're going to make a piece of art, this and that, but that is for you, right? He's making the art. If Dennis wants to make the art, Dennis is going to do it Dennis's way. This is how Dinesh is going to do it, right? So I get that, and I totally understand. I see where Dennis is coming from, where he's like, man, you have this company that's got integrity behind it, this and that.
No, I was being sarcastic when I said that.
I know, I get it. I get it. But you got to remember that the CGC also did the 9.5 Avengers once.
That's shady too.
Territory. It's been done before.
That's more shady.
Like
but it was done before, and on this show, they said we will never do a gimmick like that ever again. To Nico,
he fucking
lied. Did this year.
Yeah, but you know he was fucking with everyone when he said that. But the thing is, I will say this: like, Bad Idea's biggest issue and this isn't gonna. I don't want this. Like, this shouldn't turn into a big Bad Idea fucking topic, right? But I will say their biggest issue has always been transparency. Like, I get that it's a joke. I get that you're doing this, but say those things. Like, all Bad Idea had to come out and say, because I know this, because I sat in the room with Dinesh and he was like, yeah, we did on-site grading for these books. I talked to CGC and said, hey, listen,
the Invisible books
we're trying to do, can we do these? And they reached up to higher ups at CGC that okayed it, but it was on-site grading. Had they said that, 85% of the backlash over this whole thing would have disappeared. But I think, like Brian had said, it gets people talking. And I think that's why Dinesh why they're not so open with that information, because they know, like, whether you're shitting on them or you're applauding them, you're talking about them. And to that, Dinesh is a marketing genius. But when a marketing genius turns into sales or success for his company is a totally, like, who in the hell knows?
James,
this could ruin or create,
3 hours and 45 minutes ago, we had 2 comic creators that wrote the best goddamn comic book that came out this year, with the best fucking hook, some of the best art, some of the best relations with retailers, sold to all of the retailers, made tons of waves through the entire industry through being good. They didn't have to restrict the selling to 1 in 10 retailers. They didn't have to do this gimmick bullshit with 2 different variants and a pin and a button that you have to push on the internet to do this and that. If you have a good book, your book will sell. We've been talking all night about how the industry didn't respect Stray Dogs, didn't respect Department of Truth, didn't respect House of Slaughter, didn't respect Nice House on the Lake, didn't respect okay? And now we're sitting here giving any lip service to arguably a horribly written comic book that is only being talked about because of Dinesh's bullshit gimmicks.
Have any of you guys read any of the Bad Idea books? Have any of you guys read any of that?
The Whale book was excellent. The
recent...
would
you not say though that some of these books may have been the greatest books of this year or of 2021?
This is I'm the only one that mentioned these, and I'm their biggest hater. So nobody on this entire night has ever mentioned a good Bad Idea book tonight.
But I will say this though: if ENIAC or some of those other books had seen mass distribution, every one of us would have been talking about those books tonight. And I think that's the failure of Bad Idea. Right?
Yes,
that's the failure.
Of course.
That's the failure. Because the entire conversation tonight would have been swayed around like what's your best book?
Put your dick on the table, put your book in diamond, and retailers will buy it if it's good, Dinesh. Yeah. But if not, you're just sticking your pinky out there for me to call a small dick.
I just want to say this: do not spend $1,000 on one of those invisible slabs because the raws are super cheap.
Yeah, buy a bootleg from me. You know, I got a bootleg right here from Red Hood, so you can buy my bootleg one.
All right, guys. I want to change the subject to something that we haven't hit on this year. We've got some amazing Star Wars fans that have been part of this channel and that are part of this community. And of course, one of the shows that we love is Dark Side on Renivision. We've got Marco and the crew stop by tonight. What's going on, brother? How you been? He's on mute. He's got to change his mute.
Marco knows more about Star Wars than most of us have ever forgotten.
Marco, what's going on, man?
Oh, hey, yeah, good. Sorry about that. I forgot how to work mics in this. It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
Thanks for the invite.
It's been a long time.
Appreciate it.
We've got we want to give a shout out. Make sure you guys are following Renivision. We love Pete over here, one of the best in our community. Puts out amazing content. You guys got a show tomorrow going on, a for end of the year show. So we're not gonna spoil too much.
I heard somebody might be showing up to that. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it too much.
No problem.
But I definitely want to talk some Star Wars talk. You know, we got Solo here, we got you here. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I know there's some Star Wars fans in the chat.
Yeah,
and we're getting ready to hit our stride with the Star Wars universe on Disney Plus, right?
I think so. When you see what like production level, what's finished already, what's in the can, and how the layout's going to be. I think the pause, we were kind of talking about this other night and Tack on Renivision, the Wednesday show, like the timeline of how they can switch between Marvel and Star Wars now going on Disney Plus for what they've already finished. It's going to be steady. You know what I mean? It's not going to be dump a bunch, leave, you get nothing, dump a bunch. It's going to be steadily going back and forth. That kind of looks like what the layout and the plan is. And if they stick to that and nothing falls into place, it should be pretty good. Yeah. Which is nice because I think we thought a lot of stuff was going to be further out because of how stuff was coming out. Like I think we were looking at 5, 6, 7 years down the line, and we might be seeing some of that stuff like 3 years down the line. So it cut like 2 years off, which is it's good.
Yeah. So what did you think about the first episode of Book of Boba Fett?
I loved it. I thought it was great.
You loved it?
I loved it. Yeah, it did so much.
Within the first 3 minutes, right? You were like, "Fuck yes."
Yeah,
like everybody has to agree within the first 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, they did so much stuff. Like if you read, I was kind of getting to this without spoiling it all the other night. If you read the novels or you read the comic books or you read the legend stuff or you collect the action, they brought in so many things from that. So you should be happy with how it went because they gave what did the one guy say? We can't call it fan service anymore. It's fan wants. But they gave us so many things that like fans, no matter what fan you are, you should like. Now I understand if you like you read the gossip sites and it didn't work out the way they were calling it, but like, you know, for the rest of us, I think it did pretty good. We got a lot of stuff we were looking for. There's some storylines we don't want to spoil, but some of it is following some of the Chuck Wingo books, if you read those before. And it looks like they're pretty honest to that.
What do you think about him jumping into the pit as thin Boba Fett and him coming out as overweight?
I mean, the suit's got a lot of nutrition in it, right? Like you saw, the suit's got a lot of nutrition in it, and you know, he consumed it while he was sleeping there for like 2
I
or
was
3
good
weeks.
friends with Jeremy Bullock for years, and Jeremy's ass was never that big.
None of those guys were because of all the suits they had to fit. There's so much shit in there, and like
well, he lost a little weight. I will give it to him. He did drop a couple pounds for the show, maybe 20. But
what I like best though too is like all the characters that they introduced or they reintroduced. They only gave you enough to get a feeling for the character, but they didn't overdo it. Like sometimes when we get these new characters or a grouping of characters, it's like bomb. They give you the whole episode and then you're done. With these, I mean, I think there's a lot of characters people want to still flesh out, which is good. It's nice.
You know what I really liked about this show, and
25 pounds.
What's the opposite of what everybody else liked about it? When Disney nuked the expanded universe, and now they're going forward with their momentum. I love it the way I love The Walking Dead. I've read the comics, and at the point at which the end of season 2 of Walking Dead literally said, yeah, you read the comics, Dennis? You like the comic books? We're going completely over here.
Mm-hmm.
At that point,
we're going to give you some meat and potatoes, but you know what? We're going to do our thing.
Right.
Nachos and beer.
We're going to give you Star Wars 81, but then we're also going to have this entire divergency from that, and you're going to follow along with the ride.
Well, I think that's a misconception a little bit, is that they nuked Legends, right? Like they put it on it to clean it up a little bit and readjust, because you've been around for a while, Dennis, you know this. Like a lot of that stuff started. I mean, there was old like out here in the Midwest. Dennis lives in the same state I do. We used to have a lot of fan fiction, and there was a lot of fan fiction throughout all of comics out here. I mean, it's big and high here, like a lot of stuff, and small publishers started out here from it. But that stuff, there's a huge Star Wars fan fiction, and a lot of the stuff that ended up going over to Del Rey were guys that were writing fan fiction. And
I can't remember if it was Truce of Bakura or Courtship of Leia, but it was one of the hardcover novels, and I was reading it, and I get halfway through it, and I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? You've got Luke Skywalker on the bridge of a starship, commanding, a Starfleet, and you've got this going on, and I'm like, this is not Star Wars. This is Star Trek. This is a Star Trek writer who just plugged Luke Skywalker into Captain Kirk's spot.
Yep, and that happened a lot. So I think when like the course correction, I know on the internet people want to, it's very easy to be angry and blame stuff and point a finger real quickly and not be patient. But like what you're seeing right now, especially with this, I don't like, if you're not happy with this show, then maybe Star Wars isn't the thing for you. Because I mean, the Tusken Raiders, what they did with them, turning them back to a nomad tribe.
Yeah.
They did a touch off with that. The whole balance right here that you see between it, and it gives a link to one like it's a very far out link, and I wouldn't exactly say. I mean, there's a lot of Star Wars fans that are saying it, but I wouldn't exactly. But there's Darth Vader 25 and Gillian. There's a group of Tusken Raiders that were similar to this tribe. Similar. I'm going to use the word similar, and people like that though. Like not even they just like that there's stuff that they feel and they know. So yeah, I think it played tons of fan service. It played out well. And when it was done, I wanted 10 more minutes. And it wasn't like I wanted 10 more, because I think if I got 10 more minutes, I want 10 more minutes, which I'm okay with that. This was cool too. I like the animation on this. So they went back and used the animation from like the old school, like movies.
Dude, that shit was badass.
Yeah, that was so
claymation
cool.
type shit.
Yeah. Well, like if you go back to, what was it? The one where the Greek one where
gods,
yeah.
Clash of the Titans.
Yep.
Clash of the Titans. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Marco, I'm really glad you're here, and I did enjoy the show, but I'd want your opinion. I don't consider myself a hater. I don't watch these shows and start picking them apart and say, oh, they should have done this or they should have done that.
Sure.
But I got two pushbacks on this on the episode. I love the first 15 minutes where there was almost zero dialogue. I honestly wish the whole show had been like that. But my two gripes are Robert Rodriguez in general. His was my least favorite. His was my least favorite, even though it introduced Boba Fett. Just the way it was, the way he tried to make it stylized. His episode of Mandalorian last year, and then he tried to continue that. I don't know, the way he does fight sequences.
Yeah.
I personally don't care for Robert Rodriguez doing Star Wars stuff.
Okay, and that's fine. And I will say this: the one thing I was worried about was how bad it was going to be. Because if it was like the episode of Mandalorian, that would have been tough. He did take it back a little bit from there. And to be honest with you, when they had the Major Domo come over and the lines that the Major Domo did, now no, it was Rodriguez before that, right? And Rodriguez kind of tried to do something similar, and then you see the Major Domo do it. And unfortunately, I wish he wouldn't have done the whole, hey, it sounds like a threat when, blah, 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 blah. Because the next thing that came up with the Major Domo was sweet. Like that line of the Major Domo is really cool. And although it was a little overplayed, probably over-directed, to be honest with you, but like that is part of that whole bullshit that he said is like that's in the books. Like that's in Star Wars. That's in the canon. So like, I mean, not the similarity is in canon, which was really cool to see. So I mean, hey, look, I get it. Yeah. Rodriguez, like jumping back, shooting guns underneath your hip, like sideways and upside. I get it, man. I get it.
My other thing is more a big picture thing. And I don't know how you can avoid it by having a season of the Book of Boba Fett, but we see him in his mask. How many minutes? 4 minutes. Like the reason that Boba Fett is such a huge figure in pop culture, in American culture, is that mysterious nature. He's not silent, but he's pretty close.
But
he's a man of few words. He kicks ass, and you don't know his motivation. But now in the show, we're really getting that's being fleshed out. We're seeing his face more than anything. We're getting his motivation, and he's just becoming like, my kids are watching this, but for my kids, he's not going to be their favorite Star Wars character. He's going to be one of, that's a cool character, but they're gonna gravitate to someone else. So I feel like this is the end of the mysterious, the Boba Fett being the best character in the world. You know what I mean?
We don't know the story yet, though. Right now we've got the Mandalorian who doesn't show his face, and then you got this Boba Fett guy who's not necessarily a Mandalorian, maybe discovered this, and they've got two different ethoses. Plus,
Figures, hold on. Oh, not you. Sorry. Go ahead, Dennis. Figures said something. I'm going to address.
Plus, Boba Fett has been running around for 5 to 7 years without that mask on.
Yeah. Okay. So
here's
Tony, I understand what you're saying here, but you're also wanting your cake and eating it too. You want Boba Fett's story to be fleshed out, right? It has actually in Legends, and when it did, when it got fleshed out, like it did, like he actually had his mask off a lot. There was actually some like if you know his kid's story, like it's very like it's not appropriate. Like what happened, like you can't talk like that because it's not technically his daughter. It technically was somebody was assaulted. But like you can't do those storylines. And there was tons of dialogue and they had tons of this stuff. If you actually, what was he on? 2 minutes and 30 seconds between all of Empire with a helmet on. So like, there's an expanded with him and you have to take it off. If your kids aren't going to be like, love that. No, there's kids out there that I'm like, yo, Darth Vader's the dopest Sith. And they're like, yo, they're not kids anymore. They're in their 20s and 30s. You're only at 0.14, huh? Well, some of us drink and some of us sip. But what I'm saying is like, they love Darth Maul, and that's okay. Darth Maul can be their favorite character as long as they love Star Wars. I get it. I got kids too, man. I want my kids to love everything that I love. But the fact of the matter is that that's not going to happen, bro. I'm not their best friends. They're not my best friends. They're my kids. So like, I just hope that we can get along at some point later on in life. You know what I mean? So,
I just hope that once this show is done, that he still has, it's going to take the writing. It's all about the writing. And they pulled that off in Mandalorian. They didn't have the canon to hold up, to be compared to in Mandalorian. They had kind of a blank canvas. But I just hope that they can really reel in and keep the writing tight. So so he maintains his status.
Just remember this. This is a setup to something, right? Mandalorian season 3 and this are both a setup
episode.
It's a setup to it's probably a setup to something I'll say on Sunday, but there's a setup and a peak that those two properties are going to come together separate from the other properties, which is fine. And that might be more enjoyable for you in the end. But Boba Fett is going to die eventually. They have to end the story. You can't want a story of something and then go like, oh crap, they killed the person. Like, yeah, eventually people die. Like, yeah, it sucks that you're not going to get the same nostalgia, like seeing them the first time you saw them, either in the cartoon, the Christmas special, or like, you know, like in the theater. And it sucks that our kids aren't going to like all the same shit we like.
And
But
we don't
like,
know
if we-
Tamora's deal on this. Tamora might have only made a deal to come back and like, look, guys.
No, there's a third. They already said there's a third thing going on.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, Tamora and Disney know that deal. And they're going to fill that entire deal with what they want to fill. And then it's up to them to branch it off into something else.
But I think, like Dennis said before, like if you go back, and I know you said you didn't, but like this is kind of where some of it is good for us. Like if you go back and read some of that old Boba stuff, like some of it, it just is. You know what I mean? It ain't good. It ain't bad.
Well, I mean, Dark Horse pulled a lot of shit and put a lot of crap on pages that probably.
I mean, I like Overdrive, but like it was just a dude rolling around on a bike blowing shit up. Like it had nothing to do with anything. Like, you know, and then you get the storyline of when he was part of the Mandalorian army, and that was all jacked up. Like that stuff you couldn't play. Yeah, you could have done the stuff with his dad coming out and converting, but then you made the whole. I get that, but like. I think we have to set our expectations. We're not going to get nostalgia. We're not going to get that feeling of nostalgia that we used to get back in the 70s and 80s. It's way past that. It's years later. What we can hope for is that they treat the property with respect and they build something that we enjoy watching. And I hope that at the end you do enjoy it. I mean, I hope.
That being said, I did enjoy it. I liked it, but if I compare it with Mandalorian, I enjoyed Mandalorian a lot more.
Fair enough. I do know there's a Dave episode coming up in the middle, so maybe that will be a little bit. I mean,
and that's a little unfair. I mean, you've only had one episode, so by the end of this could be pretty comparable to Mandalorian.
I don't know, like if that's his opinion on it. Like he comes from a different space. Like I can't criticize his fandom, right? He told us, he flat out said, "Look, man, I didn't read all the old stuff, man. Look, I don't read all the novels like you. Like I can't criticize his fandom." His fandom is what it is, but it's respectable because like what he is saying is true. I have similar feelings. My feelings are just more engulfed in it and a little bit different. You know, I mean, I'm wearing the Boba Fett sketch shirt. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure, and
it
I'm not
what it is.
discounting anybody's fandom at all. I'm just saying we've had one episode of Boba Fett.
I bet you by
We've had
episode
2
3
seasons of Mandalorian. So
I
by
do
the
think,
end
though-
of this season, we
I
could
will
see
say
it
this,
could
though.
really get good and really knock it out of the park.
Yeah.
Mandalorian
there was
had
some stuff in this episode that I didn't like, and I was like, it was
Mandalorian
good,
had the best first episode hook you could ever fucking ask for. So I mean, we were all sold on Mando on episode 1. You can't redo a hook like that twice.
I do think though that like you have creators and directors and writers that have embraced Netflix and Disney Plus for what they are, and they understand that like you got to come out swinging. That first episode better be swinging because that app, that platform has 50 other new shows every month.
Right.
And,
But here's
this is one with this. They're banking on fandom to hold in there for episode 2 and 3 so they can do some world building, right? Because there's a lot of time they got to cover.
In 7
Right,
episodes.
Boba's been gone for a long time. There's a lot of time they got to cover, but it would have been nice to see them come out swinging in this episode 1. I watched it, I enjoyed it, but I certainly could have wanted a lot more. And I think what they should have come out swinging because they have to understand like this isn't daytime TV. This isn't your Thursday night Seinfeld episodes. This is like you are on a platform that literally has 50 new shows every single month. And if you don't come out swinging, people are going to forget about you by the time episode 2 hits.
Right, but here's the problem: if you come out swinging too much in your first episode and you have nothing to back it, which they did,
then the rest.
If you go back, if you go back and look at the Bad Batch, right? And this is something that Jedi Johnson brought up on the Wednesday show because we did a little non-spoiler on the Wednesday show over at Renovision. But like he brought up a good point. Bad Batch came out swinging. The first episode was hands down a home run, right? But then episode 3 was kind of just like, yo, we got to put something out. And episode 5 was, yo, we got to put something out.
We were just all talking about this too. Look at Hawkeye and look at WandaVision. and they both started out soft at the beginning and gave you the hook on episode 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at Falcon and Winter Soldier and Loki, and they gave you the hook on episode 1, and then they had the fizzle out by 3 and 4.
I guess
so. That's Disney's learning this literally in the deep end.
Yep, it's new. I don't know who Seinfeld is, so I am confused. But what I'm saying is, though, I think this is going to be like stretched out. Like if you look at the time frames of what they're doing, like how many times are we going to have flashbacks? Hopefully, it's not the whole. I think if they do it the whole season, it's going to ruin it, right? Like, but if they get through 3 episodes with flashbacks, we get caught up on the storyline. They tag that into the Mandalorian style, and I know the chat's saying don't compare the two. I get it, but there is some linking between the two shows, so there has to be a little bit of back and forth between it.
Yeah.
I think if you could do that, and then the last 3 you take care of. I just don't want to spoil everything we're going to talk about on Sunday, because we're going to project where the show's going to go on Sunday. But like when you get to that, and then the next step, do remember this is a stepping stone. People think this isn't Hawkeye, where Hawkeye was a show. This is a stepping stone to a major event. So this would be, I don't know.
This is also going to be chock full of, people showing up, Din Djarin. Do we think Ahsoka's going to show up in this? We're going to see a lot of cameos in these Star Wars series.
I've heard, like, obviously there's already been some myths, but we're doing that draft thing where we're kind of just joking around to like hit a couple things. But like, yeah, there's no possible way everybody wants to show up and thoughts could show up in like 7 episodes. And a lot of it doesn't even make sense. Like, it's hard to like, I think that's the hardest part. Like, it's hard not to criticize people when they want something so bad. And then at the same time go like, that's like impossible. Right. And then like, they're like, yeah, but it could happen. And you're like, sure. I mean, Star Wars. So.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's talk. So we talked a little bit about the Boba Fett stuff. I want to talk a little bit about the comics and where the comics are going. We have some big news in Star Wars this year. Star Wars was big. The High Republic came out. We all know how much we especially love the IDW series, how good it was. Then ID comes out. IDW is losing the license. It's heading to Dark Horse. What do we know about Dark Horse and Star Wars coming in 2022?
And then Dark Horse gets bought.
Yeah, and the Dark Horse gets bought. The one thing that we do know that's crossing over is they're going to take the same writer from the Adventures book, the High Republic Adventures book, have them continue writing into the next thing. So if that goes over to Dark Horse, that's where it goes. I think they do have a little bit of an issue. When they originally had the Star Wars Adventure property, they did make it a real an all issue thing, and they were doing pretty well with it. That's why they got so many extra parts on it, right? Like when they started off with Star Wars Adventures, you would see something where it was like a new storyline, something with the Rey or whatever, but then they'd have a classic storyline. It was mainly kid orientated, but adults could read it too. They continued to do that. They started going to like sub storylines that you want to hear, kind of like those books that they put out, like the Tales from the Holocaust, whatever it is, those little add-on stories, and then they give you a major story that would help out with canon. A lot like they used to do with the the Dark Horse Star Wars books back in the day. But eventually they switched to this villainy and hero thing, which was it's a complete train wreck. The art is hit and miss. It was kind of what Marvel did. Remember back probably like probably like 2009 and 10, where they would start off a series and they'd have an artist and a writer on it for 3 or 4 books, and then completely change the art and completely change no matter how popular it was, and it would tank and up. Yeah, Dennis. Yeah. So that's kind of what they were doing over there. And unfortunately, it sucks. Like, it sucks. And then they couldn't get out of their own way because people were seeing that, and they never deciphered between Star Wars Adventures and the High Republic. The High Republic at IDW is some of the better content.
Amen.
Well, because High Republic was a committee laying out a long-term plan
Illuminati,
of video games here, animated here, comic book series here, book series here. And I honestly think that everything else, and no offense, because Vader's Castle, I think, is the best thing that
I do too. Yeah, we love Vader's Castle. I mean, I've been on for Scott, so that's why we had so high hope for regular series. And he writes great novels. That's the problem. Scott writes beautiful. His novels are some of the best novels. It's him and Scott, or him and Gray. They write the best. They're the best 2 writers in Star Wars right now as far as novels go. And then he did Vader's Castle, and you're like, God, that's so dope. But then he started the High Republic, like main title under Marvel, and I mean, it wasn't good. I mean, like, It wasn't.
Shit the bed.
That first arc, you know, I mean, I remember we
But
talked.
don't know
Brian,
if-
I was
we
talking with
don't know,
Brian.
but part of that is we don't know what index card he got handed to pick up. Like, I believe he was able to do whatever he wanted over at IDW on Vader's Castle because he's kind of the captain of that ship in his brain. But what I think is he was handed, hey, you need this character to do this thing, like a Mad Lib, and he had to fill in those blanks in a very confined space, and it didn't work for a guy like that.
You know, unfortunately, I hate to pat ourselves on the back on this one because we called it early, and Brian, early on when this was coming, I think he was on Tales from the Dark Side, and we were talking that. He asked what I thought about the Dangir, and I said it's a mistake, and it's going to be really bad. Like, it's really going to be bad. The other route with Ro and with Laura D is the way to go. And if you read Scott's novel for the High Republic, it's very little Dangir. It's a lot of Ro and the whole Nihil. And he killed that because that's horror at its best. I think what they said was like, hey, you like writing old monster horror. How about we give you a thing from the swamp and you can do some bullshit with it? And he's like, it just didn't work. It didn't work. But at least like the Ava Chris they had at the beginning, she sucks. I mean, starting to change her around, but I think it's too late at this point.
Well, let's
so
you named a couple of things. You named Marshawn Rowe and Lorna D. Two great characters that the majority of the people that were into Star Wars issues loved. I want to shout out Wanted Comics again. One of the retailers who we haven't had on tonight. I sent out the invitation. He was going to spend time with his in-laws. So much love to Drew. Drew had some amazing Will Sliney covers on those early High Republic issues. He hit the head with the Lorna D and the Marshawn Rowe stuff. Do you think, and I know we've seen these weird pictures that people think could be Nile in the Book of Boba Fett. I don't think they are. I think they're just droids or guards. But do you think we're going to get Nile showing up or anything from High Republic callback showing up in anything?
So in Afra, middle of the year, they kind of showed, they kind of hinted at it, saying that like, you know, this was the overdrive from their ships, and that it's kind of been a long time since any of these people have been around and expired. I think, like, you know, we've got a big fan out there, Darth Lopez, and he's really been on the point about the acolytes and trying to get the Sith. Like, he calls me weekly going like, yo, so how would it, if we could get Sith, how would you work it in there? And I think that when you look at the Ro character versus the D character, like, there's something there. Like, there somewhere is a dark side user and like a Sith Lord somewhere in there to fix out. And however we get to it, that is probably how we're going to go. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's what you have to look at. I think the Nihil is just a vehicle and eventually gets expired. Well, it does. We know that because of the canon stuff they put out already.
Yeah.
I agree with the comment down there because
shout out to Thoro.
Yeah, because, you know, the thing is we can wish and nuts and candies and butts all we want, but as long as Kathleen Kennedy has decided that all roads lead to 7, 8, 9, we are not going to get many divergent paths that are going to take us anywhere but that train wreck.
Here's what I think.
Well, I don't think that's true either. Actually,
I think Kathleen Kennedy is being paid to shut up, sit back, and just be quiet. Let us take Star Wars where we want now. I'll be honest. I think that they gave her.
Well,
I think they gave her Indiana Jones.
Dave and John that you'd have to tell Dave and John that because Dave and John just came out recently saying that's not the case.
Of
like
course
Dave and John,
they're going to because it's such a big deal, right? Everybody's dog shitting, dog piling on Kathleen Kennedy right now.
I think that's bad YouTube shows it. Like the
I
guys
don't know, man. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
She
just signed another 3-year contract, and everybody's
exactly
like,
hush money, and this is just my opinion. I think it's hush money.
That's not how it works that high up. No,
Brian,
I disagree. I don't think George Lucas likes her anymore.
In 1980, she was the assistant to what's his name? No, before that, the guy who did Conan's script or directed Conan. John Milius.
People give her too much credit for what.
And literally, she locked on to her husband. Gary
I agree, AOA.
On the set of 1941, and literally in a year, she's producing E.T. with her husband. This woman knows every body buried, every skeleton in closet.
Hush money.
No, you don't. It's the other way. You don't push her out. You push her out. 100 huge titans come in and say, you fucked up.
That's
she
why
knows
they're keeping
every
her quiet.
dirty little secret about us that she knows.
They're not pushing her out.
This is a good
mark my
movie. We should
words.
do this one.
Mark my words. Mark my words. When Indiana Jones comes out and tanks, it's all going to go back onto Kathleen Kennedy. This female Indiana Jones bullshit is going to tank so hardcore.
How many years have they? I mean, no offense, but like, how many years have I heard this at this point? Like, I would like honestly, I don't think like that's not how it. I mean, whatever. That's not how it works, but that's fine.
I just think that nobody but
on,
Kevin
Jonathan.
Feige or Kevin Feige was fired after Ghostbusters 2016.
Yeah, but look what they're doing. Their Ghostbusters 2016. They're hushing it up.
Nobody has been fired for The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker, underperforming by about 50% of what they thought it was going to. Nobody gets fired anymore. If you are if you are driving the Exxon Valdez into the fucking shore, you do not get fired for it. If you are like Kathleen Kennedy,
We'll see.
Hi, Tony.
I think that unfortunately she does get a lot of the blame. She does get a lot of the BS. I get that. But I think Favreau and Filoni have worked their way in there, and people are so excited about where Star Wars are going that the writing's on the wall. Like, holy shit, the writing's on the wall. I get it that there's these silly YouTube guys that go out there and say, here's the rumor this week, Kathleen Kennedy's gone, and then she signs a fucking 3-year deal. Hush money, in my opinion. But let's get off the Kathleen Kennedy stuff. I want to go into...
You usually don't sign for that much money if you're firing them or hushing them, I guess.
What are you talking about? You don't sign that for much money?
Dude, I think people are,
quiet?
like somebody said in the comments, I think people give her too much, like that's not really her job, what people blame her for or what they give her credit for. Like,
so
would it not have been Kathleen Kennedy that forced out those directors that dropped out of projects 5-6 years ago?
You got to remember. Okay, so the Trevorrow thing, which I love, but like you got to remember, the script wasn't finished. It was supposed to have shot a year before. He didn't have a finished. You can't I love that thing, and I wish it would have happened.
Wasn't there like 3 projects where the directors dropped out?
None of them dropped out,
or they were let go, or whatever.
Yeah, they were let go because they couldn't get on time and schedule to finish out their products because there's already a lineup where they had to finish it in an amount of time, and unfortunately they didn't get it done, and that sucks because the travel shit would have been fucking amazing. Like we've all read like 3/4, but that took him 6 years to do, and he literally was supposed to be filming a year before that and couldn't get in front of it to film. So like, yeah, eventually people get fired for that, but like even at that point, like what are you going to do? Just let him keep writing and then keep delaying the movie? They're not. No, she knows how to make money. Like her job is literally to make that company money and not lose money. And unfortunately, which I don't like 2 out of those 3 movies. She still made him money. She made him money on the Disney Plus, and she hired John and Dave. So and she gave Dave the position to be where he is today. So
I'll disagree with you on that because George hired Dave, and Favreau was already in the Disney family before Kathleen and Star Wars ever walked in the door.
Well, Kathleen's been with it for.
She has not been with Disney. She has not been with Disney.
When they first signed over, George made a deal that they had to sign.
Yes, but that was after they had already bought it. She was made the president of Lucasfilm.
Well, it was part of the switchover deal when he sold.
Right.
So
but Jon Favreau has been there since day 1 of Disney Marvel, and he was already doing Jungle Book for them by the time that Star Wars and Kennedy came in. So I'm just saying,
wasn't Jungle Book done in 2008?
Disney hired John. Disney hired
Jungle
John.
Book was in 2018, yes?
What?
Was Jungle Book 2018? Yes.
I don't know.
Jungle Book?
Yeah.
I thought Jungle Book came out this year.
So
he's talking about the Lion King.
So we're
getting
Yeah,
but that was 3 years after Disney bought Star Wars.
Yeah, but he was in pre-production on that for 2 years before they even shot it.
Fucking Marsha Lucas. That's all I want to say.
Yeah,
Show Marsha Lucas some love. All right. So here's what I wanted to ask.
All I'm saying is George hired Dave, Disney hired Favreau, Kathleen comes in, and they picked
Well, I mean, if you read Dave's biography, it's a little bit different than what you're saying, but that's fine. Whatever, man. I don't care. Just keep making good shit, bro. Like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit. Just keep making good shit.
Here's what I want to talk about, though. I want to talk about what some of the comic stuff that's coming, i.e., this Dark Reign stuff. The Dark Reign stuff has come out. I want to get your opinion on the Dark Reign stuff. What do you think about it so far, Marco?
Oh, I think it's good. I mean,
Crimson Reign. Sorry, Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson
Rain.
Rain. Yeah, you're saying Dark Reign. I was like, I read that a while ago, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. Are you talking about Crimson Rain? I mean, I think it's good because I think we're finally getting parts of what we would have seen in the end of the solo story, right? Like if we were going to get 2 or 3 of those, we were going to get this portion of it, and it's good to see. I was a fan of the solo movie. It came out at the wrong time, and you didn't give it any promotion, but at the same time, that was one. Speaking Tony, that was one where yes, they had to get rid of. They were shooting, and the guy was like delaying it, and they had to fire the director and the writer. But with that being said, I thought they still did a good job on it, and I was always hoping for the end of the story. And we got part of the storyline where we got to see what happened with Darth Maul already. You know, spoiler alert, but we all know what happened to Darth Maul between Rebels and then the last season of Clone Wars. But then we have to still have the Kira story, and I think they're doing a pretty good job. Now, I think people are a little overzealous trying to link up comic books with I mean, Dennis made this point a little bit earlier. Like, yeah, they'll give you a little bit, but they're not going to throw the comic book out into, they never have done it before. Like, well, I mean, they could do it, but they've never done it before where it's like, oh yeah, hey, here we go. We got Crimson Reign on the comic. So guess what? We're going to give you Crimson Reign on the show that's on the TV right now. Also, it's a different cycle, as we know, with like comic book writing and storylines compared to the cinematic. But as far as the storyline goes, it's great. We're going to get 3 parts of it. It's going to be the end. They've unfortunately told us the end already before they gave it to us. But I think they're doing a really good job with it. I hope they really close down. I hope the paper shortage makes them stop printing as many books. The Star Wars main title stinks.
Yes.
It stinks. It's bad. They need to take the Bounty Hunter title and reduce that just to bounty hunters, take Valance and Darth Vader and combine that to one title, stop writing 2-part stories, have Aphra do her thing, and then have Crimson. So you got 3 titles.
And we don't need 4 to 6 different variant covers for every
fucking men. Let's get into that. God damn it. You guys are just hitting it right here. We are printing so many of these damn books.
He's great in Rudy Hartman. Yeah, no, I mean, that's part of it too. Like, yeah, we're in a paper shortage and then we're still doing Sprouses. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I'm sorry. I loved Favreau the most when he played Brian in PCU.
Hirsch.
Oh, yeah, PCU.
Hirsch. Yeah. You blow me where the Pampers are.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's not go down that road. That was great. Yeah. And PCU was fun too. And what's his name didn't have hair, and then he grew hair after that movie.
Yeah. You got a hair transplant.
No, he did, but what's his name?
Yeah.
Jeremy Piven.
Jeremy Piven. Yeah. Fucking Jeremy Piven. Yeah. Mersh. All right, Crimson Reign. Yeah, so Crimson Reign, they printed an ungodly amount of them.
Oh, absolutely.
This book got hot, though. It got hot because of, I get Stray Dogs has billions of variants, but they're good. You look at the Star Wars variants, and they're fucking garbage. Every variant except for the Raza. The Raza was good.
Yeah.
But every other variant on that fucking thing.
It's a little loud, but I just thought it was running.
Me too.
Were really fucking good. You know what I mean?
Keep running. Oh.
Yeah.
So the other variants were all fucking garbage, and they're watering this shit down. They're absolutely watering it down.
I agree.
We're
getting a lot of the #1 overprint too for everything. Like that book was clearly like a 90s. Just because it has a #1 on it, everybody's going to buy it, right? Which is kind of unfortunate. And then, there's a bunch of other factors that play into it. Hive did really good with we've talked to them before about their exclusives, but like everybody's hopping into the exclusive game, which adds on numbers to everything, right? And now they're finding out that's maybe not as hard to do Marvel as they used to, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So there you go. You get more copies, and then that gives out more of the exclusives. But you're right.
Hi, Marco.
Hey, what's going on, Jonathan? How are you doing? You do a good job with your. You do a good job.
Thanks,
with your
man. I mean, yeah, I was saying hi. We haven't talked in forever.
No, I
man.
know it's been a minute.
So
Sorry,
Gabriel, we really went heavy on the Delgado Star Wars variant. That was so good that they picked up on. That was just amazing. And that's what I mean. Like, if we're gonna get variants, I want variants like that. I don't want these watered down, shitty variants, man.
Well, I mean, we saw what Wanted did too, which was pretty good. But like, I think even their own variants that come out of their own house, there's a lot of them where we're looking at that FOC and we're like, this can't be the end art, right? Like, this can't be it. And
Yeah,
then they said they put it out there, and you're like, "Holy shit, this is the fucking end." Are you kidding? Like, we won't even show. We don't. There's variants that we won't even show anymore because we're just like, "Holy shit, this is so bad." Like, it's just, and you know, I mean, it just art's a matter of taste, I guess. But like at the same point, like, you know, look at.
Yeah. All right.
What's going on, Jonathan? By the way, sorry. Good to see you.
I want to also hit up on the figures. What's going on in Figure World right now? I mean, is it just the Black series that's just still everybody's talking about? I mean, I went to Target the other day, and man, there were so many figures on the peg. Man, it were so many figures on the peg. It was crazy.
I think there's a. Yeah, I think there's a combination of two things.
Hey, does anybody resell Lego sets?
Yes. Fucking A.
Yeah, people
Big
buy those
time.
all the time. But yeah, it's big money.
It is. It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, with my kids, whichever one they ask for Christmas, I buy 3.
That's what I think I need to start doing that,
dude.
man.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah.
We got somebody in here right now that's got so many fucking Lego sets he doesn't know what he's got, and that's Mr. Barter.
Yeah.
I have like 10,000 pounds of Legos that are all in like storage totes.
People buy it by the pound. No, I mean, fucking just put it out there. They'll buy this shit by the pound.
I need an elbow.
It's going to be a currency someday,
I
right?
can imagine Dennis opening up like a Connex, and it's just nothing but Legos.
It's
You
a
can't
theater
even walk
door.
into
It's
it.
not that. It's a theater door.
I have 24-foot tall pallet racking, and the Legos take up 6 different pallets worth of space.
Stein calls me and he goes, "Man, I just went over to Dennis's place and dug through some books. The dude's got like fucking 6 fucking. He's got the whole stage of a movie theater full of Legos, just 10,000 fucking Legos.
Dude, they got some new ones out with Miles.
Mm-hmm.
Miles is in it. What's her face? Edge of Spider-Verse 2. Gwen. Yeah. Like,
well, the Star Wars ones have always been super collectible.
Yeah, because the pieces they don't make them a lot.
Yes.
A lot of minifigures they wouldn't do a ton of. But there's that one I just actually gave it to my son for Christmas. It's like it was in 2018. They did the Venom vs. Spider-Man mech, and it was the first time that Gwen was in a minifig.
Oh, really?
And then I looked it up and was like,
Legos?
"Yo, I probably shouldn't have given it to him."
The original Green Goblin Lego used to be one of the rarest. The Spider-Man Green Goblin Toby was one of the rarest Legos for like the longest time, and I don't know if I think they probably are. Did they remake it?
No, I didn't get that for Christmas, JJ.
Yeah,
they had to.
Well, I mean, they made it.
it.
Yeah. We were talking about getting that.
I want to buy that AT-AT for sure.
Yeah. I saw them put together though, and I was like, "Yo, I'm not into it for all that shit, man. That's too much, dude. I can't do it. Plus, it's $800. I'm not gonna open it, so like, I'm just gonna sit there in a box."
Dude, that thing fucking falls over. You're done.
Yeah.
Shit.
Fuck.
My brother and I
Super
started building the Simpsons house one, and we've never finished it. It's like the first floor is done, and that's it.
if there's one thing Tom Holland has taught us, it's don't build the Lego Death Star.
Right?
It's been destroyed twice now. Yeah.
Dude, I have one. I built it, and it's
I bought one. I have one in a display case at my store. I will not buy one of those unless it's built, and I will not pay any money for it unless it's pre-built.
Well, it's a shitload of pieces as it is, right?
Yeah.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough if you whatever.
Chad says, I looked at YouTube vids today of a guy who built his own Lego fleet of Star Destroyers. First one was 35,000 pieces. Yeah, there is some great shit on YouTube for this stuff.
That's a lot of
or as I like to call it, one tote.
Yeah. What are the figures that people are searching for right now?
You know, I think it's got the biggest hit that I think they've taken in both the Black Series. Well, I don't know if you've heard about the Rancor failure. But
Yes,
that
we're
was
definitely going to talk about that. Yeah.
yeah. So that I think took a big.
Yep. The Rancor. Okay, so people that don't know, Star Wars was it Star Wars or Hasbro that does the
Hasbro Labs? It's the Hasbro
the
Lab
Hasbro
thing.
Pulse or whatever.
Hasbro Lab puts out. Usually they do one thing for every property. So they'll do this, which was the Star Wars thing. They did something for Ghostbusters. They did something for G.I. Joe, I think. Yeah, they did G.I. Joe because they did the flag.
The Sky Striker.
Or Sky Striker, you're right. Yeah.
And so basically, they have to get so many people that it's kind of like a GoFundMe or Kickstarter. They had 8,000. Let me see here.
Well, let's back it up a little bit. So
yes,
they come out of the gate and say we must have 9,000 people at what was it, $350 to back this project just to make the actual figure.
But that's not far off from what they've done in past figures, like the
no, because
or in other figures that came out around the same time.
They only needed 6,000 to build the Sentinel, and the Sentinel is twice as big as the Rancor.
The Sentinel, yeah, but the Sentinel was one of their first projects coming out of this. It hasn't been the same since that for a long time now.
In my opinion, this was a pure greed cash grab.
All these are, yeah.
Because then they went to 11,000 for Galactus, which was slightly bigger, but you're like, is it double a Sentinel? No. And so this one, they dialed it back to 9,000, and they didn't give up nothing. They weren't giving up anything. And then,
so I think two of the major problems is this: you see all the stuff you're seeing right now. This isn't how they sold it. They sold you a gray figure with no add-ons, asking for $350 per, and went, just take it and they'll give you some bones. Like it was like, yo.
And then they get to like 5,000 backers, and they're like, oh, we better tell everybody what you get if you pile on. And then so they had this huge announcement where they're like, hey, we're going to give you this figure we've already released 2 other times on a different package, and we're going to give you a pile of bones and a cardboard backdrop, and then we're going to give you this other figure that we've already announced is going to be in this Disney exclusive pack and was released with the Jabba's throne, and we're going to give you the 4th Luke Skywalker on a different package.
And they slipped and released early that they were leaking. They leaked the Rancor before they made it.
Yeah,
on accident.
Yeah, but they did the same thing with the Razor Crest. They did the same thing with the Razor Crest. That's not an accidental slip. That's
but the thing is then all of a sudden the shit hit the fan because they went from 5,000 down to 4,000 because everybody was like, dude, you're not giving us anything we want. And then they're like, oh, well, what do you want? We want a Malachi, and we want Ula. And they're like, well, we'll give you a Malachi. But we're not going to put them on a card for you.
So basically,
no, they did that. They did that a week. They did that a week to go in the fundraiser.
In the home stretch.
It was like, the fundraiser. As soon as they rolled out, because they thought that the addition would have been like, hey, listen, we know we gave you the prototype, but we're promising you more. And at that point, they were on their way to actually get this back. Believe it or not, I thought they were going to get it back, but the minute they did their second update, and their second update was just color app for the Rancor and the things they already told you were getting, and then they didn't even have the finished product for a lot of these things. Yeah, people were like, this is bullshit. You gave us that Razor Crest and then blew that fucker up like 2 episodes later after we all bought it. They literally funded the Razor. Hold on 1 second, Dennis, please. They gave you the Razor Crest. The minute it got funded, like 2 weeks, they put out all the stuff you'd get with it. It got funded. The show came up 2 weeks later. They blew that fucker up in the show. Okay? So people have already been dumping $300 for that fucker, and then this thing comes up, and all they wanted was something quality, and the background sucked. Everything else gone. If they would have just came out with the Pitmaster and maybe Ula or something, maybe they could have saved it. I'm not even sure that.
You're missing this point, which is we were supposed to have the Razor Crest in our hands before this one was even supposed to be done.
Valid point.
And then they're like, oh, well, you'll probably get the Razor Crest in early 2022. COVID. It's all because of COVID. Just don't worry about it. Buy this one anyway.
Yeah, but they didn't have... The problem with that is that was a bullshit excuse because they didn't even have the add-ons till after, like way after it was... Like they showed you the extra add-ons for the Razor Crest after the Razor Crest already blew up on the show.
Right.
Because if you remember, it was all the pieces that went inside. So like, I just think they've done a lousy job as a whole, but we cover this over on the Star Wars show all the time. Even the group that they have out there, like the Patrick guy and his lackey, we call them Bartles and James. They dude, it's a clown show over there. We saw this coming. We were like, Bartles and James is going to ruin this. Like they're going to ruin
the
this.
other fun thing about this project is they had to get it out by fourth quarter because they were all in danger of losing their jobs because the return on investment was not going to hit. So they're like, hey, we got to infuse the company with money. The day after or the day before the project was supposed to end, the trailer comes out where it's Boba and Fennec Shen looking down the pit into the Rancor pit. So if they had just figured out, if Lucasfilm had told them the timing of whatever's down in that pit that Boba Fett's going to be looking at some point, or whatever, they should have timed this one better to come out after we find out that little hook.
Live it is. Like I think if you go to some of the other Paul stuff, like if you go and you watch the one they did with Ghostbusters or even the Marvel ones and stuff, there will be a little bit of dissent, but in Star Wars, the last two labs that they've had, it hasn't gone well, and I think they were asking for this.
I buy 5 to 10 of every Hasbro Pulse, and I was like bound and determined to not buy this one.
Well, and the Rancor itself was terrible. You look at the neckline, and it looks like a foreskin. It looks like his tail looks like he's shagging a grumpy. I mean, it's just a bad figure.
All right, you guys, listen. I want to remind everybody the giveaway for tonight: the Tony Fleece signed Comic Bug Jason Goes to Hell Stray Dogs poster. As you can see, Kyle is showing right there the beautiful. Let me go ahead and do this here, Kyle. What's your problem, man? Why you got to just like fucking harsh my fucking high? Showing the Stray Dogs poster, gorgeous. That is going to go to the winner.
Signed by Tony Fleece.
It's gonna go to the winner. Whoever guesses Kyle's blood alcohol level at the end of the show. I think this is gonna be a regular for Modern Comic Mayhem every Saturday night. You guys guess Kyle's. Take part in the drinking game and guess Kyle's blood alcohol level to win the giveaway. So
I can't even imagine what it is right now.
Make sure.
I didn't realize that you were just drinking little girly beers the whole night.
Oh no!
He's been drinking.
I've been drinking.
Because my guess was way higher.
Wait, show that again.
What most were.
I think it's the same empty bottle that he always shows.
Mine was like
I've been drinking vodka, whiskey, beer, and White Claw.
Because I went 0.22 with my guess, which is pretty damn high.
Yeah. I like. Does it have a carb on it, John? It's got a carb on it.
Yeah, I did. I made.
All right. Professional.
Trash can beers.
Trash can beers.
All right.
Look at all the little holes.
I want to talk about. There's something I definitely want to talk about real quick, and that is, Spider-Man: No Way Home. People have been in and out of the theater this last week to see it. Multiple people, multiple times. And it's just it's been a really amazing thing to talk about. Everybody's been loving it. I haven't talked to anybody other than Ish that I didn't think that. I think
he's like the only person that didn't like it.
Yeah, absolutely mind blowing. But the crazy thing is that how many people are going back to see it again? I know I talked to you yesterday, I think, and you were just coming out of the theater to see it or something.
Yeah, I think it was like that Thursday. Like I had solid. Wait, what night did it drop? Wednesday night. But I saw it Thursday for like a work thing for free, but like the seats were really crappy. So I was like, kind of like, oh, I want to see it again. And so my brother and I saw it again. I think this past Thursday. So, and just to try to catch all the little things. So like you missed the first time you go through. So,
well, it was so good, and it was such a fan service film. And I know people, for some reason, when people say, "Oh, it's fan service," it's like as a bad thing. I want it to be a fucking fan service film. That's why I'm there.
Should be.
Damn it. And everybody loved the Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire stuff. And there's rumors that we could get an Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire buddy flick, Spider-Man buddy flick thing.
Wait, are you sure they have nothing else pertinent in their schedules?
Oh my God! Hey man, I thought it was great. I thought Andrew Garfield totally redeemed himself. He was given the chance to redeem himself.
Dude, did you guys watch Tick Tick Boom with Garfield?
No.
Have you heard of it?
No.
Oh, it's a Netflix show. You gotta watch it. It's
What's
a
it
musical.
about?
It's a
Oh
musical.
yes, it's about the guy who did Rent.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
awesome.
I did see that. He's supposed to. The people are talking about Oscar talk with him for that.
Oh, it was great. It was
Yeah.
fantastic.
Hey
I
Brian,
will
thanks
watch
again
that.
for having me, man. I got to take off. We got a show tomorrow. 9:15.
All right,
Be there.
so-
good
all
seeing the
right,
High
so-
Boys again. Good seeing everybody else. Good seeing you guys. See you later.
I want to
Later, Mark.
remind everybody, as Marco said, make sure you guys go sub to Renovision. Renovision will be doing the show tomorrow night. They'll be doing a year-end show on Star Wars, so make sure you guys go check it out. All right, so back to the Spider-Man stuff. So the everybody geeked out. We're getting our moment with Garfield and Tobey Maguire again. I thought Tobey Maguire was a little creepy, to be honest, but I get it. He's old, and he's
He was creepy in the original movies.
Yeah.
Terrible. Like, watch those again. He was a creepy motherfucker.
But
It's
did
that
you guys
bad guy.
hear? Did you guys hear some of the things that have come out about the where the writers originally wanted to go with some of the Venom stuff? Really cool. They really wanted Venom to be a part of this. They had plans for Tom Hardy's Venom to be one of the Sinister Six. They just couldn't pull it off for whatever reason, and that's why we got such little Venom stuff. But I thought that would have been amazing.
Did you see the interview with Willem Dafoe?
No.
Oh, he was like, hey, yeah, they came to me and asked me if I wanted to do a cameo in this, and he was like, no, if I come on board, I want to be in this movie from the beginning till the end, and I won't do it unless that's what I get.
Well,
And-
he'd said also he has to be able to do his own stunts.
Yep.
And he wanted to wear the original costume.
Yeah.
He said, "Don't make any changes to the costume. I have to do the original costume."
Yeah, they
Like the original the original Green Goblin costume, or the original costume that he did in the movie.
The one he did in the movie.
Okay.
He wanted to start with the one costume and then change the other. And they were like, "Oh no, we can make it easy for you. We can do this and do that." And he's like, "No, fuck that."
Yeah, good for him, because he was one of the reasons the movie was so good. He did a great job. I think Doc Ock was awesome, and Venom was supposed to be one of the original people that Peter runs into, that Tom Holland runs into and takes him back, and he was supposed to be that Doc Ock type person, which would have sucked for the Doc Ock role. But I thought that I forget the guy who plays Doc Ock. What's his fucking name?
Alfred Molina.
Alfred Molina. He did a great job with that, which I thought was good. Was there anything about the movie that you guys thought was bad? Is there anything that you guys didn't like about the movie?
That I hadn't seen it yet.
I'm
There-
glad
you got
they-
the internet.
I'm glad they didn't involve the Venom, because the way they'd written the story, it wouldn't have made sense, right? Because it's people that knew who Peter Parker was, so it wouldn't have made sense to begin with.
But Venom was supposed to fight. Who is that? Who's fucking?
Well, the biggest plot hole too is that Electro, he didn't know Peter Parker was Spider-Man. There's no part in Amazing Spider-Man 2 where Electro knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. That's like a huge plot hole in that movie.
What do you mean? It doesn't. As soon as doesn't everybody know Peter Parker is Spider-Man once that fucking thing happens? Or is that
Nope.
sorry? That's
In
just
that
with the
universe-
Venom. That's just with the symbiotes. All the
Yeah.
symbiotes know who Peter Parker is.
Mhm.
Sorry, that's just with the symbiotes. I didn't realize it was with all the
Those
the
bastards
variants.
didn't tell Electro.
Nope, he
that's
got left out.
lame.
He missed that memo.
Well, he
He
got
figured it
a
out pretty
big.
quick though in the new movie.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I'm not 100% sure, because Green Goblin knows who Peter is at the end of Amazing 2. And they're
Green
all-
Goblin knows at the end of the first Spider-Man movie. Yeah.
No. But the new Green Goblin, the new Harry, who's kind of the Goblin at the end of Amazing Spider-Man 2, because he only shows up in the second movie. Andrew Garfield's Green Goblin.
Yeah.
Not Norman Green Goblin, Harry Green Goblin from
kid that
Amazing
played
Spider-Man
him.
2. He knows who Peter is at the end of that. So at some point you figure he and Electro are kind of in together on that. I don't know. I haven't seen
big
two
bads.
forever.
I think that there
retract
probably
that.
was
I guess Venom did know, right? Because we had that Venom,
the hive mind.
Yeah.
So
And we did have
basically,
a
the
different
way
Venom
the way
appear
the
on it.
writer said it is, as soon as everybody joined together and he did that spell, all the symbiotes know who Peter Parker is, because the symbiote from that Topher played instantly gets put into the world, and now all the symbiotes, because the symbiotes share a memory of all the symbiotes that are out there. That's how they explained it, the hive mind, the
Through
so many
space and
thousand
time.
over space and time, the light years of the 80 million years of a hive mind, right? So all the symbiotes instantly know who Peter Parker is as soon as that spell happens. Right? That's why Venom in that behind the scenes thing for Let There Be Carnage said that guy, because he instantly knows who he is.
I mean, it's kind of a spoiler, but pour one out for Hot Aunt May.
Yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1, action.
Shit, I thought he turned that into a bowl.
He did. That's his bong water he was chugging.
Yeah.
I thought he was striking one up. I didn't realize he was shotgunning one.
He's doing both.
Yeah. I thought that was great. I thought that the talk about Spider-Gwen was great. I know everybody's saying we might get an Emma Stone Spider-Gwen, which is very interesting.
Yeah. They said that there was an article saying that they are trying to get her to redo that role.
Or that Sony is interested in.
Yeah, the Gwen Stacy role, and have her redoing it.
Yeah, she
At
should.
first,
But
at first I was like, I hope they recast that. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, it actually could work. Like it could be really cool with Emma Stone being Spider-Gwen. I could see it.
Well, I saw the
Hell yeah.
Facebook is hating on it though. Like some of those
the
comic
only
groups.
thing I've ever liked her in is Zombieland.
Yeah.
Well, let him hate on that though. Like people
She
hated
wasn't bad
on
in Cruella.
People hated on Robert Downey Jr. being Iron Man.
Amen.
That's true.
No.
People have hated on half of the castings that have happened.
Amen.
If there was anybody hating on RDJ as that,
They
I
were,
never
though.
talked to him.
At first they were, yeah. When it
No,
first got
I
cast,
know.
oh yeah.
They were though. And then after that first movie, all those people they disappeared. They stopped showing up in the forums. They stopped talking shit. And the thing is,
that's
the
form
MCU thing,
assholes. I'm talking about in reality. Not one person who walked into my comic shop ever said a single bad thing about Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. We all said perfect
at first before the
they
movie
just
came
they
out.
just went home and hopped on their laptops and said it. Like,
Yeah.
But
or
here's
it
the
was a
thing,
whole
though,
bunch of DC fans trying to torpedo the thing that would put them in their place.
Yeah. I mean, but that's been the case. So, like, honestly, even with Black Widow, right? I saw that casting for Black Widow. I'm like, oh shit. Well, there they go. That's the chink in the Marvel armor, right? They cast that horribly. She's gonna fuck it all up. I hate her as an actress. And then the way she fit into that Black Widow role, I'm like, shit, that worked. They saw something I didn't, And I think that's the case, right? And so if they choose Emma Stone, I think it's because Marvel has a bigger vision than we do. So
yeah.
And I agree with that. Like, it could be cool. It could be cool. I mean, they could recast it.
I didn't like her in the role in the
It'd be
first place.
awesome.
I didn't like her in the role the first time.
I didn't either. I really didn't either. But she's a much better actress than she was then.
That is a very valid point I had not thought of.
She
That
has
is a good
grown
point.
since then as an actress.
You just look at this recent. You look at Jeremy Renner, right? Look at even this
killed it
recent
in Tag.
Yeah. Look at this recent Spider-Man, right? Look at this recent Spider-Man movie. Both of the original Spider-Man were horrible actors in those movies. But they brought them back in this movie and you're like, shit, they're actually good.
Well, I mean, a solid 8-second nude scene would really help change my mind about Emma Stone in that role. I mean, just I could see where it might lean me more towards the favorability side.
Solo, hit her up in DMs.
I'm gonna now.
Tell her
she's
I'm
from
Arizona,
Arizona,
so you might be able to help.
Be like, I'm kind of big on YouTube. Change my mind.
I'm big on the tubes, honey. The kids catch me on the interwebs. I hear it's real big.
I
got a suggestion.
You grew the back of that beard really fast, though. I have to say that.
Well, you know,
Hey, that's the
people
power of old
weren't
age.
recognizing me.
I can trim all the gray hairs out of my beard, and a day later they're a foot long. So
I don't have any gray hairs.
Solo hopped off
I'm
stream.
so proud of that.
You know, Solo hopped off stream for 2 minutes, comes back, and he was looking like Santa. So it happens. Jonathan will tell you about it. He's older than me.
Robert Pattinson is gonna fucking kill it as Batman.
He will.
He is not.
He's gonna be a shitty Bruce Wayne, but he's gonna be a badass
He's
Batman.
a broken clock that's only right twice a day.
Well, and again, just like with Robert Pattinson, I think that
as long as he's all glittery in the sun, he'll be all right.
Part of Emma's problem was probably writing, because I don't think that storyline was written very well.
What's the over-under on DC somehow screwing up Michael Keaton returning as Batman 89 after seeing the perfect way to do it from Sony and Spider-Man?
They screwed it up the second they decided to do it because it's DC.
That's it.
Here's the thing, though.
I guarantee you, they already know what this movie looks like. And honestly, they just watched Spider-Man. They're like, yeah, I bet you this is the same. It's the same. And there's one person going, hey, if we do some extra scenes, it'd be a lot more like Spider-Man. No, we don't need to do that.
It's because they are 5, 10, 20, this time 1 or 2 years behind Marvel, but they're always behind Marvel. You can't just keep doing the same shit Marvel does and hoping that it turns out the same for you, because it doesn't. Because at that point, we're bored. We're like, okay, cool. They already did it. And how many times are we going to say that? How many times are we going to say that before we're like, yeah, they're just trying to cop on Marvel shit. Like, DC, just do DC shit. DC needs to stick to rated R, dark ass DC Batman movies. They need to say, screw the kid genre. Let's do dark, crazy dark Batman stories. And those of us that have grown up reading DC and still read DC would love that shit. But the problem is
they took Dark Knight and thought Dark Knight Rises was anywhere near the level of that movie. Like, at no point did they say, hey, Chris Nolan, are you sure this is as good as Dark Knight? Because you've only got Christian in this outfit for 20 minutes of your 3-hour movie.
So DC's track to success is rated R, dark DC movies, and bring Joaquin Phoenix back in as the Joker and make it a series, make it a trilogy.
You mean Jared Leto?
No.
I liked the take of Jared Leto.
Dude, I'm telling you, if you do it well and you let him do his thing, you will see Jared
Don't you
Leto
know
is
there's 3 Jokers?
There you go.
True story.
You can have Jared and Joaquin and still bring back what's his face?
I thought the Joker was a terrible fucking movie. I'm one of 4 people, but that was a terrible fucking movie.
Which one?
The Joker.
I agree.
Terrible
Who's
fucking
in charge of that? Can we kick Kyle off the stream now? He's obviously too drunk to be here.
I didn't like it either. I honestly, my biggest problem is I can tell you, who was Spider-Man made for? No Way Home. It was made for everybody who ever watched a Spider-Man movie.
No,
okay?
It was made for kids. It was made for kids. It appealed to adults. It was made for kids the same way that Despicable Me was made for kids.
It was made for Spider-Man fans.
Or every Disney movie has been made for kids.
Dude, a kid would not understand who Andrew Garfield is. A kid would
you're
not
talking about No Way Home. You're not talking about Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
said
I'm
No Way
talking
Home.
I'm talking about No Way Home.
Yeah, it was a kids movie.
No,
No,
if
it
you
wasn't.
if you're a fan of Spider-Man and you were across the years, this movie was for you.
Yes. But the same question is, who was the Joker made for? And I
Adults.
honestly can't tell you.
Kids.
It was made for adults. It was made for DC
kids.
readers.
The Joker was made for like the
creepy goth stalkers who want to murder their mothers and
I love that movie.
start
It
a
was made.
revolution.
No.
Hey.
Joker
No
was
offense,
made.
James.
Joker was made for DC readers that grew up reading the 1980s DC books.
Which one?
Gritty,
Name me
the
one
gritty.
DC book that's like that one.
What, that gritty ass DC shit?
Name me
Landmines.
one DC
Landmines. There you
book.
go. Landmines.
Kingdom Come.
There you go. Straight off the top of my head, landmines. Go read that trade paperback and tell me that was meant for kids.
No, I'm saying which subject matter that DC has produced in the last 30 years was anything like that Joker movie.
Oh, I'm
for
not
the
saying it had
fans of that
anything to do. I'm not saying it had anything to do with source material. I'm saying what it was approaching, the people it was approaching, the fandom it was approaching were people that grew up reading that gritty 80s DC stuff.
Agreed.
And that's what they need to stick to. Like, hit us DC guys. The reason I read DC was because it wasn't superheroes flying across the sky, like stuff like that. Like, despite Superman, but I don't read I hate Superman comics. I really do. I read DC because of that dark, gritty detective. I'm gonna punch you in the face because you're a bad guy type shit, right?
The Joker
I'm gonna
was
lock you up
to
with
prove-
my powerful green laser ring and stuff like that. Like, that wasn't my part of DC. Like,
the
my
Joker
DC
was
like
to prove that the guy who wrote The Hangover
vengeance of
was
the
a
night.
real person, was a real director.
What's that?
That's what it was.
What?
The Joker was like, hey, I know I directed The Hangover and that was me, but I can make a real movie, and here it is.
That was perfect timing.
That makes more sense than we're trying to appeal to people who read a comic book 30 years ago that was gritty. I'll believe that over.
But those are those of us that are going to the movies and seeing the damn thing 3 times, dude. My 12-year-old kid ain't going to see a movie 4 times.
Dude,
Like,
I saw
it's
Joker
tough.
once, and I'll probably never see it again.
Really?
And that's cool. And I've seen it 3
Yeah.
times, and I'll watch it again.
Here we go.
It
How
was
far are we
just
out?
it was just also based on like how much of a fan were you of Taxi Driver? I think that's what it really boils down to.
I've seen Taxi Driver probably 100 times.
Phenomenal. That movie's way better than Joker.
I've seen The King of
Right.
Comedy. This movie can't touch either of those movies' nutsacks.
And drink.
Is nutsack a word?
Was nutsack on the fucking list?
Is that one of the hidden words?
It is now.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's like when they
3,
realize
2,
Bender's,
1.
Bender's
Go.
most used word is pimpmobile.
I'm fucking loving it. Woo! All right, I want to know some of the best moments of the year on content. Any show that we fuck around with, tell me your some good moments of the year. That's what
Kyle
I
told me the best was right now, tonight.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm not gonna
My
lie.
Go ahead.
Dude, the
This
best
is- this has
is
been
when
the
I
best
outsmarted
show.
Marco and the Top Gun canopy villain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That was a good one. That was a good one.
That was
My-
epic, man. I had tears in my eyes that night. That was a good show.
My favorite was
What?
Drunken
Yeah.
Chat. My favorite was Drunken Chat. I got weed all over myself.
One of my favorites was, and I got mad respect for Big Leg. You guys have no idea how much I idolize that dude. He is, bar none, hands down, one of the best in the comic game. That guy is a master. But when he clicked his camera off thinking it muted it and then busted a huge fart was fucking epic because it came through on the microphone and I was in tears, man. I was dying. that was one of the best epic moments to ever YouTube video.
That
ever.
needs to be a
It
clip.
was awesome.
There it is one. I'll show it. I'll show it to you guys right
It
now.
was the best ever. And watching Brian absolutely lose his shit. He couldn't hold it through the show. He couldn't nothing. He just he starts laughing. Brian and I are and Kyle, we're all here in Phoenix. We hang out a lot, and Matt, and we all have the flatulence laugh. Like you drop a fart, we're gonna laugh. All
Farts are
four
funny.
of us.
Farts are
I'm pretty
always
sure the rest of
funny.
you were the
Always.
same way. Flatulence is funny, and that was an epic moment. One of my favorites.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it right now. Here we go.
I have to say, mine is I sat on a show with it was Brian, Kyle, Solo. I think you were there. Aaron, you might have been there, and it was Jack was on, right? And I want to say I can't remember who else was on. But I remember sitting there. It was one of the first shows that we had been on, and I remember sitting there going like, "Holy shit!" Like not even a year ago, I was literally watching all of you guys on your own respective channels, and sitting in the same damn room. And I remember even afterwards, like the private chat afterwards or after the show ended, I was sitting there like, "Guys, you can't imagine what this means to me." Like it was such a huge thing. Like all of you guys, every single person on here, I've watched you guys, even Dennis. Like I've watched Dennis's career. I've seen the variants he's done throughout the years and paid attention to his business and like the inspiration that is here right now and other people that have been on the show throughout the year. Like you guys are the guys that created the spec game for me. You guys are the guys that got me into comic books. I grew up in comic books and I fell out of comic books. I got back into comic books as a mean to make a living. And because of that, I started reading again. Like I got back into comic books just to sell them. Like I was not a reader. And then it was like 2.5, 3 years ago, I was actually started reading comics again. And that what brought me back into the fold from when I was a little kid, growing up reading Sandman and all these other books. And, but to sit on a channel one day and I literally looked and I was like, I'm sitting in the middle like Brian is now. And I'm looking at everybody else on the screen. I'm like, holy shit, this is my Mount Everest of speculation. And I'm literally having one-on-one conversations. That was my highlight show.
You know what though, bro? And I kind of told you something like this when we were at one of the nights we were out at Baltimore, which is one of my favorite parts of the year. But anyways, I one of the things is that everybody on here, that's our story, right?
Yeah.
We love this show. We fucking jumped on just to hang out one night and boom, it's like we love it, right? And everybody that's why YouTube and content creation is so great. And that's why I'm like it's becoming more than we ever could have imagined. Can
I say this was funny? I'm in the Whatnot Facebook group. And there's this one guy who was talking and he's like, "So how do I get on as a seller?" And some guy commented in the chat and he goes, "Well, I guess if you're not like, sucking some Whatnot D or you're not a YouTube douchebag, you're just not getting on there as a seller, right?" And so I responded to him and I said, "No, listen, dude, like there's a reason why they're doing the stuff they're doing and this and that." I gave him like an actual legitimate response and he goes, "So I guess you're just one of those, you must just be one of those Utah or YouTube dickholes then, or douchebags, right?" And I sat there and I thought about it for a second. I'm like, well, fuck, I guess I really am. I'm like, well, I guess.
Okay, you got me.
It made me happy, I was just kind of laughing about it. Like, it gave this guy a good response. He goes, "You must just be one of those YouTube douchebags then." And I'm like, fuck, yeah, I guess. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Yep, whatever.
I'll wear that badge. Sure.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because
next year we get instead of hashtag dirty flippers, we're gonna do hashtag YouTube douchebags shirt. Sponsored by
That's the next Flipside shirt, brother.
Sponsored by Whatnot.
Tubular douchebags.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because James and Jonathan were like one of the first guests we ever had when Dealer Flipside became its own that spawned off of Roundtable. So I thought that was pretty cool.
I remember, like, it was Matt, Chad. There was a few of us, and I was like, and I hadn't met the Hive guys yet. I haven't met James or Jonathan, and I was like, dude, did you guys just see these motherfuckers Ronin cover? And I sent this link of their cover of, like this with the black and white and the color and I was like, these motherfuckers are on point. And then right after that came out, they were on the show, and I was like, holy fuck. I was just like, these motherfuckers have the badass covers. And then you guys were on talking about the badass covers, and I'm like,
I love Kyle.
I
love Kyle. That's it.
I made it to the big time.
Hashtag I love Kyle.
Well, we'd hit that CBSI top 10 list, or in your guys' top 10 list, like a month in a row, right? Every single week we had a book on there. And I remember Jonathan hit me up and he goes, dude, Brian McClay hit me up and said, do you guys want to be on the show? And he's like, and Kyle reached out to me too and said, you guys want to be on the show? And I'm like, yeah, of course you do. So like, I literally went out like that night. I bought a new fucking microphone.
For all you future wannabe YouTube douchebags, there's tip number 1: get a mic and a camera, and you can come on anytime you want.
Get a HyperX microphone, right? But I mean, it was literally that's what it was. I was like, and I remember sitting there going like, of course they want to talk to us, And now I was like, this is fucking cool, But like, I think the greatest thing, the saddest thing that people don't get to see is like, you guys see this, right? You see all of us bullshitting and talking. You guys should see what happens before the show starts and after the show ends. and I wish, and honestly, this is something to look into, Brian. Like maybe you guys set up a Patreon, and we record that stuff and we let people see, because like we get off these shows and we talk spec. Like me and Aaron have spent 2 hours in the back room talking spec and stuff like that, where we're just talking ideas for the next shows, or we're talking about making these connections, talking about cons or whatever.
I'll go one step further, and I've always said this: I can't imagine the amount of work that John Z puts into one of his reports every week. I can't imagine how much time Ben Stein does trolling those eBay auctions to come up with those numbers. Aaron, when he puts together all of those lists, how do you even go, I'm going to figure out how a 9.0 and a 9.4 of 2 different books that I don't even know in advance are similar pricing?
Takes 1 hour.
It's the amount of work before, and then Brian usually has about 40, 50 different tabs open on your computer.
Yeah.
You got to look that shit up to come up with those 40 tabs, everybody. It's the work that's done before they even get into the room to show you what that's like. I can't even comprehend that.
You also got to remember, Dennis, that you and I are not the same age as them. So what you and I on a computer, like 6 hours on a computer for you and me, is like 45 minutes to these cats. Like these guys are young and grew up with this shit. And it takes them 45 minutes for what takes you and me like 6 hours.
Well,
and I'm
the
with
first
you.
part,
like,
Chad, is our computers turn on faster.
I have to say this though, and I'll say this for Dennis, and I'll say it for me, and I'll say it for Jonathan, and any of the regular guests on these shows. Like, we appreciate the work, and we recognize that work. Like, we recognize, like we were talking about Lucas earlier, right? The amount of hours that man spends not making content to create content is phenomenal. Richie, Brian, Kyle, Aaron,
all that research.
Matt,
dude, I'm telling you,
all these guys, like it's just because you love a subject doesn't mean you don't have to research a subject. Like, you come on these shows, when you're running a show, you have to have the facts and the information. And for us, it's easy for me and Jonathan and Dennis and a bunch of these other guys to come on here and just talk. Right, we can come on here and talk all day because it's something we're passionate about. We could talk for
that's the easy part,
20 hours. Like, this is easy shit.
Yeah, we've been on 7 hours tonight, guys.
Yeah, the research that goes behind it to create this content is well beyond the hours that create the content. And for
Yes.
that, we owe you guys thanks, right? Like Jonathan, Dennis, we all owe you guys thanks for the hard work that you guys put in to create this content that allows us to come on here and talk about our silly little books and our covers and stuff like that. Like, we appreciate all that.
Yeah, fucking that's hey man, this is a lot of us have made, you were talking about it earlier in the show, James. A lot of us have made this jump. This is where we're getting our money from, and it's also where we enjoy ourselves. So it's going to continue. I brought up a couple good
Wait,
clips.
you guys get money here?
Yeah.
You guys are getting paid.
All right, you guys. So let me go ahead.
I
and
did
share.
start hold boxes for all you guys, by the way. I've got hold boxes for all of you.
Fucking
So
A.
Brian's getting the addresses, but I got hold boxes for all of you.
Yes, I do.
So-
I am getting the addresses. All right, here we go. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is my favorite moment. Let me see here if I can.
We need the volume.
The sound. There we go.
Yeah, we have to have the volume on max.
So
Hey, here we go. All right. I know, but I like the Moon Knight like this on the title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, no means. No means.
Play it back.
Oh my God.
No means.
All right. So I'm gonna mute everybody because we're gonna be laughing so hard. So I'm just gonna mute.
I love Big Leg. I love that guy.
All right, I'm muting everybody. All right, here we go. So just watch the reaction, you guys. You can see it. And it was the perfect dad fart, dude. All right, here we go. I know, but I like the Moon Knight like this on the title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, no means I am like. I mean, no means I am like complaining, but very happy for it. Another. But
did you guys not hear that?
This goes off the way.
No, dude, that was that.
Hey, who let Simon in this motherfucker?
Dude.
So everything was muted, just my camera. But anyway.
Dude, bro, that was classic.
I didn't hear it, but I was talking.
Oh, bro. Oh my God.
Oh my God, I'm dying over here. Anybody who's ever met Leg in person, like, that's him. In a nutshell, that's Leg.
Oh, I love Leg, man. All right, here's another one of the great moments. Here we go. So, Kyle, explain what this was. You guys were doing your top 5 deaths, right?
Top 5 villains.
Top 5 villains. Yes, top 5 villains.
And Marco was so adamant about it being a certain way. I was like, how the fuck can I piss off Marco to the ultimate? Because he was so like.
He was
a
always
stickler
pissed
to the
about it,
rules.
Stickler to the
There
rules.
was rules. So I was like, how can I piss him off so bad? So what I did was my number 5 villain was the cockpit glass of of what killed Goose.
Top
so that's
Gun,
what
yeah.
I did. Yeah, in Top Gun. So I was like, I'm gonna do that because that's gonna piss Marco off to no end.
That's what
All right, here we go.
what the game became, was top 5, but we always bent the rules because it always pissed off Marco because we cheated every time, and he'd get so sad.
Here we go.
Mention piss off Marco so bad.
5 is the cockpit top from Top Gun. because
That's not right.
Because without this,
I remember this.
without this, it would have never been. If this would
It's
have
off
died,
the rails for like the next 30 minutes too.
Oh man, that's
And
fucking
I
great.
knew I had admitted because Dennis had actually screenshotted it and put it on his Facebook. That's how I knew that I had hit the pinnacle of villain.
And at no point, all the King's horses and all the King's men, Marco could not get that panel back on track again.
No way.
It was gone for the rest of the night. It was just gone.
It was so fucking funny because none of us expected it, and then out of the blue, with all seriousness, Kyle drops the canopy that killed Goose as villain number 5. Just fucking.
Which I wish I was smarter about it. I would have made it number 1 so I could build up to it, but I didn't think it was gonna bow over well. So I was like, well, I'll do it at number 5 because he's gonna flip out. So I'm gonna fucking just do it real quick.
Oh, I think it worked better as number 5 and just came out and dropped it, man. It was we laughed. I was in tears crying.
I did love my drunken chat after my second drunken chat, because I got on and the first thing they say to me, I think Mel goes, what's everyone drinking tonight? And then Mel looks at me and he goes, James, you got water? And I literally held up a big bottle of water. I'm like, yeah, I got water. I've never been on Drunken Chat before. I've never stayed awake long enough to watch all of Drunken Chat. I didn't realize it was going to be like 7 goddamn hours. And I'm like drinking whiskey and Cokes the entire time. I was like, okay, Drunken Chat's only low point beer and water.
So
bad.
One of my favorite moments was a video that we had to do. So people might not realize this, but I fucked up the numbering to Flipside at one point and did like 2 195s or 2 151s. So to fix the numbering when we were in Baltimore, I just threw up a video, and we didn't, obviously we weren't going to go that night. So I just threw up a video. But this was such another great moment, another great big leg moment from Baltimore. That was just absolutely amazing.
Cheers, guys.
Watch Sean's face. The night Casey at the bat struck out. She's like, I got the water ready. Look at him.
He's like, fuck, I shouldn't have done that.
Instant regret.
Yeah.
Look at all the fucking shots. And it was Hennessy.
I'm pretty sure that was Jonathan's idea, right?
Yeah.
It sounds about right.
You could. That was so palpable. You could hear the regret.
I was a little respectful and didn't film the rest, because the rest was him tapping me on the shoulder to get out so he could walk outside 2 steps and just let it loose.
There's video of that too somewhere. I think Heartless has got video. I think Heartless literally stood up and followed him out the door.
I can't believe we kept on going after that.
Dude, that was the start. That was the start of that night for most of us. That was
that
was nutty. That was
and then we got to see the real Wire too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That crazy dude.
Oh man, a lot of fun stuff.
I did have a book that I've been looking for years that I got this year. I actually think I got it at the very tail end of last year, right at the beginning of this year. And I thought I was on Dennis's eBay page, but it was on the guy who commented on Dennis's Instagram. And I found a book that I've been looking for forever, and it hasn't come yet. I just bought it yesterday, and it's
he's like,
Lantern
hey man, can you give me a deal on that Green Lantern? And I'm like,
46.
Which Green Lantern? Green Lantern 46 or something. I'm like, I
Marvin the
don't
Martian and K9.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't
find
think I have a Green Lantern and Marvin the Martian on eBay. And I'm like, maybe he's on my Amazon page. So I go over to Amazon. I'm like, I don't got one over there either. And he goes, don't worry, I just bought it. And I'm like, okay, then it's going to be in my sold folder. Let me go. No, I don't. Are you sure you're on my page?
Yep.
That's a
And
dope.
anybody who
Holy
knows
shit!
me-
I'm gonna have to get that now. Holy
Anyone who
shit.
knows me, I'm a huge Marvin the Martian fan, like giant freaking Marvin the Martian fan. And so I've been looking for this book for a while, and I just dumb luck thought I was on Dennis's page, stumbled across it on somebody else's page, and I was like, there it is. And it was not it. It was under market value, and it looks super ultra clean. Guy had a good rating, so screw it, I bought it, man. So I'm stoked for that one to show up in the mail. But one of the ones that I always look for, and this is in pretty good grade, that I found, is the Old Witching Hour.
Nice.
I love this cover. I've
I think
always
that
loved
book
it.
I think that book is technically a gray tone, but it's not classified as the gray tones, right?
Yeah.
Isn't there something about that book?
Yeah, and it's, I don't know, man. It's just always been one of my I love the spider skull. He's on a bunch of covers. This one's probably one of my favorites. I am talking with 4-Color Creation because I want 4-Color Creation to do me one of these, because he can get the skull spider and the hands to stick out front with this guy in the background. I think it'll turn out just amazing. Yeah. So when he comes back after break from the holidays, I'm hoping to get that out of the way.
Yeah, shout out to 4-Color Creations.
Yeah, if you guys haven't been to or ever looked on his page, man, 4-Color that stuff's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so my pickup of the year was done over Baltimore, and I've talked about it, I think, before, but I'll say it again. This is my ultimate pickup of the year. It is Static number 40, the Lost Boys cover, which I covet. I've been looking for this book for probably 5-6 years now.
There's only a couple hundred of that, right?
I don't even know how many.
Low.
I have it was at the end of the run. It was one of the last 5 issues, so it was really low printed. There's very few of them printed. People don't realize when you say Lost Boys, you're not talking about the fucking movie, which is cool because I want to find more of them. But my holy grail is to find one of these signed with all the members of the group on there. I don't know if we if there's even one that exists, so it would be amazing to see.
And then how fast did you find that within stepping on the con floor? I think that's the most impressive story.
So at Baltimore, my whole plan at Baltimore was to just hang out, shoot the shit, not spend any money, nothing, right? So I just went, when we were at Baltimore and at the con, Dino, Nico, and Z were just fucking slanging books. And my whole thing was just to hang out and bullshit with people, right? So I was with, the Hive Boys. We'd go to lunch at one place, and then I would fucking, Sleepy and Leg one day, you know what I mean? Like, we were just all over the place. So I didn't go walk the floor, and I only walked it was like the second or third day. Third day. I said, I need to go look for this book. And so I went to 2 tables, looked for it, couldn't find any. And I was just walking, and I looked up, and I saw it. It was half behind a book on a guy's wall. And it's funny, Red Hood was with me. And I go, hold on 1 second. I go, is that Lost Boys 40? He's like, I don't know which it is. And he pulled out. I go, yeah, it's Lost Boys 40. He's like, how much you want for it? I'm like, I'll take it. Just like Dennis was saying earlier, you find those books that you've been looking for, or or that book, a guy tells you how much it is, you're paying it. And it was a quick transaction.
Perfect example of that was Ninth Wonder, I think this week, was talking about how he saw a book at C2E2, and the guy had it for $150, and he's like, oh no, come on, give it to me for $125. And no, I got to get $140 for this. And he knew damn good and well that book was a $200 book. Plus, and he just had it in his gut that he needed to haggle that extra $15 off of that. And he not only had to pay more than that later, and I'm not trashing on Ninth because I love Ninth. But he ended up paying $60 more to get one after the guy finally looked up the price.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That sucks. All right, so
pull that trigger if it brings you happiness, pull that trigger.
Yeah,
Or if you already say a good deal on it.
Yeah.
You know.
As Marcellus Wallace says, that's pride fucking with you. Fuck pride.
Yeah, amen.
I remember getting a pretty badass book from Dennis.
You got it for nothing too.
I got it for nothing.
Hold on, let me put that up. Hold on, let me put that up.
So it's awesome. Dennis does these like Arizona time. It's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's like perfect. I'm taking a break. I'll message Matt. I'll be like, Dennis is on. Let's watch it. And he had this book up, and I was like, holy shit! I need to bid on this book. And I only bid it. It was one of those whatnot where you just bid a few bucks. Nobody was paying it. I don't know if nobody. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck was going on, but I was
not
like,
get anybody on that book whatsoever.
no. And he was like,
what'd you get it for? 10? 6?
It was like $9 or $8.
Yeah, I mean it was stupid low money.
Isn't that a 1 in 100?
Yeah.
Kirby Hidden Gem.
Yes, it's the Kirby Hidden Gem.
Wow.
And I was like, holy shit, I have to have that book. And I was like, holy fuck, nobody is bidding shit on it.
Nothing.
And he was like, so I bid on it. He's like, what the fuck? Why is nobody bidding on this book? And I was like, all right.
Now's my chance.
And I was like, all right, I'm gonna bid on it. I'm gonna keep. And I got it, and I was like, he was like, this is fucking bullshit. And hey, I agree with him. It's fucking bullshit. And I was like, oh man. But I was like, I even messaged Brian, and I was like, dude, I got that for a stupid price. He's like, nope. He's gonna send it to you. And I was like, man, I should say something. I should just be like, hey man. And Brian's like, no, man, you bought it. No one bid on it.
Yeah, he'll send it to you. Fucking A.
And I was like, oh, dude, he's going to fucking hate me.
I'll tell you what. One of those, this is another whatnot secret. One of those, I think right around that period of time where it was either way up or way down, some guy wins a book, like a $200 book for like $75. And I see that flash across the top of the screen. Payment did not go through. And I'm like, okay, I just kept going with the sale and kept going with the sale. And the guy's like, hey man, my payment didn't go through. Is there a way you can do this can you list it up for 75? And I'm like, nope, sorry, that was your chance. You should have had your payment information in there. Bam!
Shout out Jersey to the Bay says, I think Freaky Top passed away. That is exactly why it's a grail of mine to get one that Freaky Top signed. So all right. So I talked about this early in the show. We're gonna knock this out. I've got Chronicles basketball. We're gonna open.
Shit.
Some blasters. I opened two blasters.
Hey guys, I'm yawning up a storm over here, and guys, let me just say, Happy New Year to all you guys. I can't wait to do shit with you this year. I had a great time over the last year. Let's do this shit, man. 2022.
Let's do it.
2022,
Thank
baby.
you for being on all these hours with us. Thank you for making it.
Cheers, Dennis. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Hey,
buddy.
Dennis.
Maybe go get it.
All right, so
thank you, sir. We appreciate you being on.
all right, so here is I opened two boxes of two of the blasters yesterday. Here's what I pulled. And these Chronicles are crazy. You get a lot of cards. Me and Yi and Richie were talking about this. I was hoping Richie might jump on. He might still jump on. He was watching. He was spending some time with his pops. I pulled a shitty autograph of Alvin Robertson. Like I get Alvin Robertson's like a good, decent player, but like, come on.
You still pull an auto out of a blaster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got this James Wiseman. This is the what's the E? I don't know which one this is. Do you know which one this is?
Let me check. Because like usually right on the back, like with
Enigma or something like that. Maybe.
Yeah.
It has an
Rookie
E in it.
Enigma. Yeah.
I got this James Wiseman. This is so they have so basically what Chronicles is, you guys, is it's a bunch of different styles all in one set. Here is the Illusions James Wiseman, which is pretty all right. It's not bad. I got Marquee James Wiseman. Got a ton of Anthony Edwards, man. I got the regular Prestige Anthony Edwards.
Those would be good, man. Those are good cards, and some good cards. Those are good cards.
You're the like third or fourth person to say that to me this week.
Yeah, dude.
So,
Those are good holds.
Here's a Rookie and Stars one. Here is a XR. Here is the other Enigma one.
I like the green parallels you can get in there too.
Yeah, here's the playbook, and they have these pink parallels, right? So the pink parallels. Here's a pink parallel of Anthony Edwards.
That's not pink, brother.
Yeah. Well, this part. This part's
it was
pink.
teal. It was teal.
No, this part's pink. That part right there.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh, the blind motherfucker.
Here's another pink Anthony Edwards. All right, so this one's a really nice one though. This one, the better like quality ones. I forget what this is called. Chronicles Phoenix. So this is the Phoenix version. It's a really nice Anthony Edwards. It's really thick. And then here are my lamellos. I got this one.
Nice.
I got this one. I got a pink version of this one.
Cool. Hell yeah.
Rookie and Stars. Prestige. XR. And this one is dope. This is a Playoff Honors Prism.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
LaMelo? Hell yeah.
Well, and that's what I like about the Chronicles. Like once you hit a certain player in like either the pack or the box or whatever, they kind of repeat, so you get all the different variations that are in that set.
All right, what we need to do right now is we all need to go on a couple boxes of cards so that we can do our own break on Whatnot.
Oh,
well, that's what I'm about to do. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to do that after this.
Here, I'm gonna take you on an adventure. Jonathan and I have been stocking up.
Aaron, you're going on tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on after this, like break
Dude,
cards.
you're fucking gangster.
Hey, you have to, right? And then tomorrow night I'm doing comics.
I've been
more
training
gangster than
Aaron.
you. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh
Nice.
my god.
We've got 10 boxes of the Illusions.
Hey, tell them what's in
retails.
the brown box.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
the
we know
retail
what's in
or
the brown, box.
Dude, I always want to know what's in the brown box.
Exactly.
The brown box is that's what is that?
2021 1920 Prism basketball.
Yeah, 1920 Prism. It's 20 blasters from 1920 Prism. That's a $5,000 case.
Nice.
You know what? There was there right now. Broman Draft is available for sale. They have jumbo cases for $3,300. You get 8 boxes, 8 jumbos, three autos per. I almost pulled the trigger on one.
All right. Wow.
So Hive Comics, halfway through the season is when we're gonna start breaking. And if cards go well, I mean that's not all. Like we got MetaZoo first. Right, we bought a first box MetaZoo.
Yeah,
nice
stuff like that. So we're getting into card breaks heavy. We're just gonna roll. We're gonna break and re-roll, and we're just gonna kind of keep it going. But we'll probably end up having a second Whatnot stream that's just card breaks. Because the thing is, like, as long as I've been into comics, I've been into sports cards way longer.
Yep,
way longer than comics. That's my thing. So.
Boom.
So it's been really fun for us. We broke a box the other day. It was kind of fun.
Nice.
We didn't really pull.
Did you just
anything
pull that?
super crazy. Dude, are you pulling right now, Brian? Dude, turn that camera down. Let's watch you pull these.
All right, hold on. Let me do this.
Do it.
All right, let's do this. Let's see here if I can do this.
We all know you got the magic touch, Mr. 40K card.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Bro, I was watching that up to the minute it sold. I was like, I want to see this.
Yeah, I was watching the end too, like just to see if
Yeah.
anyone else was gonna come in like at the last second. I'm gonna make you onto the big screen too.
Oh yeah, thank you.
There it is.
All right, so RJ Hampton XR.
I like those XR cards. They're kind of
Yeah.
nice.
They look nice.
Kawhi Chronicles.
Nice.
Kevin Durant, base luminescence, or what is this? Yeah, luminescence or something like that. Killian Hayes, Patrick Williams, threads. Patrick Williams, rookies and stars.
Yeah, it's your
a
hit.
nice Jason Tate, rookies and stars.
No, Brian does not
Crusade.
have pants on.
Brian never has pants on.
No,
Yeah.
never. Not even in Baltimore. The entire time we were in Baltimore, no pants.
No.
That's the number one. That's the number one rule of being a professional broadcaster. You never
Yeah.
wear pants.
That was
So
the
here's-
hardest thing for us to like go out to lunches and dinners with Brian. Is we were like we had to call ahead and be like, is it okay if one member of our party is not wearing pants? And they were like, this is Baltimore. We're totally okay with that.
So James, check this out. So we're gonna start doing a sports card show here on the channel, and what I want to do, and this is for everybody that wants to come on, and what I want to do is at some point during the show, I want to break boxes, but on Whatnot at the same time. So I'll dual stream like we're
Yeah.
doing here, but we'll break on Whatnot for people too. So we're gonna set that
Nice.
up, and I think a lot of us would have fun doing that. So we'll set that up. We'll get that going here soon. Here is a
He'll be buying
Denny.
more cards.
Denny, I don't know his name. Ooh, look at that.
Denny,
Brian,
ooh, look at that.
Nice.
Brian,
Prestige.
you want to break viewership records? I'll let you know when I
yes,
when we get the rights to open this optic case.
Yes.
And
Fucking A.
we'll do a co-stream on Whatnot
Yes.
and side stream on YouTube and our Instagram, and we'll break a box and we'll give it away to people.
Yes. We're in, dude. We're in. I'm telling you.
On
We're gonna have so much
Imagine giving
fun.
away an optic blaster, one pack at a time, giving it away. That'd be fucking
Hell
nutty.
yeah. Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Moses Brown.
Mhm.
Let's see what we got here. That guy, I don't know how to say his name. To Aaron Fox, Rudy Gobert, and a Wiseman. James Wiseman. Base.
That's a good card too. He's a solid rookie.
Yeah. Some of these have a bunch of air in them, it feels like. It's weird. All right.
It's so when you weigh it, you can't tell.
Yeah, Hartman.
The air
Shout out,
so much
shout out
more.
to Hartman Sports Cards. Love
Dude,
you, brother.
Hartman, dude, killing it, dude. Like that
Yeah,
dude
I
is
know.
fucking. He'll be like to do the
Ooh.
sports card thing. He'll be awesome.
Yeah, Hartman.
Ant-
Hartman.
Ant
Shout out
Road.
Hartman Sports Cards. Look at that. And there's another great, nice ant. It's the Hometown Heroes and somebody I don't even know. So you guys can see like all the different types of sets. It gives you a nice little grouping of the rookies, right? We've been lucky and we pulled the top three pretty. There's a Luka base. Look, there's another LaMelo.
Oh man, pulling all those Lamellos, man.
What's
Even
that?
ever since Baltimore too, right? Because
Yeah.
we did the select hangers out there.
Here's
You
a
pull-
pink Tyrese Maxey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. The LaMelo has been following me on all the things I break. Shout out to Trial by Gods. He every time he says like, when I say like, yeah, I had a bad box break, he's like, yeah, right.
Well, and he's a big Hornets fan as well.
Yes. Luca, there's a Chronicles Luca, which you pull the Luca rookie out of the optic.
Oh yeah, out of I had a retail box of 1819.
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah.
All right.
shout out to Nate Trial by Gods. He's the one that put me onto the store that we're selling. Like, he was like, "Hey, come check out this card shop in my area." I was like, "Okay," and then the person that runs the sports section was like, kind of like, "Hey, check out what we just got in." He bought a case of 1819 Donruss Optics retail boxes and stuff like that. I was just like, kind of like, nice. And then they're like, make sure to have your ugly sweater for tomorrow because we're gonna have them on sale. And I was like, okay. So I went out there and picked up a box.
Yeah, you got it for a nice 20 25% off.
Yeah, and their price was nice too, even without the 25% off, compared to like some of the online retailers. Like they're selling those boxes for like $1,600 or something like that. I was just like kind of like
Edwards.
ugh. Nice.
Another Edwards. You guys can see, like, I've pulled a lot of all the different rookies. There's a pink Stephen Curry and a Stephen Curry XR behind it. The only problem, man, is I just miss hobby boxes, man. I want the hits.
Yeah. But sometimes it's a static to like hit a numbered card out of retail because you know how, or even an auto because of how much product you have to go through just to even find one.
Yeah, you're 100% right. All right, there's a pink Devin West Vessel. I don't know any of the other good rookies other than Maxey, LaMelo. I think Obi Toppin's one, right?
Obi Toppin, Cole Anthony.
Here's a Luka on the back. There's a LeBron. Ooh, this one's got something. Look, I can.
There's some weight to it.
There's some weight to it. Anthony Edwards. There's another Ant. There's a rookie in stars, and there was our weight, a Desmond Bain honors. So you can see that's one of the better cards to pull, the playoff honors. I just want to get into some hobby boxes. I would love to find a plug for wax. I get that you can make a little bit money, but I just don't want to pay crazy prices. I'll buy on a reg. Ben Simmons. All right, you guys, 3 packs to go. I have no clue what's going on, but the popcorn, shrimps, and IPA is hitting the spot. Tyrese Maxey, Stephen Curry,
Emmanuel quickly.
We've got 2 more to go. We've done well. We've pulled some LaMelos. No big hits, but there's a LeBron. Patrick Williams. No. Brandon Ingram, Desmond Bain, and Desmond Bain. All right, last pack. Let's give some love on the last pack.
This is it. This is the pack.
This is it. Tyrese Maxey on the back. Ooh, it's got a little weight to it. Lou, look. Is that a?
It's probably a SIG card.
It is. It's something.
Oh shit!
All right, here we go. There's a Luka. There is a Peyton Pritchard. Who we got here? That sucks. Emmanuel quickly.
That.
Yeah. So, but
he's supposed to be pretty good, from what I heard.
Well, having fun, you guys. That's what it's all about. Having fun, making trash. That fun stuff. Woo-hoo. Let me fix this.
We have an amazing card shop that opened a month ago or 2 months ago. It's like 2 blocks away from my tattoo shop, and they do it. It's Coffees and Breaks is literally the name of their the comic shop, right? And they do they own like a shop in Vegas. They own a bunch of other shops, right? They opened one local, and I didn't know who in the fuck they were, and I started looking them up because I remember I walked in there. Okay, so here's my first impression, right? I walk in there and they got the Ben Baller cash machine, Ben Baller register, and then they've got the 1000X Bear Bricks, and they had a Basquiat and 2 they had the flower thrower, so they had some of the art Bear Brick. And so I walked in and I'm looking at the cards. They had some great older 60s, 70s baseball cards, right? That I was interested in.
Yeah.
And then I saw the Bear Bricks. I saw the boxes, not the bricks. And I'm like, where's that? And they go, oh, it's in the boss's office. And I said, cool. Are those for sale? And so he pulls them out. He sets them up on the table and he goes, I'd have to reach out to him and figure out what the prices are. And I'm like, hey, like, fuck that. I want that. And so they pulled them all out for me, and I got to see them and take a look at them. And they're supposed to be sending me prices, but the guys, I started talking to them about it a lot. And the funny thing is the guy goes, what do you, because when you go in there and you're talking about $1,000 items, like a question comes up a lot of times. We're like, what do you do for a living? Right.
Yeah.
And the guy goes, what do you do? And I said, oh, I sell comic books. And he goes, oh, that's cool. I'm really into comics. And he goes, who did he say? He goes, do you know Peach Momoko? And I said, yeah. And he goes, dude, I fucking love Peach Momoko's work. And I'm like, no shit. do you know her Spider-Man cover or her No
She
Heroin
said,
cover?
"Do you know who I am?"
Yeah, and the guy literally goes, "Yeah, I have her No Heroin covers. I have all of her No Heroin covers." And he goes, "And I have a medal of issue 1 of the No Heroin cover." And I'm like, "Bro, I did that." The guy goes, "No way," you know. And so we started talking, and I was like, "Dude, set up a hold. Like, set up a hold. I will hand deliver your books." So like once every 2 months, I take this dude his books. He buys from us regularly now, and he's the assistant manager of this card shop. And yeah, but every time I walk in there, right, their stuff's at retail price.
Yeah,
and
that
I
sucks.
keep fainting to him, and I keep talking to him like, "Dude, we're gonna start doing card breaks. Like, hook me up. Like, I can't get product, and this and that." And he goes, "I will do my best to get product. Our problem is our product sales go into our store in California, and then they get shipped to us." And he goes, "So I don't have a lot of control over that." And he goes, "But like whenever there's a Panini product that we can jump on," he goes, "I'll try and grab you some extra." And so he told me to just hit him up. And he's like, "If you know a Panini product's coming up like a week in advance, let me know and I will try and get you a box." So like I hit him up recently. There was it was 2 Panini products, basketball that ended like today or they're either today or tomorrow.
What? Oh, Immaculate just dropped.
Yeah, Immaculate. There you go.
Yeah.
And
Have you seen that ripped open yet?
No.
It's tough. It's a rough product. Yeah, I like to hit like big on it. I mean, I know it costs a lot.
Yeah,
and
it's expensive.
Yeah, but I mean, like, dude, I don't know. Like, for me, if I had bought that, it's probably a hold.
Well,
Just
here's the thing with Immaculate, right? You
Yeah.
look at last year's Immaculate. You go buy an unopened last year's Immaculate, it'll cost you $2,000, but it costs $400 at Panini. And so I told the dude, like, I hit him up last week, and I'm like, it was the first time, right? And I was like, "Dude, get me Immaculate, get me Panini Immaculate basketball." And so we'll see if he comes through. But if he comes through, like, I'm selling them closed. I'm not cracking them. I'm selling them closed, but I'll sell them next year.
I'll be honest, man. I want something to open and have fun. Like I want to break on whatnot too, but I just want to open some fucking Bowman baseball jumbo. I want to open up some Bowman baseball jumbo and pull some great refractors for Bowman first and some autos. And then I want to open some fucking football prism. I want to open some basketball. I want to open the fun hobby. I was having so much fun opening that shit when COVID first hit, man. And then the prices just went crazy, absolutely bonkers. Let's talk about that for a second.
We hit on we hit on a trading card game recently, and I think we told you guys about this, but
Yes.
it closed out. I think it closed out like just yesterday. But we bought 2 retail booster cases, and like that's something we're really looking forward to over this next year. Like we're gonna start breaking a lot of that stuff, and like that's like it's exciting to us because like nothing's cooler than like for us, like for Hive, right? We've always stuck to our points. That's been our big thing is like we don't fuck with secondary market. We don't care about it. We don't deal with that, right? We already make our money, right? We buy a book, we spend X amount of dollars on the artist. We're in on a book, $5 a copy, we sell it for 20, right? We make our money.
And you have a loyal following too. You have a people who are,
and we
you know
don't
what I mean?
And we don't care if a book's selling for 60. We've got 20 extra copies. Cool. It's $20 on the website. We don't care that it's selling for 60. Like, it doesn't matter to us. Go make your money if that's what you're going to do with it. If you want to flip it. Right? We don't care. But a different aspect of that is like when you get into cards, right? You buy a case, you buy it at whatever you buy it at. And when people open packs and they open a pack and there's a $500 card in it, bro, you just made a fan for life.
Yes.
Because you made that person so much money. And that's like a thing that we're like, we want to be part of that. We want to be able to like to share that experience with these people, you know?
That's honestly been like one of my favorite things to do. Since I've started doing breaks on Whatnot. Like I had a box of Topps Chrome Sapphire. Like Topps Chrome has been my favorite product all year. And then I had a box and like forever it was just like kind of staring at my face like, do I rip it myself? Do I just go ahead and flip it? And I was like, fuck it, I'll just flip it on Whatnot like one day. And then I did it by pack. I was charging like I think like $50 a pack or something like that. And then the guy pulled, what did he pull? He pulled a Freddie Freeman 5 out of 5 on the first pack. Like crazy. Like I think that's like a $500 card. Just that single card alone. So yeah, completely insane.
I forget where I was going with this. What was I saying? I was gonna say something.
Kind of, I guess, where prices are in the hobby and stuff like that. So I guess to get back on track of that conversation, I was buying a lot of baseball products over this last like winter because like all that stuff, like stores are trying to blow them out, and so like for what people were paying for, like, you know, double or triple the price for a box, you know, I paid like a third of that, and it's like to hold until baseball season hits up again. But if you watch the market trends right now of the different sports, like basketball is starting to teeter down a little bit, so is football, but baseball is on a rise now. Like I think because of more trade talks and stuff like that. But you know,
so let's take a look here, because one of the stuff, you know, there are some amazing. Unfortunately, you have to basically go the route of you know, paying retail prices on some of this stuff. It's just the way it is. Like here's a Bowman Jumbo 8-box case. It's gone up $300 in one day, right?
Did you see how much Bowman Chrome increased this year? Like retail, I mean, like hobby boxes are like $200, right? Like the same week after first week it was dropped out, like $300. Like even that HTA box and stuff like that, those were like $220, $250, something like that. Like $350 instantly. And it just retained that price.
I love these super jumbos.
Can I say this though? Like, this isn't like a self-advertise. Well, it is. And I mean, I'll say everything self-serving is self-advertising, right? When you own a business.
Yes.
Like when we start breaking and selling shit, like I've seen people do it the right way and I've seen people do it in the wrong way. And there's a retailer that sells like Japanese Pokemon, right? Like he's a guy that well respected in the industry, and like we've even looked at that stuff. Like there's a right way and a wrong way to do stuff. And I think when you come out of the gate, sell it for start especially with a spotlight like whatnot, right? You put that stuff at retail, and if people want to increase the value to what they increase the value at, you do that. You will allow them to, right? You allow them to bid it up to whatever they want to bid it up to, their value. But like ultimately, I would rather, like Brian, you had a card recently, right? You did a break. And some dude ended up with like $1,000, several $1,000 card, right?
100,000.
Let's take a look at that. That's funny you bring that up. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Because that's on Golden right now, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, Brian. Like from a personal standpoint, yeah, I'm sure part of you wish you'd broken that for yourself, but how excited were you that somebody who had only spent $20 or $30 literally paid a third of their mortgage? You know what I mean? Like that's what I want to be involved in. Like that's the shit I want to be part of.
The life changing.
It's life changing.
It's life changing money for a small like fraction of a like. Well, let's just take a chance. And that's like when we start doing card breaks with Hive, we're gonna do shit like this. Isn't self-advertising. I'm just letting you know. Like this is the way retailers should do that shit. Mm-hmm. Sell it at cost. Like start the bids at cost. Let these guys get a chance to buy it for what they think it's worth. Because ultimately, like whether it's got a $500 card or a $5 card is the chase card in it, like that's not on you. Like you're can't
still making money. Yeah.
Yeah. And
you gotta be the dealer.
You're still making money. These guys that sell these Japanese Pokemon, right? It's 36 packs a case. Cases are like, or boxes are like $90. And this and that, and it comes out to a couple bucks a pack, but some of these cards are worth $300 or $400. Like, let those people make that money, not you.
Yep.
You ain't gonna make $300 a pack. Like, make $2 a pack, make $1 a pack.
So we're gonna have the guy who won this card in the break fan. I'm a big fan of this guy, Vinny Kumar. You can find him on IG. Vinny
know
Kumar
Vinny.
Collects. Yeah, I love.
I
Vinny.
didn't know that's who that got the card from you.
Yeah, Vinny won it. There's a clip. You guys, I played the clip. You can see it. It's on the Flipside clips page. I think it's under box breaks or something like that. But we pulled it from I pulled it from a jumbo pack of 2018 Bowman, and the guy paid $20 for the pack. He said right now it's currently got 7 days left. It's at $20,000. I think it will probably hit somewhere between $60,000 and $90,000.
Brian, you got somebody that spammed the entire chat with their self shit.
Yeah, shout out. Hartman's going off.
It's like chatting with Hartman in person,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So this right here is just absolutely amazing. But it goes back. I want to talk about something because Whatnot has become such an amazing tool for not only buyers but sellers, and I think even people who are buyers don't realize. And here, hey, listen, I'm buying fucking collections this year. That's the other thing. Fucking, you got collections?
Yeah,
hit me up. I'm fucking buying collections this year. Like, I'll
and if
do
they're
the work.
too expensive for Brian will let me know. And Hive and Brian got you.
I'm serious, man. I'm going full on. Like,
right? Hey, no, seriously though, Brian. Like, I'm moving East Coast this next year. And one of the biggest reasons, other than accessibility to East Coast conventions, which is great for our business, and setting up a shipping market for our books, like a proper shipping center. The other biggest aspect of it is like there's no collections in Utah, but you go east, there's
They're
a lot
everywhere.
of old collections and
Everywhere.
and that's
East and
that's the
Midwest.
game. Dude. That's what we're wanting. We've already got in line 10 conventions we're going to next year. We would love to bring long boxes of beautiful old books, but we can't buy them here. We just can't. They don't exist. They don't exist in the state of Utah.
No.
You know.
Yeah.
And if you're from Utah and you're watching this and you're like, oh yeah, I got a shitload of old comics, hit me up.
Yep.
I got cash. Like, hit me up right now.
Yeah,
you know,
they don't hit us all up. Fucking, that's until Whatnot came out, and I'm not saying Whatnot is the end all be all, but until it came out, and I knew that I could start selling comic books, right, at a faster rate than just putting them up on eBay. It's a lot of work. Don't get me wrong, you guys. Like, shipping books sucks.
Oh yeah, that's like easily 3 to 4 hours, depending on your formula of how you pack books.
I usually sell about a short box on a Saturday. I spend 8 hours the next day fucking shipping books, depending on how many people bought it. You know what I mean? Because I'm doing it by myself, but still, like,
Brian, our slab sale that we did 2 weeks ago, our mystery box sale was 1,200 books and 88 slabs.
7 hours. We're almost at 8.
Bro, it took us 2 fucking weeks to get all those out.
Oh yeah.
We had to reach out to Whatnot Brass and be like, please don't penalize us. Like, you don't understand the quantity of books we're having to ship right now.
Yep.
You know, I sent one dude 70 pounds of books.
Oh wow.
Oh, it was like $4,000 worth of orders, and it was like 12 slabs and like hundreds of books. And we're just like, dude, you have to understand, like, this is, you know,
$13 to ship it.
I want to figure out
$130 to ship it.
I want to figure out. Here's another thing that we're gonna do in 2022. We're gonna have a show just based on like those selling things, right? We're gonna have a bunch of Whatnot sellers on. We're gonna have a bunch of eBay sellers, a bunch of retailers, and we're gonna say, okay, let's talk about your shipping. The way you ship books. Let's talk about how your little hacks and this and that, and just I would love to have a show where it's just, you know, people getting that information on a regular basis to make make their world better about how to do this, because there's a whole different ball game once you get into selling books and you start shipping books and you don't have any Geminis, or you don't have any multiple book boxes that you can put them in, or you don't have any golden age bags or magazine bags, or you know, like all that stuff.
Yeah.
We're going to give you guys that in 2022. We're going to get together. We're going to have James from Hive on. We're going to have Mighty Mel V on. We're going to have, you know, all these whatnot. So Big Leg. We're going to have the big guys on and say, this is how I do it. And everybody's going to figure out a way, get a way down, and shipping is going to be better in 2022. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what we got to do. So,
and then shout out to Mighty Mel V, because I would not be sitting here doing these shows without him, you know, having an open call like, hey, who wants to jump on? And, you know, I jumped on and then just started doing podcasts. So it's been a blast.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think shipping has not come down at all at USPS.
No,
it did actually 2 days ago.
Oh,
it went down.
Yeah, they announced
it went
that.
back to normal. I wouldn't say it went down. It went back to normal. It went back to pre-holiday pricing. 2 days.
Yeah, because
ago.
it did go up for a little bit. Yeah.
Trust me, I noticed, because we sent off like 200 packages over the last 2 days. And I was like, oh, this is nice. We're saving an extra $1. This is great, because we do flat rate pricing. So like it costs us money every time the prices go up. It costs us money. Like, we're not trying to pass that on to our customers. Like, you do your thing. You want to buy our books, buy your books, you know? But like, holy shit. Hey, Brian, I've got before the show ends, I didn't get approval, okay? So I might get in trouble, but I don't care. But I've got 3 of our exclusives for March convention exclusives that I would be totally down to show off.
Let's fucking do it.
Do
That's
it.
what I'm
Let's
talking
do it.
about. Yeah, here we go.
It's all right. It's just us, so it's all right.
Just us and 90 other people.
5 of us.
Yeah,
we're okay.
Prepare your screenshots.
It's just the 5 of us.
Well, I gotta, like, here's the thing. Before I share my screen, I get rid of some of these tabs, because I got tabs that are top secret right now too.
Yeah, fucking don't show your social security number.
Secret tabs.
No, nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, projects we're working on. Like, I gotta get rid of some of these tabs. Like,
I think that next year is going to be so great for all of us, retailers, sole
proprietors,
proprietors, LLCs. I don't give a fuck. Anybody selling comic books and anybody buying comic books. Again, we talked about how great it is to be a seller right now. It's even better to be a fucking buyer if you're not buying.
listen, my ASM 129 that's up there on that wall, it's an expense. Like, you want to learn anything from anybody that does this professionally, that was an expense.
Damn it.
That book is an expense. Our giant size X-Men we bought 2 months ago was an expense. Like, the second you start treating comics like a business, whether or not it's still a hobby to you, if you treat it like a business, you have business expenses, because LLCs are pass-through income. And that goes both ways. It doesn't just go as, oh, your income is passed through to personal. No, your personal expenses are passed through to loss. And like, if you're going to learn anything, like when people sit in there and they're like, what is 2022 going to hold when eBay does this and PayPal does this? Like, no, learn to do it the right way, and you'll understand that there's so much stuff you can take advantage of. Like, the fact that bags and boards are covered because they're preservation equipment for your books, and like all this stuff, like your insurance. If you insure your books,
it'd be awesome
if you insure your books, it's a write-off. So if you have $100,000 collection and you insure it every year, it costs X amount of dollars. Well, guess what? That's a write-off. If you're a business, that's a write-off. Insure your books. Make sure your shit's taken care of if your house catches on fire. Like all that stuff. There should be no sob stories. Post 2022, there should be no sob stories of people going, my house burnt down or my storage shed burnt down. Lost $100,000 in comics. Well, no. If you did it right and you are functioning as a business, then it was covered. It was covered. Like our shit's a business expense. My office burns down tonight. It's a business expense, and it's covered under our insurance.
Yep.
You know, treat it like a business because it is. If you're selling comics, you are a business. Treat
Jonathan
it like,
might burn down with
treat
that
it like
homemade
such.
pipe he made earlier.
The rich people can play the tax game, so can us, as long as you have that base of knowledge. Go talk to a good accountant, go talk to a good CPA, and they will show you the way.
Yep.
They will show you that, dude, every gallon of gas I spend driving to the LCS is covered. It is an expense. You know what I mean? Like there's stuff like that. Like you just gotta you gotta play the games. If the IRS and the government wants to play the games, you play it too. You just play it better.
Yep. All right, hold on, I'm bringing
A
something on
lot
the
of
printer.
video games and pizza bagels to write off.
Dude, ever since Dennis isn't on here, I'm not drinking as much.
I know either.
Matt's the only one, literally the only one that doesn't get that. Matt, I love you.
Oh, I
My
get
wife
it.
said-
I get
my
it.
wife said, "How can you watch this so long?" and went to bed.
Hey,
All right.
we did have Anthony challenged us to give some shit away, right? Earlier.
Yes.
I
And
don't
then
know
he
if he's still
bailed.
gonna do that.
And then he fucking
And then he fucking, dude, I've been
Yeah,
getting
he
shit about it
bailed.
all night.
Do it.
So
So
I
make sure to
decided-
leave a comment
Yeah.
telling us.
a negative comment on Anthony's.
Hey, we're gonna give some shit away. I will see you guys later.
Here's what we will do. We will give Anthony's mystery box away. Do you have an idea how to give it away? I do.
I
You
do.
don't. Okay.
I do. I think we just go through chat, like people that have been active over the last. Here's the thing. Start from right now, right? Where are we at? 108.
Hold on, I got
So
it.
Start
I got
from
it.
1
Hold on.
o'clock.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna start it. We're gonna do for all the people who stayed super late live with us. This
You guys
8
are
hours. Yeah, which is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. We're gonna set up the night bot here. The night bot. And
I'm going to toss this in because we were talking about these earlier. We were talking about trade dress variants.
Oh, yeah.
So here's our
Oh,
trade dress for Department of Truth. This is actually my personal. We don't have any of these left. This is my personal. I pulled
fucking
it.
one of the coolest fucking covers
And
ever.
I got one better. If I can find it, I actually have my copy of Anthony's his
the Stray Dogs?
His Baltimore Convention Stray Dogs. I'll
Oh,
toss
so
that
yes.
in there as well.
So 2 times trades. Wow.
So here's what we'll do.
So the one that
We'll
looks like
give
this?
away.
Yeah,
We'll give
that one.
we'll give away Anthony's mystery box to no seriously, we're gonna give away Anthony's mystery box to a person that leaves a comment on the YouTube video. So make sure you guys leave a comment on the YouTube video. Next Saturday we'll pick a random comment from there. So I don't care. Tell us what you thought of the show. Tell us your favorite covers. Tell us your favorite moment throughout all the shows this year. Tell us whatever. We want to hear what you want to say, and we will give a random commenter Anthony's mystery box. We are going to give the Hive trade dress to a person that is live in the chat right now. If you guys are listening right now live in the chat, make sure you write something in the chat, and we'll give that away here in the next couple minutes. I'm going to give everybody a couple minutes to write in the chat. There is 94
So
live.
how about we give it away at hour 8?
Yeah, hour 8, because
Yeah,
we're
down.
getting ready. We're getting ready to end the show.
Bonus if your favorite cover of 2021 that you mentioned in the chat was a Hive Comics cover.
There you go. There you
So
go.
we-
Oh, one
Hey,
of my favorite covers hasn't come out yet. That's Donnie Darko's Stray Dogs.
Oh,
Dog Days. Oh my god, I ordered 2 of those bad boys.
I know, dude. I bought that. Yeah, I can't wait to
Can
get
I
that.
just say the prelim for that was hot trash? I'm just putting that out there.
Well,
it was so bad, and we
the good thing.
Your
Oh my
other one
God.
that you did, the Dog Days, the first one you did.
Yeah.
Dude, I went on, I waited, and I sat there, and I was like, I swear to God, that shit sold out in like 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was quick.
Yeah,
It was insane.
That and Last Ronin, I think Last Ronin 5 were I think our quickest sellouts. Last Ronin 5, me and Jonathan were at Emerald City. We literally got in line to get coffee. I stepped out of line to start the sale. By the time we got our coffee served to us, I was like, bro, we're sold out. And he goes, dude, that was 5 minutes. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, CGC 2. And I'm like, yep.
Awesome.
Like everything. But like, yeah, everything gone.
I like this one because you don't notice, like, you from far away, you see it and it just looks like the Donnie Darko thing.
Yeah.
And then when you look at it up close, you can see all the dogs in it and shit.
So Stan had tried to make it look too much like a dog and not a bunny, and which was cool, but he had ghosted the images so much. They were just like, listen, it doesn't work. Like people want to see the dogs, and honestly, own that it's a bunny. Own that it's Donnie Darko homage. Don't try and make it a dog silhouette. Make it a bunny silhouette. And when he returned with that, we were like, dude, you fucking killed it. Yeah. And that was the day that we talked to him about it going exclusive with Hive for 2022. Was when he turned in this cover. We're like, dude, do you want to go exclusive for 2022? Like, do you want to? Like, we got a million things we could put you on. He's like, yeah, I'm down.
Fucking A. Hell yeah. Hell yeah,
dude.
That's a big deal.
Got these covers.
It's not just a big deal. Like, this was one of the most underpaid artists in the industry for what he puts out. We increased his pay by 40%, and we said, listen, just work exclusive. And we're not telling like any other retailers watching this shit, please hit him up. You guys want to use him. Like, we're not tying him down. We just want to have first rights to him because he's that important to us. We just have first rights to him. Like, so if he comes up to a project and he's like, yeah, I'm going to do We Live. And we're like, no, we already want you on We Live. Then we got him, but outside of that, it's going to be the year of Yak. The dude's he did 47 covers last year. He's probably going to do 60 plus this next year. That Ivan Powell is fucking killer. I love that cover.
Yeah, beautiful.
Dude, Ivan is such a good dude. Like,
yeah. And then
Ryan, I got a funny story for you. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, Ivan Tao. Like, honestly, when we were talking about covers of the year, I almost said the Something Is Killing the Children 16 Ivan Tao cover he did was absolutely amazing. But yeah, I mean, it's awesome that he's working with y'all.
So I had one of the most amazing moments, but also the funniest moment ever was at Emerald City, right? So Jonathan and I go up there, and we've been trying to like connect with Ivan all weekend. And at one point, he like caught Jonathan right before he was going out to smoke cigarettes. They went out together, and Jonathan doesn't smoke, but he walked out with him, and they were talking. And so we go up there and we drop off some books to have him sign and remark some books. And so he does these remarks for us, beautiful remark on a couple of books, absolutely amazing. And we're like, okay, so how much for remarks? And he goes, you guys were one of the first people to put me on a cover. He goes, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. And it was like amazing to hear that because we hadn't really thought of it that way. And he's like, so I'm not charging you for those, right? But then he asked me to take him and Jonathan's photo. And Jonathan just starts laughing and he goes, hey, Ivan, let me introduce you to my business partner, James. and then Ivan like turns fucking red and looks to his wife and goes, hey, will you take a picture of the three of us?
I love that, dude.
And I'm just like, shit. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm behind the scenes. I totally get it. Like, Jonathan's the guy that reaches out to these dudes, like they know Jonathan and they know Hive Comics. They don't know James and Hive Comics, And I
love this cover.
I was laughing.
They might have one. They have so many. Dogsies has so many variant covers for these horror movies.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorites going around right now is the All Dogs Go to Heaven cover. That cover is amazing.
Do we should
we passed on that homage?
All Dogs Go to Heaven?
Yeah, and then after we saw it done, we were like, shit, that was actually really good.
Yeah. I'm just stoked. I'm just going through Hive stuff right now. I love this art.
We just did the so we recently, like over those last 6 months, we've worked our asses off to build a good reputation with Annabelle Kirby, right? Because she has an amazing stable of artists. And we did a deal recently with David Mack and her to do signed copies of his Something Is Killing the Children
because they've got him redoing every issue. So we just recently put up issues 1 through 5, signature and remark on the website for David Mack.
This is a cover of the year book that we didn't talk about.
Oh, I got that book.
Yeah, someone pulled that up. I think. Yeah, wasn't it Kyle? Didn't you show that off earlier?
Because I have the color and black and white.
Of
course
you do.
Of course I do.
Of course you do.
I got the slab in the mystery box.
I got the original.
Do you?
I have
No,
the
I
OA.
do. Not the
See,
art, not the OA.
Look,
I have the original
I've got the
homage
OA.
book.
Y'all can kiss my ass.
No, he's saying what the original, like, what it was homaged off of.
Yeah, the Punch 12.
You know what's crazy? We had an OA guy that bought all the OA for Ice Cream Man. He didn't buy that one.
Wow.
Really?
He bought all of them.
The black and white. That's the one I pulled out and showed off earlier today.
He didn't buy the OA for that, and he didn't buy the OA for Ice Cream Man 6, the Morales Ice Cream Man 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just hit the mark for Facebook for 8 hours, and they kicked us off. So no longer are we streaming on Facebook.
We're not streaming on Facebook anymore.
We broke the record.
Fuck you, Facebook.
All right, let's give this. We're gonna give the Hive stuff away. You guys ready? Here we go. Leftover Zaggy.
Nice, Zaggy.
Dude,
Yeah,
he
well-deserved winner right there. Well-deserved winner.
Yeah,
I'll do
long-time supporter.
Yes.
Let me. I'll put in the private chat what the link is for our email. Brian, can you share it into the regular chat?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, shout out Leftover Zaggy. Long
Hopefully
time.
he's still here.
No,
he
just messaged something like at 2:14.
Okay.
What is it? We live awesome read.
Oh yeah, he's here then. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me shave.
It's in the private chat, Brian.
So Zaggy, Leftover Zaggy, here is the email for Hive Comics. Go ahead and shoot them a link with your information, and we appreciate you, brother. Woo! Popcorn shrimp farts for the win.
Oh yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so you guys want to see some top secret shit?
Yes, we do.
I
I'm down.
love top secret shit.
We'll end the show on the top secret shit.
Ooh, that means okay. So right now,
You got to stop drinking right now.
I got to stop drinking.
Yep.
So, yeah,
Hold on,
I
one more
hit
time.
up everybody, right? Everybody involved in this project, everybody. And nobody messaged me or emailed me back telling me not to do this. So I'm just going to take that as we can do it.
Perfect.
Ask for forgiveness
That's
instead of permission.
That's how I see it too.
So I'm going to hit share screen.
That's the best screen.
And then, I don't know, share system audio, yes or no?
No, you don't need to. That's only if you're playing volume.
Fuck it.
Not.
Just share it all.
The only option I have is cancel, though.
Don't cancel.
You got to click on the window you want to share.
Yeah, there's like a
Okay,
tab that pulls down, and then you can select which window, and then it shows you a preview before you share.
Oh, so I got to do them one at a time. Okay. All right, here we go.
That damn drinking game got you too.
Yeah, it did. the top secret drinking game.
Right,
Okay,
here
so
we go.
here's one of them.
All right,
So
I'm
this
bringing
is,
it up.
I think this is super massive.
Looks like Radiant Black. Is that Radiant Black?
So no, it's super massive.
Okay.
It's the new series, but involves Radiant Black. So this is
Ooh,
a
okay.
first appearance of a character that's going to be very involved in Supermassive and their own series. And then we've got and I'll share like what's important about all these after.
Let me
I
know
show
when you
them
got
all.
it up.
I'm trying to freaking stop screen.
That was
share
dope.
screen.
Yeah, what's going on? When's Supermassive come out? Is the series?
So here's the thing, right? We don't know yet
Okay.
because of details I will share in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so here's another one.
Ooh.
So this is.
Oh, I like that one.
That's dope.
This one says Supermassive, but I think this one is actually for Radiant Red. Which is
Kyle Higgins
for
is a badass.
Solo.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah. And then these are all first appearances, by the way. And then we've got this gem, which you guys are going to freaking lose your minds over. This is something we've been working on for a long time. And this is one of two. We don't have the arts for issue 2, and I've got a little something cool to share about this. There's David Mack.
Ooh.
This is We Live issue 7 when We Live comes back.
Ooh.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I didn't even realize I was there's you catch so much more when you look at it. I didn't even realize the chick's face was in the middle of the body at first.
It's phenomenal. So David Mack killed this, and he also did another cover for us because We Live, when it comes back as a series, issue 1 is going to have 2 issues, and one issue is told from one perspective, and the other issue 1 is told from a different perspective. So they're running 2 different issues that coincide, like take place at the same time. So we did 2 different matte covers for it. So the cool thing about all these is that every single one of these, the Supermassives we might release early, but the We Lives are going to be March convention exclusives. They're going to be Hive Comics Whatnot convention exclusives. We are also working with Annabelle Kirby and David Mack to have David Mack on hand to do signings. We're going to fly him in from Europe to do in-person signings for the convention exclusives.
Fucking A, man. Hell yeah. Going all out for 2022.
Yeah,
baby.
that's badass.
And that's just March. You got to wait. Like, you guys think that's crazy. Brian knows who we've got in line for April and May, and San Diego is going to be fucking nutty. You guys have never seen anything outside of, like, I would be honest, and this isn't just like, this is a beyond humble brag. Like, San Diego Comic-Con 2022 will be Hive Comics San Diego Comic-Con.
Fuck yeah.
I'm making sure I'm getting tickets then.
There will not be a convention exclusive that comes out of San Diego that isn't a Hive exclusive that people are even giving a shit about, because we've got so much stuff lined up for San Diego that is just going to. Brian knows the artists that we have lined up and the shit that we've got lined up, and trust me, ain't nobody done it before, and nobody's gonna do it better. And it's nuts. But we started off in March. We started off with this stuff. And those are just 4 out of the 6 books that we've got planned for March for Hive Whatnot exclusives and San Diego exclusives. So it would be pretty crazy. Those Supermassives might actually be February. We're still working out details on that. That's kind of what's up in the air. But we'll have more details. When we have more details, we can get Jack and us on together, Brian, and we'll talk more about it. But
like I said,
they might work at a signing. They might work at a small convention signing for Supermassives and stuff like that. But
I'm gonna put together.
We've got a great partnership with Annabelle Kirby and with Whatnot to utilize Annabelle's artists and Whatnot's power and ability and presence,
money.
And to bring collectors, like, really the shit you guys are really wanting. Like, we're in a position now to really, really give it to you guys, and like when we say, like, you know, hold on to those pocketbooks and maybe sell some comics before con season starts. Like, yeah, you might want to.
Yep.
You might want to.
Sounds like we got to do everything we can to get them San Diego tickets.
Yeah.
Well, listen, my plan
Now,
next
you hit
year.
me up, man. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah,
We'll see
but
what we can do.
seriously, the plan next year is to get as many con people at the cons as possible.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be much easier next year than it has ever been to get to these cons. So
I think so, and I think, like, when it comes down to it, like Brian and Kyle and everybody else and Aaron, like, you know, and I think I've told Aaron this before, like, you name a con, dude, we'll get you there. You know,
Nice.
Like you guys figure out a way to get there, we'll get you in the door.
Yep.
And the thing
Getting
is
there's
like
the
with
easy
our
part.
partnerships and us having booths, like for us to get an extra staff pass to get one of you guys in is nothing to us, right? Like it's a couple of bucks. You know, you guys come hang out in the booth for a day and stuff like that. Like
Well,
anybody that's on this channel, anybody who contributes to this channel that really, really wants to just come and hang out and produce content, like let us know. If we're at a convention, let us know. We will do whatever we can. We will bend over backwards to like try you guys in the door so you guys can produce content.
Well, I'm sure it helps with Brian and me because we're also Whatnot sellers, so we can help on that aspect too, where we're live streaming from the con, like what everyone else does.
My goal with Whatnot next year is 100% to dual stream on YouTube and Whatnot. I'm putting together the machine right now. Shout out to Yee and shout out to Comic Man Andy. I'm starting to put together the beast that's going to take me into next year, and we're going to change the way that we stream live. We're going to live stream. I'm going to live stream all the Whatnot sales. I want to get people in and do shows like this and say, okay, let's jump in and do a quick Whatnot box break, and boom, quick Whatnot where we're just chilling and bullshitting like this. Like we're gonna do plenty of those. We're gonna get to cons. We're gonna live stream from more cons. We're going to get bigger and better creators on the channel. That's going to be a big deal, and to get those creators, those small creators, and those small those people that you might not know about yet that are going to be the next big thing. The people that we are talking about tonight,
dude, bro. The next big thing. The next big
Amen.
thing. And
all right.
And honestly, like this is the growth of the channel. I hit up Skeleton Key Comics when I first met her and her husband at was it Rose City? No, it wasn't
Rose City, Portland.
It might have been Rose City.
Yeah, it was
the first convention I met him at. But like, I asked her, I'm like, how did you get to the numbers? And obviously, she works for Whatnot. She still does. But I was talking to her. I'm like, and she goes, dual stream. She goes, do your Whatnot and do your Instagram or your YouTube at the same time, separate camera, and just run it. And that's something we didn't fully utilize this year, but that's something like, or in 2021, but that's something that 2022, Jonathan and I talked about. We're like, we're going to fully utilize, like, we will have an Instagram stream running while we do Whatnots.
Yep.
And you with YouTube, like the replayability, like people able to come back and go, wow, what did that sell for? Especially in card breaks. Like card breaks is way, like that's a huge thing. You pull a freaking 1-of-1 black LeBron James on Whatnot, that's cool.
Yeah,
but if you're not on it at that exact time, you don't see it. Right? But you post that shit on YouTube, you got 200,000 views because people want to see you break that card. Like if you're doing card breaks and you're not dual streaming on Whatnot, you are a fool. Comics is a little different, but if you're doing card breaks, you better be dual streaming.
Well, speaking of cards,
create the most epic content of all time and never have it kept for future watching.
Yeah, it creates itself. The content creates itself.
Absolutely.
So one of the cool things that we've also been talking about is we're going to get we're going to do our best to get more Pokemon experts on the channel, because I think Pokemons have just become such an amazing part of the hobby. We got somebody that's probably going to come on maybe next week to talk a little bit more about it, and we'll have more and more people as we go. The amount of money that's going into non-sports trading cards also, we're going to talk more about that, and we're going to take you guys along on the journey and all that fun stuff. We have one final giveaway for the night to talk about, and we won't know who the winner is until we go through all of our IGs in the morning.
So if you have, this is what I'll do. Anybody that's listening right now and you haven't put in your BAC for what you think I am, I'll give you guys about another minute to do it, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do my final BAC content for tonight.
So,
Brian,
all right.
I don't know how big of an undertaking this is, and tell me if it's too much. You can shoot it down immediately. Anybody who gets the proper content and they're willing to furnish you with their shipping information, we will you pick one to win the grand prize, but the rest of the runner-ups that accurately chose the right thing, we'll send them a Hive Comics exclusive.
I can do that very easily. So if
they're
there are
willing to hit you
multiple,
up, even if there's 30 or 40 of them that guess the right one, send us their info. We'll get them off a book.
hell fucking yeah, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So if there's multiple
Kyle, you don't
winners,
get the fucking-
everybody's
you're
going
not
to
in
get
this,
a prize.
Kyle, you're out. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
And you guys remember, there are multiple people that have put this on their Instagram. So just put one. If you guys guessed it already, and you've already put it on the Instagram, we can timestamp these, you guys. It is 1:32 a.m. Arizona time, which is 3:32 a.m. Eastern time. So anything after 3:40 Eastern time is.
Kyle, you gotta chug a drink with me though before you take the last BIC.
It's after the last BAC because it'll fuck it up, right? Won't it fuck it up?
I gotta wait 15 minutes afterwards.
Yeah. So let's do the BAC and then you chug one, and we'll end the show that way. All right. So when did you stop at 8 o'clock? Or I mean at 8 hours? It's at 8:15 right now.
Yeah, we're pretty close, so it's worth doing right now. So,
okay, hold on here. Let me put you in the big screen. What's it at? It's doing
12,
its countdown.
9, 8, 7, 4, 3, 2. Dude, this shit is bunk. There's no way that I'm a .11.
Oh,
that
try it again. Try it again. Let it reset.
Try it again. Give it again.
That
Give it again.
shit is so wrong.
I have someone
go again.
I've had so many drinks. I'm way past .11.
If it's close to 1.1 again,
hours, bro. It's over 8 hours.
Yeah, it's been 8 hours, bro.
Yeah.
So hold on.
Welcome to the ASMR podcast.
Yeah,
1.1 is 0.11.
Welcome to
ASMR. I have someone that has 0.11 on my Instagram.
All right, who has 0.11?
Matt, was that you?
Yeah.
Matt goes, welcome to the ASMR podcast.
Because that's it. Okay, like a
Boys, on my
BAC. That's a bullshit, dude. I've been drinking whiskey.
You would be going to jail.
Bro, I guessed a 0.21. I was like, he's going to be almost 3 times the legal limit.
Who had the 0.11? Okay.
Yeah, I had
Tomb
Toys guess.
So
Tomb
0.11.
Toys. But we know
there's
at
a
least
few
Tomb Toys.
people. There's a few people that had it.
Okay.
So Sean said he had it.
Sean had it. Okay. So we have Sean. We have Tomb Toys.
So
Let me take a
Hartman
look
said
here.
he had it. Let me see if I can find
Dude,
anyone.
I'm pretty sure
Hartman had it. Hartman had
Come on.
it. 0.11.
Hartman? Fuck yeah. Give me addresses.
Hartman.
Give me addresses. I got all these people.
Sean had it. So Sean, Hartman, and Tomb Toys so far. Hold on.
Hartman. Oh, there was one.
Oh, wow.
Manny is 0.12. He was just off.
So my figure drawing.
Again.
Okay, so my figure drawing.
He had 0.11. He did that 6 hours ago.
Hartman did it 6 hours ago. So okay, here are the winners.
Yeah, it's
my
one
figure
that
drawing.
guessed 7.
My figure drawing. Tomb Toys. Sean McCurdy. Hartman Sports. That's 4 so far. Do we have anybody else?
Let me see. That was who posted on the MCM one. Was let's see.
You had a couple though, didn't you? A couple of posts.
Yeah, there was more. I'm gonna write this down. All right, let me write this down.
So what do we do?
Right,
Okay,
I'm gonna.
So one of them will get.
I'm gonna bail because I have my card break.
Later, Yi. Good luck, Yi.
Later, Yi.
Yeah, see.
Later.
Go check
All
out
right.
Yi on Whatnot after this, you guys. He's going to break some cards on Whatnot. Go get in
Tomb
on it.
Toys guest on Instagram.
All right, so we got Tomb Tomb Toys.
Hartman.
My Figure Drawing.
Yeah.
My Figure Drawing. And Sean.
Yeah.
And Sean
Mack. So I got 4. Somebody guessed, a lot of people guessed 1.12 also.
So close.
I'm
So
glad
the
it wasn't
food merchant.
I'm glad it wasn't 0.12 or 0.13.
Dude, I have what? Listen, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I posted on Tales from the Flip
11,
Side also, so
12,
let's see if anybody
14.
Did anybody say anything? Somebody said, "Oh, Mojo Quid said I'm calling it early. Kyle's gonna finish with a strong 0.1."
We'll give it to
he
him.
was so-
We'll give it to him. Adam
Okay, we'll add Mojo.
He was
We'll
so
add
fucking.
Mojo.
He was so hardy on that answer. We'll give
Yeah.
it to him.
Mojo.
Dude, I've had at least 15 drinks.
Yeah, but
And
that
they
was
were-
over 8 hours though, Kyle. Like it's over 8 hours. If you had those,
Yeah. You're metabolizing it
over
as
3
we go.
hours, you would have been
Yeah.
a 0.2 something.
Yeah.
But you know, you disappointed me, and I fucking lost. So whatever.
I disappointed myself.
You're a grizzled veteran, man. You're an old pro. It's what your body does.
So what? I've had at least. Now it says 0.13.
No, it's
Oh, it was
0.11.
It was
It's
0.11
we did
twice.
it
in a row.
twice.
Yeah.
Can I tell you? Aaron sent me a photo like 2 weeks ago from Baltimore, and he goes, "Hey, dude, I was looking through my camera. I found this," and he sent it to me, and I was like, "Listen, man, if you ever want something from me ever again, delete that fucking photo." and I immediately deleted it from my shit, so it should no longer exist. But like Baltimore, some ragged ass shit that happened.
Oh, bro.
I sent like he seriously sent me that photo, and he's like, "Bro, I forgot this even happened." I'm like, "Please continue to forget that it ever happened." like nobody needs to see that ever, man.
So
Ever.
is this who gets the poster, right?
Yeah, this is who
Yeah,
gets
this is who gets the poster.
Okay.
The rest will get a book from Hive.
Well, and I'll send a book. I'll send a book to the guy who wins the poster too. So, well, we'll
All
get
right, here we go. Here we go, you guys. For the winner of the Stray Dogs poster.
Sorry, I disappointed everybody.
You didn't disappoint anybody because they're winning shit. Tomb. Tomb Toys. Shout out to Tomb Toys.
So Tomb Toys gets the Stray Dogs poster.
And I think Tomb Toys might be in fucking Europe, dude.
Hey, if that's the case, no, seriously though, if that's the case, why don't you send that, Kyle? Send that to me, and I'll send one package, or I can send the book to you, and we'll send one package.
Oh man, I love it, dude. I love it. Tomb Toys, shout out. And then here we go, you guys. So shout out to Mojo, Sean, My Figure Drawing, and Hartman. I'm gonna put a post in the I'm gonna put Hive's Gmail or Hive's email link in there.
Yeah.
Hit up Hive, let them know they were on the blood alcohol level test giveaway, which is awesome. Listen, you guys, I can't thank.
Hey man, look, a 0.011 is obvious physical impairment, loss of judgment.
No,
speech may be slurred.
Yeah,
bro. Listen, Kyle, you're half to what you're half of where you need to be if you're going to come to Baltimore next year. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
He will be there next year.
I got some.
You're gonna be in fucking.
You need to
Charlotte,
exercise.
too.
Is what I'm saying. You need to exercise
that drinking lung.
That drinking muscle.
Hartman says 0.11 is like a level 5. Yeah. It's not 0.011. It's just 0.11.
Yeah, just 0.11.
Isn't it 0. It's 0.11.
It's like I just
It's
brushed
0.11. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
0.11's like I looked at the can of White Claw.
Yeah.
I didn't open it yet. I'm just looking at it.
Yeah. All right, you guys. It's been 8.5 hours on the end of the year stream. I want to thank everybody that hung out with us, everybody that's going to watch this monstrosity over the next couple of days. I'm sure we'll be able to clip some stuff out of this. I want to thank everybody that's been a part of the channel and the community this year. It's been an absolutely amazing year. 2022 is going to be even better. So make sure you guys hang out with us, stick around, and we will see you guys next time.
Later, everybody.